what do you mean by insecurity?
When I say insecurity, you have, what's the word? You know, I got third grade education.
Well, let me ask you a question.
When you have a fear, of something.
Okay, now if so, you're saying a man is secure if he allows other men around his woman. He's secure.
He's secure within himself.
What makes him secure that he allows men around his woman that he know?
That nigga, what makes if she choose to go that way with that man, then she's never been for me. That's up to her, and I move in the way that I need to move.
What makes him secure though? Because he knows that he can't control her, and so if she cheats, it is what it is. That makes him secure.
Period.
So,
damn, for real.
You know, I love you've been rocking with me when they had 10 people watching this motherfucker.
Go ahead, ask your question. What's your question?
Well, you know, just in terms of even an old friend, you know, just considering what was being said, I think Illa has a point. I think you guys have a point in terms of he'd been a friend for a long time. In my head, I'm like, what that mean to me? You know, like that's just how my head, like when I be thinking this shit, I'm a husband now, right? Oh, I don't, what you did generally, I don't, it is what it is, right? But what can he do for her? Can she go to him for the support? Can she go to him for money?
None of that shit.
I'm gonna let you finish answering.
Can she go to him for money?
No, she can't. That's my job.
Can she go to him for spiritual guidance?
No,
that's your job. Shit.
Exactly.
Can she go to him for protection?
No,
like men, they go fight things of that nature. The strong boys would be taken and separated from their family, stuff like that.
Yeah, and they were they're used to. Yes, that's happened.
So when we're criticizing black men, if you think it takes a couple generations to change, right? And we just went through some of the things you acknowledged happened to black men and were targeted specifically just 2 generations ago with your your generation. And then we come at black men like we did it all to ourselves. You don't think there's an apology of some sort in order?
Can I just ask this, Mr. Fantastic? What was the reason that she would mention your pension? Because she's not going to just do that out of nowhere. What happened to make her say, "Oh, I want your pension"? Or was she looking to divorce you for something? Just saying something that you may have done. She wanted to divorce you, and so she mentioned it, and then you beat her to it.
I've explained this at least. This is the last time I'm gonna tell y'all this. We were living in 2 separate things called geobashing, right? She was the one accusing me of doing shit that I wasn't doing. I told her, if you go to this and you keep accusing me when I'm not doing anything. I was in her hometown with her people around all her folks for free.
Let me be clear. Let me be clear about something. I did not ask him for his pension because that had children outside of our marriage.
You left him for free.
Y'all always get on here. So shut the up.
You not
listening.
listening.
Always get on here.
You not listening.
Try to dismiss women. Stop
you
trying
not
to be
listening.
in abusive relationships, whether it is
you are not listening
or not.
Bro, if you had 2 people sitting there, right? They had a one night stand. He put the rubber on, and you got to tell one of them they was wilding, and one of them they was wilding. You would say the woman was wilding.
Mm-hmm.
She should have made that nigga put a condom on.
Yeah, especially because niggas' dicks be dirty.
What level of responsibility? Well, not what the stats say. What level of responsibility would it be on? So he didn't put a condom on. She got pregnant. It's a one night stand. Who would you put the onus on for that happening more?
If I had to choose the woman because she gives the access.
Damn. So she should have made sure he put a condom on his dick.
Mm-hmm.
Damn. Wow. Look like Mr. Fantastic was right.
Brother.
Okay. Damn. So putting a baby
that need to be a mom is huge for women. So depending on who the woman is, a woman with a kid is less desperate to have a baby with any goddamn body.
Okay. All right. But you're saying she's 28. The clock starts getting louder and louder.
Mm-hmm.
That's where the danger comes in.
She have a baby by a homeless person. She don't give a shit. she ready to pull up on her bridge with no panties on.
That guy from he just came home, right? He just got out of jail. What's his name? Meeks. Jeremy Meeks. I think he was a prisoner.
Yes.
He got with a
good hair. Yeah.
He got green eyes and all that.
They wanted to get pregnant by that dude. Ain't got no job, no nothing. That's a perfect example. Yep.
Damn, man.
The dude with the green eyes, she wants her baby with. So that's what I'm saying. She find a whatever type of dude that would make a pretty baby. She online saying, yeah, I'm on birth control. You ain't gotta wear no condom. Nigga ain't got no job, no nothing, but he got green eyes. She ready to bust it open.
Looks like we're telling the truth.
The problem, y'all come on these panels and you want to crucify black women. Your intention,
no.
As we talk about a lot of times, y'all talk about intention and you want us to follow you. We can't follow you if your intentions are not.
I don't
good.
want you to follow me. You would get tired.
Here we go again.
You couldn't walk that far.
You're trying to make it about me.
You couldn't follow me because you get tired.
On this panel, and you came on here to spew your hate for black women, and you are justifying it.
And it bothered you.
You're justifying it by coming on here and making it seem as if you are teaching us something.
I didn't say I was teaching a thing, ma'am.
You can't.
Did I tell you I was teaching you?
Any person that you don't like.
Did I was telling you I was teaching you? Did I say I was teaching anything?
Work that way.
Ma'am, did I say I was teaching anything?
No, but you got on this panel with the intention of telling us why men don't approach.
What I would recommend is you you get a job, right? You work it, maybe in an industry that you could thrive in. Learn it, right? Without the risk, build a foundation. That way, when you jump into it, you're ready, Are we having a conversation? Are you here? Can you hear me?
I hear you.
Are you responding to me, you think, or?
Who else am I responding to? Mm-hmm. I'm telling you what I hear. You ask me what I hear as far as that question.
I know, but as I'm breaking it down for you, is it?
Move on.
Here
Let it go.
You are partway chivalrous to like you and yours. Is that truly chivalry? Is it just you protecting your investment or your asset, which is your life? And I want to go back to maybe that isn't as chivalrous because you're protecting your investment, which is your wife. If somebody smacks her
investment,
but the woman on the bus, the old lady on the bus is standing up with a cane, and you gonna sit there and sit your happy hips, your wide hips down that bus, and watch her stand up on that with that cane the whole entire time. That's not chivalry.
Are you saying that me protecting my wife is less chivalrous than me giving my seat up for some old hag?
Are you
No.
Are you really chivalrous if you are only protecting your investment?
It's mine, right?
Right, you're protecting what's yours, but are you truly chivalrous if you don't give up the seat on the bus?
A woman that does things for me is enough. I don't need extra girlfriend.
Maddie, you made the point. You made the point.
Yeah, let me make a quick point, right? I think this conversation can trigger women, but to be fair, right, to where Beans was going, because it's not a checkmate, but I understand your point, is that women don't actually believe that they're bringing value to guys like that, because otherwise they would be encouraging men outside their man to have more female friends, and they don't. They actually discourage. Hey, you don't need no female friends. But wait, women are so valuable and important. What you mean I don't need no female friends? It actually shows you what women think.
Even women think about that shit.
There's a lot of nuance there that you could examine.
That's a great point.
That's clear. I agree.
That's from the biological standpoint.
Indeed.
Now they try to change that culturally into women don't have a definition. There's nothing that actually defines it. What ended up happening was this, though. The advent of feminism actually took away what femininity was by saying it was antiquated, it was old school, it was slavery, it was oppressive. But then they turned women into fake men. So everything that a woman do valuable is what men do. She go out work, she go out and make money, she go out and get a degree, she go out and get education, she go out and buy things, she go out and she can afford things. These are all the things that men have been using to measure themselves and whether or not they've been successful or valuable or things of that nature. Women had a different set of things.
Been only pursuing so much for the attention of women. This is all, it sounds so new to me when I'm hearing it, but maybe I didn't have this perspective before. Calvin was good. B Love, what's up? but it's just like why we do things. Where does our moral code actually come from? How far are we willing to go to stand on it? Does your moral code have contingencies? You know, I have the clips queued up, but I'm just thinking through it. You know, the double standards. How long can we? I thought they just were a thing, but I guess they have like there's a reason for it.
Direction, choose your own path.
You know, this is the home of We Major, Me Frosty, Unfamous, and the restricted clothing brands. Let's get it.
The message is always in the cloth, the colors, the designs, the fit. Basic. Pay attention, stay alert, and remember, choose your own path.
Direction, choose your own path.
Don't just wear anything. Wear garments that mean something. We got hats. We got sweatshirts. We got jackets. We even got hoodies. Let's not forget our classic tees. Direction, choose your own path.
The message is always in the cloth, the colors, the designs, the fit. Basic. Pay attention, stay alert, and remember, choose your own path. DJ Ham does it.
Yo, we here. Did you have the Stampede? We in the building. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend to tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. Aaron, Mr. Fantastic, what's poppin'?
Wow. Go Birds.
What's goody? Everything's everything.
Yeah, man.
Feeling great.
That's what's up. Must see. Mr. Fantastic got his LA inspired. He got the hair out and all that. I mean, with the like the Easy E and shit like that, you know?
Shit like that. Shit like that. Shit like that. Shit like that. Shit like that.
Damn, you chilling today, huh? What's up with you? You in the house today?
You talking to you?
You.
Oh, me? No, yeah, I'm chilling, man. Look, go Birds, man. I got my one-of-a-kind hood things vest on, representing Philly. Got the bottom, Kenzo, Northeast, just a couple neighborhoods. South Philly, you know. Bird Gang. Shout out to
Shit
hood
like
things.
that. Shit like that. Shit like that.
Word. How you was the city on fire yesterday in a good way?
It still is.
Yeah.
On fire. Man, we make LA look like the Ice Age.
Yeah.
brother.
What's up, man? Salute, man. Make sure I hit the like button if you can. That helps the channel the most. Let me see you in the building real quick. We get it popping. Damn, let's scroll for a long ass time. Okay. Fish in was popping. E-Dub in the building. Mel, you already know. What's goody? The Majesty, of course. Mr. Williams, salute. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend, man. Salute to everybody. Jay Wills, what up? Rainbow Kid in the building. Black King, I know he on Cloud 9 and all that from yesterday. Miss Jilly, make sure I say what's up to Miss Jilly in the chat. Almanaj, salute. Good to see you. Mr. JTK in the building. Appreciate you. Marcus, what up? Riri was popping. We got AP in the building. AP was shaking. Hope all is well. DC was goody. Hope everything's everything. Quincy in the building. Salute. Judah, Shalom. Thank you for the cash app too. Perfect. You know what I mean? Chrome Yasha'Allah, man. Be safe out there. Mrs. Locks, I see you. Big Op was popping, kid. Good to see you, man. Hope all is well. Mr. Walker. Y'all brothers keep grinding over there, man. Salute. I got DC already. My brother James in the building was popping. Robert, we see you. Was goody. Hope all is well, man. Hope everything is everything. Aaron was in the chat. Let me see. Bartholomew, what up, kid? How you? Joel, what's good, sis? Hope everything is everything, man. 455 was popping. Dre was popping. I like it, man. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend. Miss Bells, of course. Salute. Always good to see you. We appreciate you. Nightbot not acting up. That's always good. You feel me? Let me see. Make sure I don't miss anybody. Dre Day, what's good? How you? Hope everything is everything, man. I got AP already. You already know. Let me see. Emo was popping. 6'5" was goody. I think 6'5" was rocking. Oh no. Yesterday morning we was rocking out, man. Leslie was popping. Good to see you, man. I seen you chimed in yesterday too. But I was too busy playing these records. Miles was popping, man. We need you in the Discord. We got to try to get everybody right for this weight loss challenge. JT, what's up? Good to see you. Curtis, my brother. CJ was popping. Black Seinfeld was goody. Melly Mel was popping. The second was goody. Good to see you. Aaron Rand, shalom. Callie putting in work as always. That's always good. Let me see. I ain't missed nobody this morning. Terrell was good.
Shit like that. Shit like that.
Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. Truth was popping. Perfect. Y'all give me 1 second, but we're gonna pop it off with that Super Bowl, man. First and foremost, Aaron, congratulations and all that. What you think of the Super Bowl? And then we definitely got to talk about the halftime show. Give me 1 second.
Yeah, no, it was a fantastic performance by the Philadelphia Eagles, man, on both sides of the ball. The defense, they came out. I mean, they just crushed shit, man. They remind me of the Jim Johnson days, man, back when Andy Reid was here. And the offense, Jalen Hurts, he was flawless in his performance. I mean, we took advantage of every opportunity on both sides of the ball. When it wasn't an opportunity, we created one. You know what I mean? It was fundamental textbook ground pounding in football. And it shows it pays to play that kind of a game. You're going to win every time on both sides of the ball.
Yeah, man. like I said, I would say in my lifetime, this is one of the best defensive Super Bowl performances you ever seen. It's definitely up there with Ravens, Seattle. I think those are the what I'm saying, the top that I can think of in my lifetime to like just like outstanding. Oh, and can't forget that Denver Broncos when Peyton won his ring up in Denver. That whole Super Bowl was won off defense. But yeah, man, like I said, they didn't have an answer no matter what they try to do or whatever. And then, like I said, for them to do that to Patrick Mahomes is like, I don't think people put, what I'm saying? Like, yeah, all levels. And then, like I said, yeah, Jalen Hurts was, even though he had an early turnover, got composure and made the right decisions, did what he needed when he needed to do it. So, like I said, man, I don't think anybody expected this. But then at the same time, this was kind of like the revenge thing as to where, the Eagles and, Jalen Hurts and a lot of people, Jalen, Saquon, AJ Brown, and the coach, had a lot to prove. So, and I think, everything came to the perfect, revenge story or, triumph yesterday. They definitely deserve it.
Speaking of revenge stories, I mean, that's kind of sort of the life story of the city of Philadelphia. I don't know if you remember the last Super Bowl back in 2018 for the 2017 season. We were known as the underdogs. Like that was the theme. You know what I mean? Like they got apparel and masks and shit on. They don't like us. We don't care. You know what I mean? The whole song with Kelsey and them. We've been an underdog in the NFL since the beginning of time. I mean, we can go to the Super Bowl. We can win divisional championships. We're a great football team. We got a lot of history, produced a lot of players, a lot of great coaches, but we could never seem to get the ring. You know what I mean? And that kind of made us an under. But the city is one of the biggest cities in America, one of the oldest, the first capital of the United States. You know what I mean? And we're kind of, I don't want to say the little brother, but just an underdog. We're known for being a little bit, grimy and unsavory, I'll say. You know what I mean? We're not like New York, Miami, LA, Seattle, But it's the city of brotherly love, no less. Very blue collar city is what I'm saying. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And we kind of don't give a fuck. You know what I mean? We're our own culture, our own people.
That's the reputation.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, if you love us, we love you. And if you don't, well, fuck you. You know what I mean? So.
Damn. So I'm guessing y'all covered it, right?
Yeah. It was good.
The Chiefs was struggling all year, to be honest, right? I think they overcome a lot of adversity games they should have lost. Out of the 12 games, I think they came from behind. It was either come from behind into all 12 games, or 12 games in which they won by like in the fourth quarter,
Yeah.
I think a great quarterback can get you to 16. Was it 16-2? 15-2. But that Eagles front line, and the crazy thing about Jalen Carter, right? And he didn't do too much yesterday, but they had to double him every play, right? So you remember he got in trouble in school. He was arguably a first pick of the draft, but he dropped so far because of the problem that he had on some YouTube or Instagram video. You know what I'm saying? But then Jordan Davis, like 6'7", 400 pounds. Motherfucker only played 2 snaps a series though. But yo, you know what I'm saying? And then you know what hurt my feelings? When Graham came in, right? Grant, he been on your team for 10 years, 12 years.
Long
and
time.
9 years, I think. He went to Michigan. And he looked old, but he my age. I'm like, damn.
Yeah.
Like he looked a little bit less in shape, but he missed the last 8 games too.
Yeah.
But I'm like, damn, But damn, that shit. Pat, man, put him in the bathroom. That's it. Point blank period.
And the score doesn't really reflect the kind of game it was. Like they didn't get them points till the end. You know what I mean? Like it was looking like a shutout the whole time. I mean, it was everything to nothing for a good long while.
Those was Dak Prescott stats, right?
Yeah.
Cowboys be getting blown the fuck out, then he'll throw 4 touchdowns, but it's over with, bro. We playing prevent. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Yeah. Shout out to the white boy Cooper DeJean who got a touchdown in the Super Bowl on his birthday, man. That's crazy, bro. Amazing. Damn, yo. That man, he athlete, bro. They said they just live or die with him because the athleticism outweighs his lack of experience. You know,
that last 5 yards, the athleticism to get that.
Yeah. Oh yeah, 100%.
That couple guys. No, get out of here.
Yo, Dak is. I hate Dak, bro. I hate Dak. Yo, now the Super Bowl, that show itself, right? It goes directly into this topic, you know, because we always thinking about loyalty, respect, disrespect, what a woman is willing to give you. I wonder, like, how do we even treat each other before we start talking about them? You know, so the halftime show, like, what's the chicken or the egg? Drake always been bigger than Kendrick, right?
Yeah.
But when you listen to their songs, or if they together, it's like I see them as equal though. Like on Fucking Problem, right? Drake goes, Kendrick goes, but those are the two verses you looking for. No shade to ASAP, but I'm not really listening for ASAP. Thank you, Juggernaut, man. Yeah, we had a good set last night. But I'm not looking for ASAP. I'm really not looking for 2 Chainz on the song, right? When I'm DJing, they want Kendrick part and they want Drake part. Like on those 2 songs, is like Drake's like, find somebody real is a fucking problem. Like how he starts singing it, and then Kendrick's like, girl, I know you want this. And those 2 parts are the parts that people sing when I turn down the music. You know? And it seemed like they supported each other. Maybe Drake more than Kendrick, just because Drake probably had a bigger name, but he's on so many dope songs. And then what happens? You say your man sleeping with his girl. Remember the Dave Free line?
Yeah.
And then he a PEDO. Like, how does it drop so far? To where you get that far amongst men, that's supposed to be your man.
Well, we seen this before, bro. And I think,
at the Super Bowl, Mr. Fantastic.
What you mean?
He say Drake. Hold on, let me bring this up. See, because this shit is crazy. I don't know, man. I'm just processing this, bro. And the Most High gave me this performance to add to this show today, right? But yo, look, what part was it? Somebody give me the timestamp. And SZA, how many streams you think SZA got from last night?
What you mean?
At least, well, you know, she was on 2. So I don't even think she sings the song. The song that she was singing. I don't think she's
her. I think it's her. I'm pretty sure it's her.
The first one, the second one too. Is it her?
No, I don't know. The All the Stars. I'm pretty sure the All the Stars joint is her.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I could be wrong on that. But this part, and I know they gonna copyright this, but I'll cut it. Let me see.
Willie Defro, say Drake. I hear you like I'm young. Willie Defro, say Drake. I hear you like I'm young. You better not ever go to Cell Block 1. To any that talk to him and they in love, just make sure you hide your little sister from him. They tell me Chubb the only one to get your hand me down. Party at the party playing with his nose down. Vodka got a weird case, why is he around? Certified lover boy, certified. I'm on him tough. I'ma do my stuff. Why you trolling like a, ain't you tired? Trying to strike a chord and it's probably A minor. They not like us. No, they not like us.
Come on, man. It's the Super Bowl, Aaron. It's the Super Bowl, Mr. Fantastic. Why you did that? Like, it's up and it's stuck. Off of what?
But I think it's the same thing. Like I said, we've seen this before, and I mean, I guess this is a battle, but we talking war. Kendrick's never gonna catch Drake, bro.
Wait. I'm talking about the loyalty. I thought it was his man's though.
But that wasn't. He didn't. Drake didn't start this. Whatever the thing was, this never came from Drake. Like I said, Drake put Kendrick on, despite what people want to like admit to or whatever. like you said, and you can do interviews of where Kendrick is praising Drake for putting him on, to bringing him on tour. So if without Drake, there's no Kendrick. Kendrick said it. Now Kendrick fans and Kendrick stands are going, no, nigga, not that. Listen, don't argue with me, argue with that nigga, argue with him. But as you say, and like I said, I'm not saying that Kendrick's always been a great lyricist. I respect it, right? But bro, come on, like the summertime albums, come on, bro. I mean, and like I just look at this as because our age. I look at this as Hove and Nas, 2025 or 2024, whatever. I just look at it the same way. Even if you want to say that Nas is a better lyricist than Jay, and I think most people accept that premise, at least earlier on, pound for pound. Nas is not fucking with Jay, bro. He's just not. You feel me? When you do everything, he's not far enough away from him to be like, he's clearly the better guy, and he don't have the numbers to support it.
No, okay, I understand that, but kids though, youngins though, that's a different ball game though.
People that said that shit, I'm not with that P word, bro. I hate that shit because you like I think it's dangerous for one, because now people hear that word and now you seen all this shit with these people doing these damn to catch a predator shits, but like, you feel me? Like random people.
Seen, there's one dude, he has a huge following. I think his name is like Gideon or
it's some weird shit. He's talking about the white boy. He's like a white dude, foreign white dude.
There's a black dude. It's a because we had Chris Hansen growing up. Remember? Yeah. Chris Hansen used to do the ones, right? He still does it.
Yeah, well, like the Game was on one of them. They got celebrities and shit doing this shit, and it's like they taking this shit as a joke. This shit not no joke, bro. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, bro, you touch kids, you supposed to pay a price. Like, for real. Not for clicks and views and shit though.
Damn. I saw matter of fact, the ladies had sent it to me. We watched it on the POV, and Drake had this girl on stage, and he was like, "You 17? How you look like that?" Did you see that?
You talking about with the white girl? Or what she meant?
I don't know who she was. It was something. And then he's like, "All right, you got to get out of there." And then he kissed her on both cheeks and her forehead. After acknowledging her age, it's just like you do weird shit. You know what I'm saying? But how does anybody know why they are even beefing?
No, only they know. I think, like I said, from us, from the inside, outside looking in, is just like, competition that I guess got too volatile, because Drake never, you know what I'm saying? There's no reason for Drake to go at Kendrick. There's just not none.
I don't know, man. I don't know. It falls so fast, bro. Right? And we always talk about loyalty. We always talk about respect, but it's like, I was looking through history. You know what I'm saying? There's one guy, I don't know if y'all ever heard of him. His name is God damn, just slipped my mind. Domingo. Sorry, I don't want to mess his name up. So he came from New York to DC, and he was hustling too. And they smoked him on a basketball court over the women thought he was fly. And they thought he was messing with somebody's girl or whatever the case is. And he was around the times of Rayful and them. And they smoked him on the basketball court. I looked through history, even the Italians, everybody, Sammy the Bull. Everybody start telling and turning on each other. Are you saying that that's how it go? That's how men do it?
Yes. Listen, bro. I told you, like, especially with niggas, the nigga lander syndrome is real, bro. Niggas can't, bro. Who was that? The Rich Porter attitude. Most motherfuckers don't have that shit. Everybody can eat B. Most niggas don't see it that way, bro. Most motherfuckers look at, no matter how much they got on their plate, they looking at yours. They're like, nah, I want the biggest plate. I want to be the only motherfucker at the table with shit on my plate, so everybody looking at me. So if your plate getting too big or your plate already bigger, now I got to get rid of you. So you know what I mean? It's like The Wire. I think one of the best illustrations, for real, what you're talking about, like loyalty versus disloyalty, and just dominance and control, the black man interaction and dynamic, bro. I think if The Wire, bro. I think that right there is a great fucking, you know what I mean?
Yeah, no, I mean The Wire. I like The Wire 100%. But now we got real people, right? If the disposition of us men is to be on high at all times and do a nigga dirty, or we jealous when somebody grinding or doing well, the fuck does that say? Like what type of disposition is that?
Hey man, crabs in the barrel mentality, man.
But that shit is crazy though.
I agree. But I think too comes with confidence, man. So a lot of people don't have confidence. A lot of people don't have they would rather blame somebody else for their lack of success than hold themselves accountable. So the easiest thing to do is, you know what I mean, make somebody else a target, and
What you think, Aaron? Is men's natural inclination? I understand being competitive, right? But then to hate on someone, to find a way to cause an issue with somebody, to paint narratives, right? To take somebody's life, right? Jealousy, real like are we competitive or are we emotional? Are we jealous? Like which one is it actually?
So when you say the phrase absolute power corrupts absolutely, I think absolute power has a certain magnetism to it. And when you get close in proximity to absolute power, it starts to pull you towards it, and you start doing shit that's uncharacteristic. And I think that most people that are at the very top, I'm talking about like the tip of the iceberg in any particular arena, there's a level of narcissism that these people have, or I think there's a little sociopathic tendency that got them there. And when you are a close number two to the number one man, you're gonna get into some unsavory shit. I don't think it's an inherent component of men, period. I think it's a component of men that becomes toxic when you get near the top. I would say toxic competition. I mean, men are competitive, but competition can get toxic. Like you can start breaking the rules. You know what I mean? Like when you play sports, it's when you start playing dirty, especially if you're not going to get caught. But then when you're so powerful to the point where if you do get caught, the consequences are relatively small. You're going to play a dirty game. You know what I mean? No one's going to play honest when you can't play honest to get that far up. You got to fuck somebody. So you're going to be prone to it. But I don't think it's a component inherent to just men, period.
Okay. But we just, because we talk so much about relationships, right? But like you were mentioning, what's the initial disposition? So we have numbers, right? But we don't have the nuance in the numbers, meaning why we get to those numbers, right? So I was looking at these things, right? Each and every time I'm seeing the men who are doing, let's say, well for what they do, right? It's illegal, so we understand, right? They poison the community, all that stuff. But in terms of just people out here grinding and shit like that, they always getting backstabbed by other men. I mentioned this before. There was 2 cats. The girl lived, both of them died. One nigga died in the grass with his ass up in the air. The other nigga died over the sink, messing with the same chick. We say this all the time. You go to the hood right now, the first grave about $1, the next 2 about a woman. What's the actual mindset though? Because I liken that behavior to this behavior.
No, what you're talking about is just competition. That's just a duel to the death. You know what I mean? But this behavior is beyond competition. This is when you get to a point where you don't necessarily need anyone else, but the guy right beneath you who doesn't need anyone else either is gunning for your spot rather than being, I don't want to say content with where they're at, but it requires you to be really, really dirty to get that last rung on the ladder when you're that high up. Like it's in any arena, whatever it is, when you're at the precipice of that arena, like I said before, you had to have been somewhat of a sociopath and a narcissist to get there anyway. Now that you're almost there, you're the number 2 guy and the number 1 guy, and especially if you're in the number 1 guy's camp. Now it has to be competition, even if you're on his team. And the competition can be deadly because absolute power corrupts absolutely. And when you're in that close proximity to it, it has its magnetic effect that it has on you. You can't escape that. You don't have the you know what I mean? You don't have the speed to be able to escape that gravitational pull from that.
What you about to say, Mr. Fantastic?
No, I'm saying Aaron's hitting it. There's actually been studies done that suggest or lean towards a lot of the your top CEOs and things being psychopathic, right? Having traits of psychopathy. You have to. When you look at the hyper competitive people, your Jordans, your Kobe's, your Brady's, your you know what I'm saying, all these you hear the stories of other men tell about you, the level of competitiveness that they have just compared to everybody else is just like you wouldn't believe it. You know what I'm saying? Even outside of the sport. So but the thing is though, I think for most people don't qualify there. I think unfortunately for a lot of people it's just jealousy. And like I said, it's because it's very, very few Fortune 500 CEOs or Michael Jordans and and so on and so forth. But for most people, I think people hate to have to face their inadequacies through the mirror of looking at somebody else, especially somebody that they see as their equal, right? This is why whenever you go back home, I remember when you used to in high school and this and that and people will always refer to you where, they want to bring you to their level if they know they're not on yours.
Yeah, no, yeah, I certainly understand it, and we see the jealousy rear its head, or people will make excuses for either poor behavior or lack thereof, right? We often hear it. And if somebody lacks, right, even the person who may be a little bit higher on the totem pole will disparage with the things that we seemingly qualify ourselves with. Do you think us as men think money is what proves us to be great the most?
In this time society, I mean, that's a big part of it.
You think it's the biggest part?
Yeah, I mean, your physical prowess and your intelligence, two of the things that would set you apart back in the day, no longer, hold the same weight, because now anybody can be smart with a smartphone, and you have machines and things now. You feel me? Most people aren't, like I said, my bad, go ahead, Aaron.
No, I was going to say, and let's just entertain the idea that it isn't. Let's just say that is not. How do you measure it? The dollar bill just gives you increments along the ruler to be able to measure anyway.
Yeah.
Now, what does that do to a man's disposition if money is the proof that he's great? Does money become a god? If so, where does loyalty go? Where does disrespect lie?
I'm glad you said a god and not God.
Oh yeah,
because that's what happens though. You see the difference?
Oh
So
yeah,
yes.
100%.
Well, no, hey, I'm glad you made that distinction. So no, I agree 1,000% now. A God, yes. Yeah, no, you're right. Hey, shout out to Aaron. Yeah, that's a great point. So a God, yes, it kind of has to be. You know what I'm saying? Because shout out to the Bible. Money solves all things, right? So you have to have it in order to operate. So to a degree, yeah, it has to be a God for you, because like I said, it's a measuring stick, and it allows you to move around in the world.
I don't know if because here's the thing, right? What are we willing to sacrifice? What are motherfuckers willing to do for $1? What I realize is we talk about the women quite often about their disposition being negative, but then I'm thinking about the things that we say prove ourselves and what we're willing to do for the money, right? So I don't think it should be a God. I know it's a great tool, you know. But now it becomes a man's proof of how good of a man, how valuable of a man he is, right? And then what happens is our counterpart will weaponize the fact that I do or don't have money to say whether I'm good, whether I'm great or not, and we don't like it. You see? So it's cognitive dissonance. I'm trying to process it. When you sent that message, Aaron, I'm thinking like, how do we actually think through and process this shit? Right? Because what I wonder is, what do we actually do to ourselves? Right? What consequences do we actually bring on ourselves? Right? Even before we get to the women. What is our measuring rod pause amongst each other? And then when they do it, right now it's like, oh, I should be good. But I don't even think he good if he don't got no money either. You feel me? So if Mr. Fantastic broke to me, my first insult, shut up, broke nigga. You can't come here. You can't go there. You can't do this. You can't do that, right? And then the women will say, I ain't dating no broke nigga. Nigga, it's 40,000 extra dollars. Why wouldn't you accept that? Right? Because me and Mr. Fantastic can't go out together if he making $40,000 a year. Right? Because he become a liability. Niggas can't get in the club. Niggas want to know how much the bottles is. And I'm just being hypothetical about this, obviously, right?
Mm-hmm.
When we was in Philly, Mr. Fantastic didn't even eat and pay for everybody's food, right? So obviously I'm not being but you see, this is the mindset. So where does this shit start?
That's a good question. I think it starts right after survival is taken care of. Once survival became kind of it moved from being an imperative to a guarantee.
Mm-hmm.
It starts there. It started at the point where everything is now gravy. Everything's icing on the cake.
Mm-hmm.
And now we get to measuring icing, gravy.
Mm.
And we can become it can get real toxic in that space because nobody's survival is predicated on it. When when my survival's on the line, your survival's on the line, I can't insult you with shut up, dead nigga.
Mm-hmm.
Either A, because you dead, or B, because I need you for my survival, or you need me for yours. And even if I don't need you for mine and you need me for yours, I can leverage that and keep you alive. But now I can't insult you with being dead because your survival is predicated on what I do. See what I'm saying? There's a mutual need and a mutual benefit to us being here. And when that need is no longer met, then that means both have failed. But once your survival is guaranteed, where everything else is recreational, that's when toxic competition seeps in.
Mm.
You don't need it anyway. I'm coming for it. If you needed it so bad, you would have protected it a little better. You did all the work to grab it and keep it. Why would I do all that work? I'll just snatch it off you. You ain't no better than me.
Mm-hmm. 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 Okay. Yeah. What you think, Mr. Fantastic? I know I was kind of long-winded what I was laying out.
No, it's cool. Yeah, man. The money part plays such a part because
Mr. Fantastic. All right, you trying to remember what I said. Let me ask you a better question. Let me ask you a better question.
What Aaron said, because Aaron laid out the point of like he ran into something I wanted to bring up.
All right, go ahead.
So the survival aspect of it is very, very important. Human beings are naturally lazy. So the shortest distance, right? The easiest way to do something. People gotta forget, bro. We're not even. I think we're not even 400 years removed from the life expectancy being like 35. I think I looked it up. So now you got all this extra time, and people really you're not faced with anything. So when the money comes into play, right? Okay, yeah, you got money, I got money, I need money, all these different things. But at the same time, shit, I got time. I've doubled my time. In less than half a century, it used to be 35 years, nigga. Hey, you gotta fucking dodge swords, you gotta dodge motherfucking bears, you gotta dodge the black plague. Now you gotta worry about none of that shit now. Like, hey, you wake up, you know what I'm saying, and don't die. You know what I'm saying? You like other than a nigga shooting you or some shit. So I think it's just a lot more time. And then, like you said, life being made easier by all the other things. You don't gotta kill your food no more. It is done for you. That's why we fat as fuck. That's why we say men aren't men. Motherfucker, you ain't gotta lift no fucking bales of hay. You ain't gotta go out and plow no fields. You feel me? If you wanna be in shape, if you wanna lift weights, that's recreational at this point. It's not something that's naturally done because you have to work your body in order to survive. So I think the money on top of that is now, oh shit, well, I can sit in an air-conditioned room 8-10 hours, however many hours a fucking day, 40 hours a week, get paid to fucking do that shit, and then just shit on niggas.
I understand. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend, and tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. It's just crazy. It's almost like the easiest shit, the more disrespectful people are, but specifically niggas. I'm talking about us right now. I ain't talking about the women just yet, right? Like, that shit is crazy, man. One thing I thought of when we was talking about this money and respect, disrespect, etc., how it proves you. Hypergamy. This is a true or false statement. Hypergamy created by jealous niggas. Hypergamy created by niggas with no muscle. Right? Because it's often tied to money. And so if I got money, now I can level out with the big, strong, fast niggas. Right? I'm jealous of these men who got the physical prowess from way back when. I don't got access. But now, hey, I got the most money. I got access to women. And I understand that hypergamy has other parameters, right? But generally speaking, it's tied to money.
Yeah, like I said, so it's a security. So it's the easiest way of security, right? So like you said, no matter how strong that nigga is, hell, if he living in a fucking hut and you got a fucking mansion or a castle or some shit, what the fuck she gonna pick?
The mansion or the castle.
Exactly. So that's what I'm saying. Yeah, nigga, it sounds good, whatever. But women like comfort even more than men do. You feel me? So if I ain't gotta, fend for myself and I ain't gotta pick no berries and none of this shit, we got servants and maids and I'm taking milk baths versus motherfucking hoping I don't run into a fucking fox or a wolf down at the creek. I mean, what you gonna choose?
Marcus with the $5 says, "What's good, my brothers on the panel?" King, what do you say? King Hurts, what do you say? Finals. Yeah. Oh, Hurts. I'm Hurts. King Hurts, finals MVP. Man, I'm glad he got that shit. His boring ass. Black King was popping. He said, "Hamp!" Exclamation point. I know this ain't the show, but I need you to play that. I played it last night too.
Shit like that.
All right, I'm gonna see if I can find it real quick. I know I'm gonna have to edit out a little bit of that Super Bowl shit anyway. So I'll see if I can find it real quick, man. Salute to my brother Black King for the first 20 ball of the. Oh shit. Didn't fit. Marcus Evans with the $5 says Jalen Hurts is now the 4th black quarterback to win the Super Bowl. Let that sink in for a second. That's a fact, man. Damn, that's crazy. Aaron with the $10 says Drake started acting light skinned, got mad at the Control freestyle. They've been throwing shots since 2013. And Dot said saying something else is lit. Drake said something on FPS and now it's up. Okay. Thank you for the history lesson. Aaron with the $2 Hamp, you have to watch the What's the Dirt video. Okay. Rainbow Kid with the $5 got gay niggas ready to switch like Gravano, turn that mob nigga to a snitch. Foxy Brown. Caesar, what up? Caesar the Tony Ball says our pain is great. He always talks about not making much money over his lifetime. I will never be measured by money. And it never used to be this way in the past for black people. Money did not make the man and make the man in yesterday year for us. I don't know, man. I don't know, right? Because we say that, right? But then we have to reconcile that with the government assistance that came in, right? And one of the arguments was, I think we played it on this show specifically, was the fact that men said, okay, well, I might as well go ahead and leave if the if the government is able to supplement the family better than the money I can make. I remember I played that video. What did we do it? Did we play that? There was a lady saying the supplement from the government is more than what he can provide.
Yeah.
So there was an argument made that the men moved out the way because it made the most sense. So I don't know, man. I don't know. It's just interesting to me. It's just interesting. Hit the like button, hit the like button, hit the like button. Do you think that we as men show each other enough respect?
No.
And if not, does that open a doorway to being disrespected by the other gender?
Ultimately, no.
You said mostly no, or ultimately?
Well, this is what I'm saying. So the fact of the matter that women understand the dynamic of a man and the danger that's entailed in a man keeps them from, disrespecting men, or at least it's supposed to.
But
so like you don't, it's like my bad. Go ahead.
Well, what I'm saying is, because before you go too much further, the world ain't the same, right? You don't got to kill your own food anymore. They could call other men to protect them from the men that they disrespecting, right? So it's almost like that notion don't even make sense. We're taught since time immemorial, don't hit women, right? The women know that also, right? It's not a brutal world anymore in the same way,
No, yeah, we're taught that, but other cultures of men, we got to look outside of us.
Well, let's stay here though. Let's stay in the U.S.
All right, so we talk. So even like U.S., we just talking strictly U.S. and so on and so forth, right? Still, women are supposed to see men as threats, or at least they claim they are. That's why they bring up femicide rates and they bring up all these things and DV and abuse and all these different things, right? So if you're telling me that these men are so dangerous to the point of where you want to call out, DV and femicide, well, at the same time, you're supposed to understand that if you disrespect that man, it might cost you your life. So either they're just talking to push the narrative, or they're, they're going against the, the dangerous nature of, putting yourself in harm's way by disrespecting somebody that can hurt you.
No, I mean, I understand about like the talking points, right? Like what you are acknowledging, but now we just talking, right? We generally speak about the unbecoming behavior because the threat of violence is either misunderstood, to your point, or doesn't exist, right? Men told me, right, because we're talking about respect. Men told me that if they wife was getting rammed in their house, they would walk out the house because they got too much to lose. I think that too much to lose is oftentimes money, right? I'm going to get disrespected because I'm not going to lose my job over a word. There's more fish in the sea and all this other shit. It's just like, yo, do we understand how weak that sounds? And then if you got women who look at you for provision and protection and you saying shit like, no, I'm going to let you disrespect me in my house, in my bed, in my door, with my wife, like, how do we think that manifests in a so-called weaker vessel and we talking like that? That sounds crazy to me. If my father ever said, yes, I would let another nigga come in here, ramming my wife, and then I would just walk out the house, I would never look at him the same. Oh, sorry, Mom. You know what I'm saying? Right? Like, is it just me?
I don't agree with that. But at the same time, you got to understand what they're talking about, because do you crash out though? Do you crash out and just, hey, send both of them to Uncle Charles and now you got to sit down for the rest of your life? Do you do that?
Yes, right?
Oh, nigga. No, I'm not.
See, here's the thing, right? This right here.
Yeah. Well, I'm not. I don't think this is proper. I don't think this is proper. I don't think it's choosing that over manhood. I'm keeping my manhood. Now, I'm not saying I'm just gonna walk out. No, I mean, and do nothing. No, there will be a pound of flesh gained, but at the same time, I'm not finna motherfucking go that I can't take that nigga dick out that pussy, bro. Respectfully, okay? I can't undick.
Why you say respectfully?
I cannot undick my wife, Hemp. So now I'm about to go, Hemp. I'm about to do 2 life sentences over a hoe that wanted to fuck.
Nah, I got you. I understand, right? I'm just saying, right? But see, my brother Shad said it how he said it. I'm not even erasing that man's manhood, right? I'm just talking about respect, disrespect, the level of disrespect we willing to take, right? And I'm still talking about us. I ain't even start talking about as it even relates to women, but we could go there because I know people are gonna say, "Nah, yo, you can't get arrested. You got to go to jail. You got kids.
So
You
now
got all
you say
this shit."
what?
I get it.
So now, let's go there, right? So
All right, go ahead.
what's the rule? Hey, you don't check the nigga, you check your bitch. Now there's another. This is the layer though. The kicker or the killer is they in your bed in your house. Now that right there, something got to happen.
Something got to give. You know what I'm saying?
Something gonna happen. You know what I'm saying? But I'm still like to the point where I'm gonna take it to where now, even in that case, you feel me? I gotta, I mean. Yeah, I'm I'm gonna let the nigga because I ain't fighting no naked nigga. He about to put his drawers on at least. And now I'm finna whoop him. I'm definitely finna whoop him.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm not finna just, go grab the nigga, you know what I'm saying, snatch him up out the pussy and then, get my OJ on. What if I would have did it type shit? Nah. I got too much other shit to lose over a hole, man.
Damn. Nah, I understand, bro. I'm just looking at disrespect, like, and how much we allegedly value respect, right? When it comes to women specifically, right? Isn't that the one thing we say? Love, respect equals love to men, But now I got so many exceptions in which I'm willing to be disrespected for the sake of being locked up, for the sake of my money, whatever, for the sake of the kids. I'm not even saying that those are bad reasons to take disrespect, but then we place so much value on being respected by women, and yet we got all this other shit that we willing to be disrespected about. This what gives me a hard time. You see? Go ahead.
The respect is different. The respect that we want from women comes in the form of appreciation or serves the purpose of appreciation because they're supposed to be dependent on us and we're living up to, the expectation, and we're providing something for them. So in return, there's kind of a debt that's paid in the form of appreciation and respect. Whereas this guy in the street doesn't owe me anything, right? Mm-hmm. So he doesn't have to appreciate me for anything. I mean, it's still wrong to and I'm just minding it out, just looking at the way. I'm not, agreeing or right and wronging anything. I'm just looking at things as they are. The respect that we expect from men is not the same respect that we expect from women. Mm-hmm. I expect you to respect me because I'm formidable and capable. I expect you to respect me as a peer. I expect my wife to respect me out of appreciation and admiration because I've done something and I'm willing to do something for her. Fuck you, just don't fuck with me.
I don't know. I think a lot of that is human decency.
That's the crux of it. Yes, that's the foundation of all of it. Yes.
What y'all think about this, right? Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend, and tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. So, well, somebody made a good point in the chat. Well, not a good point. It's actually a consistent point, right? Niggas will go to jail over their chick, But I'll let that rest for a second. Why are we as men willing to take disrespect depending on the woman?
From the woman or from other men?
So depending on the women, we're willing to take a level of disrespect. Quite often, the more beautiful she is, the more grace she gets. Mm-hmm. So we'll take disrespect, right? But it's an absolute no-no if she got a kid.
for the same reason that we'll be more critical of the less attractive than we would be for the more attractive. Even though we might have something to criticize of the more attractive, we're going to be less critical of them because we don't want to run the risk of losing the potential opportunity to capitalize. You know why? You know why men don't tell women that they have bad shot? Like we've all heard women. Oh, you know, his bedroom game sucked, but no man has ever said really, genuinely, right? That's why women all think they got magical shot. You know why? Because we can't afford to lose the we want to keep hanging in the balance the opportunity to return just in case we experience the drought season.
So we let her disrespect.
Is better than no shot.
I need us to be niggas say they would die for their respect. That's no longer true, right? If I'm gonna let her disrespect that, I'm just speculating. So and then also,
so be more, I guess, be more specific or detailed with the disrespect, because what are we saying? Like, you know what I mean? Because I think there's a certain level of where, like, if she just talking back or whatever, we talking about like a bitch that's like, you know, mouthy, or we talking about a bitch that, like you said, she talking to other niggas in your face. What are we saying? Because I think every man has a line, even with the finest.
I seen niggas do that. I seen niggas let their woman figure out the situation, like if a man come and approach him and all that. Right? I've seen them, like one time so this me, right? I know her, but I ain't never messed with her or nothing, right? And she I'm ready, I'm about to DJ, right? So I'm going to the bar, I'm like rushing, and I bump into my accent. Oh, what's up, right? XYZ. I'm about to get on. Okay, yeah, I seen your flyer on the thing and all that. You know, just like that type of shit. Like she just followed me from DJing. And then a dude come up, but he just at the bar just chilling, but he kind of leaning that way, you know? And so I'm talking to her for like 3 minutes, which is 2 songs, right? But she just yeah, I like this. I might have this person getting married. I want to tell him that you could DJ, shit like that. And the dude just kind of like looking. We laugh, you know what I mean? Like it just awkward, you know? And I'm like, she didn't even acknowledge boy. And then once I was done talking, she like acknowledged him, whatever the case is. And then I had bumped into him. He's like, great set, you know, at the end. And then I found out they was like together and shit. That shit is like, it felt disrespectful to me. I'm bugging.
No, I agree. But like you said, that's the dynamic of him, and there's so many other things there. I think, like, if you are hyper competitive and you've been involved in anything, like, you know what I mean, organized or unorganized, you're familiar with violence, you have a different lens of things.
Mm-hmm.
And being that the majority of men now don't, right? Or they just get away from that and they never come back to it. Like they only play ball in college, they only play ball in high school or whatever for that. And then they put that shit down and never look back. They were never true competitors. I don't think most men are true competitors anymore. Because like I say, there's no need to be. So there's a lot of shit that we look at from as disrespect. You know what I mean? That most things are, nigga, I'm not worried about that shit. I'm not pressed, you know, so on and so forth. So
but it's fantastic, right? Let's be honest, Aaron, right? Disrespect is objective. How you take it is what you can control, right? So how you react to disrespect is subjective, right? But how you disrespect is objective, though. Like I don't like so like we was talking. Let's say kids slamming the door in anybody's house. Is that disrespectful?
Yeah.
It don't. Now, if your mom don't yell at you, it don't make it less disrespectful. Right?
Yeah, but that's what we're saying. If that kid's never been corrected, to them it's just like it's something that I'm allowed to do and it's something okay to do if I get mad. You feel me? So I think that's a lot of the things too. Where most people aren't checked. Most people, and like you said, to your point, going back to the original scenario you gave, a fine bitch is never checked. A fine bitch literally get away with murder. She talked to people crazy. She got a bad attitude. It's whatever. That's why when she run into a nigga, it's like, hold on, bitch, who the fuck you think you talking to? You know, she's taken aback and she's turned on because you know what I'm saying. She whoa,
turned on.
But that's the thing. Let's keep being honest, right? Who checking her?
Very few.
Very
1%.
few because they 1%, right? Because they thinking how Aaron said they thinking. I don't want to lose access to this box, right? But we'll take disrespect, right? But she absolutely eliminated because she got a kid. So niggas will make exceptions for shit that men used to say they die over, but now a kid is crossing the line. See, that ball, and I'm not saying you should accept the kid. I'm not even, you know what I mean? But I'm just looking at the barrier of entry. How respect was supposed to be, love is respect to men, but will be disrespected based on how beautiful she is or how much pussy we want to get. Think about that shit for a second. But then if she have a kid, oh hell no, my nigga, you bugging. But she just cuss you out at Target, my nigga. But she got male friends and you don't like that. Like I'm just trying to understand it in totality. You know what I'm saying? Go ahead.
I think the kid thing is a talking point to debunk. I think they hang on to that as a way to save face, as a way to say I have a line in the sand somewhere, so leave me alone about the fact that she cussed me out. You know what I mean? Like that's my line in the sand. When really that line ain't even in the sand, really.
Okay, but I'm more so looking at the disrespect, and the brothers made a good point. They say that maybe it's an unfair comparison. I think that I can understand that. I think it's a little bit of a cop, though, to be honest.
Well,
I mean, so it's a cop if we're saying if you already got kids, right? If you already got kids, it's a cop. But if not, I agree 1000%. I would never, if my son popped up with a chick that already had a kid at fucking 19 years old, or even up until like I say like 25 or so, I'm like, bro, what the fuck are you doing? You know what I'm saying? Like, what's wrong with you? Why?
Okay, cool. But yeah, so the kid is here. Okay, so your son, right? Would you rather him deal with a woman who has a child or a disrespectful woman?
I would rather him deal with a disrespectful woman.
Now look at this, right? Because you got money, responsibilities. It's a thankless job, right? In terms of being a stepfather, right? I understand those stereotypes, but now that doesn't reconcile when we say respect is love to men.
Mm-hmm.
When we say men will give up their life if you disrespect them. You can say if you disrespect me, we got a low level threat of violence for disrespect. But now we saying we want to live, say, hey, still go with the disrespectful woman because you're going to have to pay for that kid. He going to still love his daddy.
Yeah,
he going to get on your nerves, and then that's not your actual seed, right? Well, it's a thankless job. Nobody gives a fuck about stuff. I just want to understand this shit, right? Because respect.
I got you.
Go ahead.
1,000%. I got you. So I can. The reason why, because I went through the ladder.
Hold on a minute, I gotta go to the bathroom. Hold on. I'm gonna turn it up so I can hear you. Hold on. Go ahead.
All right, so I personally went through the whole situation of dealing with a woman with kids, i.e., that's how my kids came about the first time, how my sperm got stolen. Okay, so I don't want my son having to go through that pain of developing a relationship with a child, right? And then literally having that child snatched away from you out of anger, out of immaturity, out of whatever, so on and so forth. And this is a child that you took on as your own. And now, because your relationship has failed, right, which most relationships do, now not only do you lose a person that you were in a relationship with, but a child, bro. That's some pain you don't ever want to have to. And then even more so if you were there in the developing stages of that child, or where you develop a relationship with them, and that they're referring to you as dad, or they see you as a dad, and now this person that's a part of you, even though not biologically, is no longer a part of you. All right. If he just deals with a disrespectful woman and shit don't work out, hey, that bitch is, ding dong, the bitch is dead, and move on to the next one without all the extra other shit. But there's a lot of emotional attachment, man, when a kid is involved. And I would never wish that on my son to have to go through that shit, because I personally experienced it myself.
Okay. Now that I wasn't expecting you to say that. That was a different answer. I ain't gonna hold you. What do you think, Aaron?
I mean, if I had to give advice, I mean, I would say go with. See, when you're at a young age, I would just say hit the reset button when you're that young. But if you're at an age where dealing with women starts to become a little bit more inevitable, I would say go with the woman with children, as long as she doesn't have you know, a football team worth of children. That's different. But if she's got children, go with this one, because disrespect, here's the thing, disrespect is a choice. Having children doesn't necessarily guarantee disrespect. And what you do needs to be respected and appreciated, kids or not. So even with the woman that's disrespectful, that relationship has to end. It must, if she's going to remain that way, because then you give her children and she's disrespectful. That's worse than a respectful woman with children that aren't yours.
Damn. That's what I'm like. I just really want us to.
And now you're in a conundrum, because it's fuck you, you got to go, but now the kids are the tether, and they're gonna, and your life is still, you talking about the sadness of breaking up, you know, having to separate from kids that you've grown an affinity for. But separating a relationship with kids that you must remain attached to, that's not sadness, my friend. That's abject misery.
Yeah. That's not, yeah. That disrespect is a choice. It ain't gonna stop.
And if there's any indication that it is gonna stop, then it's no longer disrespect. It's just, you know what I mean? Like, if you can see a horizon to that, why count it?
It's the motor.
Yeah, but that's what I'm looking at it, right? So I'm looking at it just from odds, right? Most relationships fail. So let's say both of them fail. You lose a lot less for the disrespectful woman, or you always have the chance to have the turnaround. Now, she could have this come to Jesus moment, or this understanding, and she changes her behavior. Usually, like Aaron said, at younger ages than older. That bitch over 35, she is who she is. She ain't changing. Okay. But if we're talking younger, as to where she's never had a father, she's never been around men, so you don't understand what it is to respect the man, but she learns along the way. Cool, fine, that can be turned. But that kid is not yours. It's never going to be turned into your kid biologically. You feel me? So that's why I'm just saying, looking at everything from, ending stage or net what cost benefit analysis, you stand the least to lose, least to lose and most to gain in the situation where the chick don't got no kid.
Well, again, I'll agree that most relationships come to a close. The difference is the probability of a relationship with a woman that has children will come to a close exists because that's the probability. The one that comes to a close with a disrespectful woman came to a close because it must. What's the point in even engaging in it anyway? It's a waste of time.
Yeah. And again, we're trying to understand how much value respect actually has, or disrespect, because we talk about it so much, right? How respect is everything, respect is love, right? And then when we have to actually mind it out, where does respect actually fall? How much disrespect are we actually willing to take in given situations? Over and over, I heard men say, hey, we're going to accept disrespect for what they deem a greater good, which I understand the logic, but now I'm just questioning the importance of respect.
Well, that's a difficult math problem. See, respect, you're right, it's objective and our response to it is subjective, but it's also comes in like denominations, like money, right? Like there are levels of respect. And make no mistake, respect is, I don't want to say it's for sale, but it is an exchangeable commodity among men. I'll give you an example. Both Fantastic and I went to boot camp. Do you think we weren't disrespected? You yourself became a Greek. The process of becoming a Greek, you did not encounter disrespect? Of course we did. We did it but in exchange for the training and title of something that we believed in that would benefit us and has benefited us. We were right for it. We were absolutely correct for those decisions. But we had to accept a level of, now what level of disrespect? Where our drill instructors and where what are your superiors called when you're in the before you cross?
You got deans.
Right. Are we going to let them, you know, if we're married, are we going to let them run up in the old? No, that kind of disrespect. No. But disrespect nonetheless, you're allowed to say things and do things to me that some cat just off the street or even in my friend circle is not allowed to do. We've essentially sold some level of respect in exchange for a title and training and belonging.
Yeah, but intentionally.
Yes. Yeah, of course. Yes. But that's what I'm saying.
But there's a benefit on the other side of going through that process, right?
Right.
You strip away a lot of stuff that you thought you needed, right? And you learn how to discern situations, right? You have a different calm or understanding about you when shit really hits the fan. Because at some level, right, you've submitted yourself to that.
Yes.
You know?
But that's the point. This respect comes in different levels.
Mm-hmm.
And all respect is not something that we seize with, you know what I mean, the strength of our life. We'll let it go in exchange for something.
Yeah. Trevor, what up, kid? With the $5 says valid point. Hamp never view disrespect from that point of view. Good. Naked, what up though? With the $5 says Hamp trying to make niggas choose between fire and lava. Yo, all right, I'm just asking, bro. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend, hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. Now, this is the point where, and I know the rebuttal is that it's a biological imperative and you're never going to be able to change it because it's been like this in time immemorial. But I'm just thinking about respect as in-depthly as possible. Salute the Reaper. He sent me this clip here. Let me show y'all this. I ain't even watch it yet, but it looked interesting on the title.
More than we love sex. Hate, disrespect. Men hate, disrespect more than we love sex.
I believe that 100%.
I want the sisters out there. I know you got it. I'm gonna say it again because there are a couple of sisters out there who are just getting this. Men hate, disrespect more than we love sex. So if we hate, disrespect even more than we love sex, how much do you think we love respect?
Right.
And let me tell you something. I can hear a couple of sisters right now going, well, what if I ain't got nothing to respect him for? Okay, my sister.
Because you know they about to say that.
I can already
what if he
hear it.
disrespect
What
me?
if he disrespect me? First of all, my sis, if he's unworthy of your respect, my question to you is, why are you disrespecting yourself by having him in your life?
What y'all think?
Yeah, I don't know who the fuck I'm speaking for. Niggas don't hate disrespect more than they love that pussy. I can tell you that for sure. Like you said, henceforth, that's why niggas will tolerate disrespect for the pussy. So yeah, and that's him. Who is Buddy? I know his face, but I don't. He either was an actor or he's like an old actor or like a TV show host or some shit.
He got one of them faces though. He looked like Montel.
I remember who he was. He was a light skinned nigga. He used to have like a curly fade or some shit. But I can't remember what show he was affiliated with. It was either a TV show or he was like a BET channel fucking host or some shit.
I don't know who he is. I don't know who he is, but somebody told me. But you disagree with him, right?
Hell yeah.
Largely.
That's what I'm saying, fellas. Right? Yo, respect. We talk about it so much, right? But then we will justify, and I'm saying it, and I'm not saying justify like making an excuse for it, although it could be. I'm saying we can't control our natural proclivities, right? For sex and things of that nature, right? But then we say respect is so valuable, but then she could disrespect us, give us some cheeks, and we take it. because she's so beautiful, we allow more disrespect than normally we would.
Well, so that goes back to what I was saying about respect being a commodity we're willing to exchange. I think what we have to look at is three things. How fine is she? How inept or destitute is he? And that will you take those things and you'll find out what level of respect he's willing to exchange. You know what I mean? If she's a 3 and he's a really wealthy cat, you know, if he's got charisma and everything, he's not going to tolerate much disrespect at all, if any. But if she's like a 9 and this guy is body count 2 away from being a lifetime incel, he's going to tolerate and accept some you know what I mean? You got to look at both.
No, 100%. But we talking about average people. On average, men are taking disrespect for box.
Yeah, there's a level of it, sure. Which is why I don't agree with that guy was saying. There's a level of it. Now, there is a point where that goes out the window too. And this is starting to sound some as shit. But to make the point, yes, you're right. There is it's not an absolute where sex will never trump acceptance of disrespect. That's not the case.
I think the majority, like you said, largely niggas niggas value sex more than respect.
Largely, yeah.
And we complain about getting disrespected.
Yeah.
Do you see what do you hit like what we? It's fantastic. Look at the math on this. Niggas love sex more than being respected. Yo, but then we cry about being disrespected.
I think it only applies when it's like other men, because like you said, that could possibly come with violence, or you're a downgrade amongst other men, right? So if you see a chick, whatever, oh fuck you, nigga, la, 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 you look, hey, she wilding. Like that bitch wilding, she disrespectful, she whatever, so on and so forth, cool, fine. But for nigga, oh bitch ass, puss ass nigga, you ain't gonna fucking do shit. Now that's the problem. That requires immediate response. So I think that's what it is, comparing where the disrespect is coming from. Because if it's coming from a man, you have to respond. But if it's a woman, like nobody really, sees it the same. And like you said, like Aaron, assessed earlier, ultimately we understand, especially the badder she is, like shit, that bitch bad. So I feel for him. I understand, my nigga. I understand. You know what I'm saying? I don't agree, but I understand. I think that's how we look at it mostly. Yeah. Water seeks his own level. You got anything, Aaron?
No, I mean, I'm just right now, I'm just thinking about like Maslow's hierarchy of needs, and I'm trying to figure out where does the biological imperative to procreate fit against respect, which is the esteem portion, right, of the pyramid, which is the second one from the top. I think the biological imperative to procreate should be in the physiological portion, which is the very bottom, the most important, and if not, maybe above that. But I'm just trying, because it was never clearly defined. You see what I'm getting at? I'm trying to figure out how that works, because then that will kind of explain it.
Well, yeah, I think, like you said, we're trying to do the math. The ultimate equation is, I guess, like, what won't men do for pussy, right? And
what
men
they
have
do?
tried and died over, the pursuit of vagina. So, I mean, as men will
say that again. What won't men do? And then what was after that?
Yeah, I mean, men have died in pursuit of vagina. And I was gonna say that I guess this is going to my earlier analogy. Like, one is I gotta do this shit when men are involved, but with women, it's something that I want to do this shit. Because, like you said, I'm not, disrespecting a man or dealing with a man that's disrespecting me. necessarily because I want to do it. You know, even if the motherfucker, you know, if it's John Jones, I gotta say something. You feel me? I don't want to do that shit. I'm probably gonna get fucking mauled, but at least I got fucking mauled as a man versus just, you know, tucking my tail and fucking running. So I'm gonna probably pay for this shit. It's gonna hurt, but I gotta do this. But for the woman, hey, fuck this shit, baby. There's a reward at the end of this one. You know what I'm saying? The other one is, even if it's, you know, immediate danger and punishment, hey, grit your teeth, nigga, and bear it. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? Try to take as least damage as possible. But on the other end, it's like, hey, shit, you know, like what Ice Cube said, hey, picked up the girl, been trying to fuck since the 12th grade. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? You get your eyes set on that pussy prize, man, and hey, niggas need to do a lot of extra shit, man.
I got you, man. I just get concerned. You know what I'm saying? So let me ask this question. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend and tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. So look, now this one right here, right? When we talk about loyalty, who's more loyal? Us or them?
To who?
Us.
Men are still definitely more loyal.
Men are willing to do whatever for pussy, though.
No, men not just pussy. Men are willing to do whatever for the people that they find important, and it's usually no requirement for it, right?
Mm-hmm.
So a woman is only there as long as the resources are there, or the protection, or whatever it is, or she feels she's entertained and everything feels fun, right?
Well, but when niggas is knocked, right, and we go to the extreme example, right? So you could disqualify it, I understand. But when niggas is knocked, it be women holding them down.
Allegedly. Are the majority of women holding them down?
Yeah.
Majority, minority.
Just when you knock and you talking to cats who also knock, it be women holding them down. Real shit.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Yeah, she's holding them down as so he knows. But she's definitely out here getting some motherfucking, you know, free nigga dick, bro. Pause.
I'm talking about commissary. I'm talking about visits. If you got conjugals, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but at the same time, like you said, right? So what is that?
She boofing shit, all that. Do y'all use that terminology?
I don't know what the fuck boofing is unless you talk boosting.
Like she be putting stuff like in her to like get it in there and shit.
Yeah, no. Yeah, see, I don't know nothing about that. Like, I still say that's a minority of women. I would still say that's the very vast minority of women, bro. I wouldn't even say that was like more than 25% at best.
Nah, bro.
You're not finna tell me. You're not finna tell me 50% of bitches dealing with niggas in jail is nah. Hell, no, nah.
I'm just telling you, yo, what be going,
especially when they fucking them boys in jail. So we don't want to get into that.
Come on, my nigga. Here you go with that shit, bro. Come on, man. God damn, man.
Just saying, man.
I'm just saying, bro. I don't know. I'm looking at it, right? Because competition runs the world, especially for men. You got jealousy, envy, all the niggas that we love so much, all the gangsters told on each other. Somebody always wants your spot, right? Even like if you take like social media, it's like people be waiting on people to crash. People be waiting on people to make a mistake. You know what I'm saying? I expect, right? Just because we looking at the stereotypes, you would expect that it'd be women leaning into all the gossip and shit, right? Just based on stereotypes. But that not be true. It's equal in terms of even niggas is gossiping. You know, and I get it's content, right? It's social media, so it's a different dynamic, right? But it just seems the line is like blurred, you know. And if we talk, because I know somebody, a couple people said it, no, it's capped in there. When I tell you it's not, I'm not lying to you. That's all I'm gonna say. That's all I'm gonna tell you. The women be holding it down, bro.
Well, loyalty, it just is expressed different. I don't know if one. It doesn't matter who it is. Loyalty is I would venture to say always propped up on like dependence. Like I'm loyal to you because I'm dependent on you for something. Like a woman, I don't expect her to be loyal to me in a firefight. I expect her ass to do 180 degrees, tuck tail, and book it out of here. I expect you two gentlemen to pick up a firearm and send rounds down range. I'm not expecting y'all to put money on my books. I'm expecting, because that's just the way that they express their, they take care of one another. It's a care thing, you know what I mean? But who's more loyal, one or the other? I need you and you need me for survival out here on the battlefield. She needs me for survival in the protection and provision category. So she's going to make sure that I'm taken care of. See, when I'm in the clink, you don't need me to be out. She does. But once I'm out here, you need me to stay out.
So everyday life.
Who's more loyal?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's circumstantial. I was only going off of your incarceration example, but in everyday life, it really would depend on the relationship. A man's wife should be the most loyal person in his life. But until you wed a woman, what kind of loyalty can you expect from a woman?
So you think it's not even close? You think men are more loyal?
For once in my life, I can truly say I don't know.
You think a nigga is more prone to try to smash your woman than the other way around?
The other way around would be my woman smashing somebody else.
Trying.
Yeah, I don't.
Do you think do y'all let niggas go in your house unattended? Can your ladies have male friends? Is niggas always trying to fuck? If niggas is willing to get disrespected for sex, if he's willing to take disrespect for himself, why would he not disrespect you in the same process?
Because the woman in pursuit, he's in pursuit of.
Okay.
So, all right. So I see what you're saying. So, for example, look at this, right?
Sure.
Let's say we're out,
okay,
and you've expressed interest in, approaching this woman. I should hands off, right? I should not approach her.
The woman,
but I'm probably going to. That's still disrespectful. But I think there's a line where men don't cross, as long as the men have the relationship, to not cross it. like if your brother, your blood brother, has a wife, do you think men are going to go for that? By and large.
What do you mean?
Nothing's an absolute.
What do you mean? Go for what?
His wife, his woman. A man's brother is going to go for his sister-in-law.
Have you watched Maury?
No. He seeks out those. That's a hand-picked scenario. He's sifting for gold there. I'm talking about by and large. I understand it's not an absolute, but just overall, do you think a man will go for his?
I want to say no.
Do you have any evidence that will say yes, other than Maury?
No. Just looking in
your heart of hearts, just belief, just how how the people.
I want to say no that a dude went and smashed his brother's wife. I want to say no.
So there's a line somewhere where that goes away.
Yeah, that's your brother. I get it, right? But you have less brothers than men, right? I only have 3 brothers, right? But I know thousands of men.
Yeah, no, and I'm not saying that those thousands of men should be no. That's what I'm saying. A very, 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 very select few. I don't have any brothers. I'm an only child. But the men that I know that I would allow in that situation probably is about the same as the amount of brothers you have.
But that's what I'm saying, though, right? We just uncovered dude was bugging in the clip, right?
Yeah.
Sex is more valuable than respect.
Yeah,
right?
but that's not an absolute.
100%, right? We're looking at the majorities.
Yes, correct.
Now, let me ask you, right? Because we looking at loyalty.
Yes.
Test it. Tell your shorty, text a dude that's supposed to be your man and tempt them. Majority of niggas gonna pass the test.
You mean in my world or in the world?
Aaron, you got a bro. Come on, you know what I'm asking.
No, I would say then no. If they meet the criteria.
Yo, man, put your drawers back under your jeans, bro. I know the Eagles just won. Put your drawers back on regular.
Then I'll say the answer is no. Yeah, they will pass the test for the same reason you just said no.
Mr. Fantastic.
Criteria would have to be the same.
The criteria is the criteria.
Right.
Like,
so yes.
The majority of cats gonna say no.
Yeah, man.
Criteria, yes.
Yeah, no.
You just said it yourself.
No. Most
majority
niggas
of cats, period. No, hell no. I'm not talking about the majority of people, though. I'm talking about a very exclusive population of people.
But it's negligible.
But he's talking about homeboys.
But why are we talking about But why are we talking about a number that's negligible? Are we talking about the minority?
But why the majority? No, but I wouldn't even. You're not supposed to be in the room with her alone with the majority.
No, I'm saying though. But we talking about you got an inner circle, wolf pack. You got friends. You got people you know. You got associates.
Yeah.
If she texts son, what you think most niggas is doing?
Going.
They
flip it.
They mossing that shit.
They're going.
Most men, no. Most women, if the dude, hold on, how would that work? So the dude would text the girl would text the dude.
yeah. So
text the girl.
Yeah, I'm just saying, vice versa, right? So essentially,
yeah, but no, that. Come on,
we understand the reasons, right? Access and things of that nature, right?
Yeah.
But the fact is, it would be no for them, yes for us.
Yeah, but that's from a biological, sociological aspect.
But god damn it, Mr. Fantastic, though. Think about it, right? Our biology is so strong, we willing to backstab, lie, kill. Hold on, let me go down the list. If you don't mind. Because of our biology so strong, we willing to backstab, lie, kill, and be disrespected because of our biological imperative, right? And then in turn, we say respect is love to a man. This is fucking crazy, bro.
Yeah, but that's why I always bring this shit up, man. I don't think people understand just how strong a fucking biological imperative is. Especially like you said, when your system is the one to where you are the person that has to pursue and have to hunt, bro. It's literally like I'm telling you, that's how it is. So so for the woman to accept the best suitor, right? Used to be just physiological, biological standpoint. It gives her the best chance of the healthiest offspring, and then of course the one that can protect her the best, right? So now, like going back to what Aaron said earlier, once we make everything easier, microwavable, and you don't have to do any of that shit no more. Now, you know what I'm saying? Because if back in the day, if everything goes to shit now, the bigger, stronger nigga is gonna get picked every time. If we want to strip all of this societal shit away and just make it strictly survival of the fittest and so on and so forth, the bitches will be worse than the niggas, actually 1,000 times worse.
And you want to know something else? The cost of being disrespected is not the same as the cost that you have to pay for disrespecting. A man going at another man's wife is a level of disrespect that has a deadly price tag. But the cost of having to deal with disrespect from a woman just to get the shot is not as expensive. There's an additional loss to be suffered for a man to be It's one thing to be self sabotaging, and it's another to be reckless, dangerous.
Yeah, motherfucking masochistic.
You looking for it.
Yeah, but okay, I understand. Now, but before you finish, Aaron, it's fantastic. If we have to rewind to the Stone Age, that's unfair to say then they would do. We ain't there.
I understand that, but that's what I'm saying. But that's so just like I gave credence to the.
But let me just finish it. But now that the level, you see, I'm showing off. I got my arm up, my shoulder. The level now that things are more level because of the technological advancements and the structure of society. Now let's look at respect and stay there. Men are willing to disrespect each other more, take disrespect off of vagina. That's bro. And then we want respect. And we say respect is love. This is broken. How are we gonna give the youngins real life solution when everything we do it runs into each other?
Well, unfortunately, again, that's the complexities of fucking life and manhood, bro. You have to figure that shit out because I mean, if we could map everything out and fucking run a play, I mean, everything in a perfect world, sure, yeah. But that's what I'm saying, man. It all depends, and it's like a lot of shit is case by case basis. So, from the respect part, of like what Aaron was saying when it comes to men, like, hey, don't allow no nigga to disrespect you. And then at the same time, like you said, don't crash out and throw everything away over some shit that's not worth it. You feel what I'm saying? So it's two things. It's a lot of layered situations as to where you learn better, you do better, you get older, you live longer, you get wiser. There's going to be some shit you got to take in life, right? Everybody takes some shit in life, bro. And I think we've gotten too far away to the point where I'm trying to take no shit. Oh, nigga, you're gonna take some shit, my nigga.
You're gonna take some shit. Yeah, no, 100%. You can take some shit, but we're looking at the shit that we can control. What if I say biological imperative is a cop out?
You'd be wrong on every accord. Scientifically, sociologically, anthropologically, all of that. You just be wrong. Because otherwise,
it's a valid
explanation. Biological imperative.
It's a valid explanation that, if used frivolously, can be a cop out, but it is not a cop out.
Aaron, you've been running this line of fence some all show, and you acknowledged it. Why do you keep going?
Because because I don't want to make things an absolute. That's just as dangerous as some.
But we acknowledge some. We know that it exists in every single facet of every conversation. But let me ask you, a successful man is a disciplined man. Is that true?
For the most part.
Why can't you discipline your so-called biology? Especially when you want respect. You willing to sacrifice it for a biological imperative? The biological imperative, sex or to have kids?
Because the biological imperative is on the bottom rung of it. It's a survival mechanism. We discipline ourselves to be successful so that we can further adhere to our survival mechanisms and make them success. That's where success is. Your ability to ensure your survival mechanisms are being met and taken care of.
So you agree with Ms. Fantastic?
For the most part.
Damn. So we lack self-control.
No, I'm not saying it's not a lack of self-control. It's not a lack of self-control at all, because like I said, a lack of self-control would be like, niggas literally acting like dogs and just humping bitches walking down the street. That's not happening.
We're not animals.
Is that we well, actually we are. Humans are animals, just complex animals, but human beings are animals.
You know what I'm saying? We're not. That's why I agree. We're not animals.
Yeah, I feel you, but your decision to conform or not to conform is totally up to you. I could crash out in any second, just like any of us can. Any human being can say, fuck the rules, I'm gonna do what I want. People do it every single day.
But niggas don't, right? Niggas go to jail. All the toughest niggas in the world go to jail.
Yeah, but they in jail, they still broke the rules first.
So the jail is the consequence, not the action.
No, Mr. Fantastic. They folded when Jake came. They went in handcuffs.
Yeah, I feel you. Well, that's and I agree. That's actually something I say a lot too. So if you this murder, kill, nigga, I don't understand why you can't have, a good old OK Corral
shoot out with the Jakes.
Yeah, I don't understand it, but it is what it is. But I'm not just talking about that. I'm talking about, even the crazier shit, like hooking off, right? I mean, if you're willing to hook off with what's the names, I mean, I don't think you want to get in the shootout with the cops. But that's what I'm saying. I can just, say fuck it today, and I'm just walk through Walmart and start punching old ladies. I'm gonna go to jail.
You can go to jail.
That's what I'm saying. So no, you have decisions to make as a human being every day, whether or not you're going to play by the rules, quote unquote, or you're not. So when you bring up the animal scenario, yeah, I mean, you can say that we're not animals, but again, human beings have a natural thing to do whatever the fuck you want to do. It's just whether you decide to conform to social norms or not.
And the overwhelming majority conform, right?
Yeah.
And now again, so do we have to put away love is respect to men? Is that no longer true? Respect isn't the top of the totem pole. We don't care about disrespect. Disrespect is okay with us.
No,
I just think, like you said, it's gender specific. We've all agreed to that. We've all three said that.
What
is that? It's gender specific. I'm willing to put up with a woman doing something or saying something or whatever, not only out of the possible goal of vagina, but also she doesn't oppose a physical threat or a social embarrassment as much as a man do. You feel what I'm saying? Like the immediate response is there if a man challenges you publicly and bitch ass nigga, SMD, la la la, whatever. Something, you have to do something for the sake of your reputation and manhood, and just possible, I say, violence, because those are fighting words of all fighting words. If a woman is doing all this other shit, is just like that bitch just acting out, la la la, whatever, is not the same. So like I would definitely say it's fucking gender specific, bro.
So okay, but here's the thing, right? Is this respect? So let's say a dude wife cheat. I always say men leaving. I think that's more arguable than we give it credit for.
I would agree.
Men are leaving if people find out.
I would agree.
I don't think motherfuckers just running out the crib. I think the majority of men probably leave if people find out about it.
Yeah, if nobody knows other than her and the nigga that was the perpetrator, yeah, it's highly likely that he would stay. If everybody knows about it, though, he got to go. And I think you just gave us the perfect example. So I think you just gave us the perfect example.
Okay.
So embarrassment coupled with disrespect is a totally different level. And that's what I said. Now, that you just set up the perfect scenario that would be the equivalent for a man. So like, if say a nigga don't like me, a nigga mugging me and whatever, la la la, right? It's disrespect, but I only see you looking me in the eye, right? Now that nigga walk up to me, or pussy ass nigga, fuck nigga, la la la, or some shit, he press me. Now, you feel what I'm saying? That's a totally different story.
They force your hand, but think about the respect though, Mr. Fantastic. Because we want to make respect subjective, then intrinsically, what type of man are you that after she sleep with another nigga, you only stay as long as other people don't find out? You don't respect yourself and you don't care about being disrespected.
I agree 1000%, brother. Listen, hey, once that pussy gets a dick in it, it no longer fucking belongs to me, bitch. You can go ahead and it better been worth it. I'm out of there. That's me though. But then too, like you gotta say, what type of men are we dealing with? And this is why I say every man is not created equal. And I'm not saying it disrespectfully, but everybody has a different personality. Everybody has a different upbringing. And then, like you said, as time and shit go along and different, because I mean, I just don't. I know for a fact these younger cats aren't being taught that shit. And like you said, they're being bombarded with all this fucking bullshit, social media, TV, and la la la, whatever. So it's different.
Let me ask you something. What's the point in other than principle? What's the point in defending one's own respect or demanding it? Like, why don't you want a man disrespecting you?
I don't like it.
Or why can't he get away? Why can't you let him get away with disrespect?
I don't like it.
It can't be emotion, right? It's not because of an
Yeah,
emotion.
I don't like how it make me feel.
It's emotional for you. See, for me, it's the elimination of a precedent set that you can dominate me. That you, you know, you see what I'm saying? Like, I need to eliminate the perception that I can't afford to have my shit compromised. My ability to survive, my ability to exist.
Yeah, 100%.
Right?
I don't, but regardless, right? I don't like how disrespect makes me feel. Right? I don't like feeling disrespected. Now, how I handle it, and I've handled it in different ways, even with stoicism, right? To somebody was trying to be disrespectful, I respond in a way that make them look foolish, right? But I'll address it, but I don't have to be overt about it. Or I could be overt about it in a physical way. Like if a man and I were in person and they want to be disrespectful, it may escalate in a different way, but I'm able to calculate, but I still feel disrespect when it happens.
So what you just said was that you put you put priority on eliminating the precedent that disrespect sets. You're putting a priority of that over your emotion, because you can sidestep your emotion if it means getting the job done of solving disrespect. If being stoic is the path to stopping the disrespect, and that's what you'll do.
Yeah, whatever makes the most sense in that situation.
Exactly. So the priority is to eliminate the threat. The thing is, when a woman disrespects you, the threat looks different. Eliminating the disrespect might threaten the loss of what it is that you're trying to hang on to, and that's the ability to procreate. A man disrespecting you threatens your ability to keep your lunch money.
Yeah,
they both
food
are
in your
predicated
stomach,
on
food in
your
your stomach,
survival.
roof over your head. Yeah, your
Right.
belongings.
The cost
Yeah,
is different.
yeah, exactly.
Okay. I understand the cost. I just hear the demand for it so often. Okay. I just hear the cost and I hear the demand for it so often, and our response to it, and how we often qualify or disqualify women based on how much they will or won't respect us. And then our biological imperative says, I'm going to allow disrespect for the sake of it. If she's beautiful, she can get away with disrespecting us. But respect is supposed to be love to men. Do you just see, and I'm just saying, do you at the very least understand what I'm trying to mind out is without the baseline principle that we say is so important, but it fluctuates and it becomes so subjective. Is it even realistic to get what we asking for? Shit sound like it's difficult because the shit is all over the place.
No, I don't think it is. That is all over the place. I think
Right.
there's just like you said. Oh, my bad. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. My bad.
Oh, yeah. So no. So I don't think. I think like I said, most men really don't. Even though respect is love, most men ain't looking for love. Even though respect is love, most men ain't looking for love, baby. The only woman you really truly care about respecting you and so on and so forth is the woman you want to be with. And I would say, you know, maybe I was at max of the women that men deal with and approach and so on and so forth, which 100% of women that men approach are in hopes of sex. I would say maybe 25 to 30% of those are in hopes of something more. So if every, you know, only 3 out of the 10 women I approach are ones that I'm even considering, you know, and I want to have love from, the disrespect shit don't matter, because at the end of the day, baby, if you swallowing these kids, you no matter how disrespectful you being, I mean,
see, so Mr. Fintech, you know how many sets of cheeks I messed up? Me and my mans will go, it's like a 2-man, right? So boom, the girls is cool, we chilling. She start doing too much, I'm out, bro. In a heartbeat. Even when we was young, I'm like, huh? You said what? Da-da-da. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know. Like, I used to get so irritated with them. Like, if they were doing too much.
All right.
And cheeks was imminent. I know I could have closed. But I'm like, you talking crazy. Like, you know, like, I don't know. I don't know, man. Go ahead, Aaron.
You have to understand what it's not that it's all over the place, but there are some things that make fall into conflict. Principle is what checks biological driven irresponsibility. Okay, let's just put that on the table first. Now, do you know why sex is so pleasurable to men? Because without it, we wouldn't do it. The idea of having to sacrifice our lives to be willing to protect and provide for offspring and deal with this little position compromising crumb snatcher that's going to be crying in the middle of the night, alerting the damn mountain lion as to where my shit is, eating up all my food, right? We would not have children, but something has to drive us to want to have children that usurps all of the potential dangers that they bring. That's why sex is such, the pleasure of it is it's inescapable. Now, that's the biological portion of our imperative to procreate. Principle is the psychological portion. Principle is what locks you into the responsibility of taking care of the seed that you brought into this world, which yet again is not something that would come natural to anyone. It's requiring you to sacrifice your own well-being just to see to it that this other little motherfucker is raised and survives and grows to be effective at doing the job that you're doing right now. Right? If it wasn't for your principle, you fuck this. I'm out of here. The cost is never worth it. The cost to benefit ratio is never worth it. To have your position compromised and your food eaten is never worth whatever the benefit of having a child is. But your principle is what fixes that solution. Your biological imperative of the pleasure of sex brings them here. Your principle makes you a good father to them. Without those things, we fuck them. Fuck them. You kidding? It's hard enough to survive for your own out here. Whether we are chasing buffalo and saber-tooth tigers or getting W-2 checks, either way. In this economy, it's just as hard as it was with the damn woolly mammoth.
Hey, hold on. Hey, Robo, you gotta get on camera, kid. You gotta get on camera. You get on camera, I'll bring you up. He said he about to drop some jewels. Go ahead. Hey, get on camera, I'll bring you up. Okay, Aaron, I understand that. Was that sidebar?
No. What I'm trying to do is give meaning to biological imperative. Because you're saying the biological imperative is so powerful that it'll cause us to compromise things that exist in the world of principle. Respect and disrespect is not biological. It sets up precedent for things to happen in the biological world, but it's not biological. Sex is.
So
it's not principle.
Sex is, having kids isn't.
No, having kids is biological.
But we would only take care of them for principle. Because of principle.
Yes. There's very little biological imperative in you. That's what a woman's biological imperative to respond to a woman, a child crying. They're the one, that's the nurturing component. They're the ones that even have this clock that ticks.
Huh?
We ain't got that clock.
Aaron, no. Hell no. So the crying is annoying, right? But I'm not triggered by crying. Screaming, but I'm talking about pain from your kid. Like if let's say your kid is around the corner, they playing, somebody you hear a bang, they get hurt.
You're going to an extreme.
No, I'm talking about kids falling, kids getting hurt. I'm talking about just regular. Fathers jump, go see. Now, when I get there, I'm gonna assess, say, okay, all right, Chug, you know, but I'm going to at least see it. That's natural.
How? No, it's not. How were you there long enough for that kid to get into that situation without principle keeping you there? What I'm saying is, your biological imperative would have been to stick and then move. The kid wouldn't even see the kid being born. You'd be out of here. There's no, it is principle that locks you into the situation to be there long enough for the kid to even be born. That's what post-nut clarity is about. Once you fire your rocket, you're finished, my man.
We kind of aside from respect, but now we on the side of respect though. See, it's interesting, so I want to keep going, but I had to get back to the, you know what I mean? Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend, and tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. So, Robo, you had hit the link just before Mr. Williams. What's popping?
What's good, family?
How you?
Hey, bro. I'm doing fine, man. I just want to first and foremost, I want to thank you for allowing me on the panel, and
Yes,
then
sir.
I also want to, I want to speak to the panel and say, what's up, y'all? How y'all doing? Congratulations on any of y'all achievements y'all got going on. I don't know what y'all got going on, but y'all build it, and I'll be coming up here sometime.
No doubt. No doubt. You got the floor. What would you want to? You said you had some gems for us. What's popping?
Yeah, bro, fantastic, bro. Okay, bro, fantastic. This is my thing, bro. Cause he was talking about like niggas will put up with the disrespect. You know what I'm saying, for the pussy, and like to an extent, like that is how most niggas operate. But it's like niggas is starting to see, like, cause you gotta think, like, niggas out here got multiple baby mamas. These are the niggas that the women want, that they want. So they see in the size of women that a lot of niggas, they trying to get some pussy that they don't see. Like, and me personally, like, I come from the underdog position of getting women in my life. Like I always wasn't attractive. If some bitches would probably say, "Hey, you still not," but you know what I'm saying, I fuck bitches, so it don't really hurt my ego. Like a bitch can't hurt my ego, whether she bad or not. I done fuck bad bitches. I done fuck fat bitches. I done fuck tall bitches. I ain't that tall myself, so it's like I just look at it as like a lot of niggas be using this shit as a game. Like when it comes to the lies and the gossip, they talk like it's competition, but it's really just a nigga trying to get some pussy. Like I literally just recently had to deal with that at my job. Like a nigga gossiping with a girl, you see what I'm saying? And this nigga don't even know me from a hole in the wall. We got a good job opportunity. But because he was trying to get to the pussy, he joking me with her. Next thing I know, now they talking shit about me on the job. They talking shit to the supervisor. I'm just trying to come in there and work my job. But because this is how niggas is trying to get pussy, it's leading to all this other casualty, all this other fallout and shit. And that's just what I wanted to say.
Type of shit. So, what are you trying to tell Mr. Fantastic specifically? Like, you trying to tell him what? Like, what he's saying?
I'm saying what he said is true based on how niggas move, but the right way to move is to, if she disrespecting you, then you shouldn't be trying to, like, you should require respect as you fuck. Like that shouldn't be, oh well, she let me fuck, or oh she look good, so I'll let her get away with calling me a bitch ass nigga. You know what I'm saying? I'll let her get away with she ain't pick up her phone when I called her late at night. Like the little shit that niggas be doing today, it just be baffling me, because it's like, okay, yeah, most, like Fantastic said, most niggas will tolerate the disrespect, you know what I'm saying, for the pussy, but then when she cheat, how can you be surprised? Because she didn't probably said it in a way to you already before. Like, and it's just like, you know what I'm saying, it's just like being 100% honest with it. You know what I'm saying? Because coming from my perspective, a lot of niggas that hate a nigga like me, because me, for one, I ain't had but like 5-6 relationships, but I fucked a lot of bitches, so they would say that I'm creating broken homes, but really I don't got no kids yet. So a nigga could be mad because I'm fucking a lot of bitches that, oh, you breaking down the family household. But from my perspective, it's a lot of women that don't even want to be. I talk to a lot of, I work at the club. It's a lot of women. A girl just told me the other day, She got one kid, she don't want no more. So it's like a lot of women, niggas not even looking at it from what the women perspective is. Like niggas wanting a family, and it's like, okay, well, is that what your woman want? Is her friend still going out? Like, does she still want to go out? But you'll take her word when she gossip, and this where it ties in with the gossip and lie and tell you a story. Now you crashing out. Now you risking your life because you think that she care about you, but you know that she disrespect you at the same time. She can't love you if she don't respect you first. But that don't mean you can't fuck. But that don't mean you should not deal with her. Like, it's just shit. If you want to fuck, okay, but can you really take her seriously? It's like just being realistic with it though. That's all.
So you agree with Miss Fantastic?
I agree, but I kind of disagree. Because I agree that he's right. You know what I'm saying? He is right. No, I say I agree, just to not, be back and forth with it. I agree with what he said. He is right. But my solution is that niggas should require respect as well as, pussy. And that don't mean every nigga deserve respect, but once you start requiring it, it won't be so much women out here talking about how they cheating on niggas and they love doing it because they getting away with it. That's why it's fun for them, because niggas is letting them do it. So he is right. Niggas is tolerating the disrespect to fuck, but it's like, what does that cost for you? And then how long is she doing that to you? You know how many married men I talk to that tell me, hey, young boy, don't get married. Stay single. And it's like, and then motherfuckers, it's funny because then it's this reverse psychology where society won't look at you as put together unless you're married. But all the married men complaining. So what is we doing? You know what I'm saying? I'm just trying to get a reality because it's for me, it's like, I love women and I'm going to keep telling them the truth. But if I see that she got bad traits and bad behavior, I'm going to try to correct her. But if she don't listen to me and she get loud and she want to fight, then I got to let it's hands off. She could get other niggas involved and I'm not. Niggas got to start preserving their life. You know what I'm saying? Because it's like, what are you risking for this pussy? You tolerating disrespect. Why would you go out with a bitch that she half naked and you know that her baby daddy was an ex-killer and like he probably still do up to some shit, but you still fucking on her thinking that, oh yeah, this is my bad bitch. Like you put, and then when her baby daddy rob you, then motherfuckers gonna be like, oh well, you deserved it. You knew it was. So it's like, so what are you gonna do? It's just like niggas choosing it. This is why half niggas be like, oh, you deserve it. But it's like we can't. If you can't tell niggas they deserve what they get, but also not let them know like, hey, bro, women is promiscuous out here. Stop chasing love. Like, just figure these women out. Stop trying to appeal to her. If she don't want you, let her go. It's no hard feelings. Bitches change like they flimsy, like they change like the wind. One day she'll love you, the next day she got an attitude. Next week baby, I miss you. We know this.
Okay.
Perfect.
Miss Fantastic, you good, I guess? Shad, what's poppin'?
What's up, man?
What's goody?
Huge fan of the
Respect
show. I love these conversations y'all having.
Thank you, good brother.
I love watching Mr. Fantastic terrorize everybody, man. And I really appreciate you, him, just the way you moderate these conversations, man. It's a skill that a lot of men don't have. So
Thank
I
you,
appreciate
brother.
it. I want to say real quick, man, I feel like in a way that I think we have like an unhealthy relationship with respect in a way. You know what I mean? Particularly as black men. And I kind of understand it when I think about historically what we've been through in America. I remember watching a James Baldwin conversation with I think it was Nikki Giovanni. And she was talking about how black men were beating on women during that era. And James Baldwin said something that was kind of controversial, but I understood it. He was like, being a black man when in the world, we don't control anything. We don't have power. And a lot of times we take that out on the people closest to us. but he was talking in the context between men and women. But when I think about men, I think about respect. I don't know. I think we overvalue respect in a way. I think Aaron started to kind of touch on it a little bit.
Okay.
I feel like in a way we kind of overvalue respect because what are the tangible outcomes of being respected, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, look at all the great men who have existed and passed on, and we talk about them a little once in a while. But what does respect get us? I mean,
that's a great point.
The toughest nigga in the world. If your aim right, he out of here. Then what does that mean? He was the toughest nigga till he got his head blown off. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And then when it comes to women, I can just be transparent about my own life. After my last relationship, man, one thing, and I'm still trying to navigate this because I think like most men, I had this idea, I wanted my girl to be in line with my program, and I had these rules. But then I started understanding after I ended my last relationship, I'm like, man, if I got to control her, if I got to keep her away from all these possible mistakes, I don't know if I really need her. Because I know y'all might be familiar. There's a difference between like a finesse pimp and a gorilla pimp, right?
Yeah.
And the gorilla pimp got a strong going to make sure everything in line, but the finesse pimp goes like, "Hey, baby, here what the plan is. You can follow the plan, and you cannot." And I feel like that's kind of where I lean. I ain't really trying to control nobody and have all these rules, and I'm still trying to figure it out. This is a new concept for me because in my last relationship, I remember my issue when I went to therapy. When we went to therapy, that was my biggest issue. I don't feel respected. I don't feel respected. And I'm like, if I gotta like take it, if I gotta force you to give it to me, then I don't need you anyway.
Okay. So do you think that you're more likely to find a woman who's just going to have that baseline level of respect that's palatable? Or do you think that the finesse pimp tolerates the things as long as she gets the job done? So do you think that you're more likely to be more tolerable of disrespect? Or do you think that you're going to find a woman that will be mostly respectful?
Man, that's a really great question, Help. I think for me, what I do is I outline how I like this thing to go.
Yeah.
We sit down and talk about it. And you say you agree. I'm still observing, so you can use your words, but I'm still paying attention.
Mm-hmm.
Once I realize what the play is, if we're on the same page, let's rock. If we not, I feel you well, lady. Like it's cool. I'm just over trying to all this arguing and telling her what she gotta do. I'm too old for that, man. It's just like it's cool. I'm on the other side of it. I used to be them trying to fight, and I'm cool on it. I'm cool on that. Live. I'm not trying. You a grown woman. I'm not forced you to do nothing.
Shad, do you think that this Joko is popping? Do you think that this resonates with you? This saying here, and I think it could be used differently, but it's gonna seem hyperbolic, right? The person who cares the least controls the most in a relationship.
The person who cares the least. That's tricky. Let me think about that for a minute.
Because essentially, with the finesse, and as you let it marinate, right? Think about it, right? The finesse pimp, that nonchalant bravado, you confident, you ain't sweating this shit, right?
Mm-hmm.
She like, damn, I can't trigger this nigga. I can't get him to do, you know what I mean? And so now she want to get a rise out of you, pun intended.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm not saying care like you don't care about her, but you not sweating the small stuff. How does that resonate?
And when I said it, I might have oversimplified because it's not the idea of not caring. Again, it's more about communicating what my boundaries are, what my non-negotiables are, the things that I'm not willing to bend on. You know what I mean? I think one of my biggest mistakes in relationships early in life was assuming.
Mm-hmm.
And I heard something that was real powerful. Someone said relationships are built on agreements, not expectations.
Mm-hmm.
So I got these expectations because she's a woman. So I lay on that. And then when I get into the relationship, I'm starting to notice, wait, this ain't going nowhere because we ain't talked about it. So I'm the type of person, if I really am interested in you, I'm laying everything out. We talking about how much I want it. We talking about the finances. We talking about how we going to treat each other. We talking about child rearing. We talking about all these type of things before I start talking about a commitment. Because we go into it with the expectation that because she's a woman and because she was raised in church, she's gonna be this type of way. And for me personally, I can't speak for other men. That's failed me over and over and over again. We're gonna sit down and talk about this. Assume we're gonna get it right. I can't go with it no more. So it's not this type of like laissez-faire where it's like, oh no, babe, I'm cool with everything. It's more about like you're gonna understand what's happening, the rules of engagement before we go too far.
Yeah. Okay. Touche on that. Yeah. And that's what I meant when I was saying cares at least. Care is the hyperbolic word, right? But it's just like, listen, this is what I want. This is what I'm asking for.
Yeah.
I ain't gonna sweat you. I'm gonna just move around.
Because I tried to, and one more thing, and I'll chill out. Because I tried that nonchalant thing. My last relationship, my partner had a homeboy, the male friend thing that was a little, and I came into it because again, trying to be the finesse, like, I mean, it's good because if you play with me, I'm out of here. But then I started to see things. I'm like, wait a minute. But I had to get mad at myself because I'm like, well, I set the precedent where I was like, no, it's cool. Have your homeboy. But I knew something about it wasn't right. So I had to learn, no, man, you got to go ahead and speak on it up front.
Was it really not right?
Man, because I don't dig in too far. I would just say I don't think so. It's just certain things I just feel like, because I have women who are cool and I know how I operate. Nah, it was something to that. It was something to it.
Word.
But I played cool in the beginning. You know, I played cool, and that was an error on my part.
Yeah, 100%. Those beginning mistakes, it's like you be holding to them forever.
Yep.
Like, I fucked that up. You know what I'm saying?
I had to eat that.
Yeah.
I fucked it up for sure.
Yeah. Okay. Go ahead, Mr. Fitzpatrick. You unmuted. You wanted to say something?
No, I was saying, yeah, he gave like the perfect scenario. Like, so I think too, it comes with time, like time and age, like you said, man. It comes to a point in life where you just, bro, I ain't got time to argue, baby. Listen, I'm the best way for me to do it. Well, yeah, my nigga, in my relationships, I don't got time for that. That's why you niggas get it all. My arguing is 99.999% for the internet, my nigga. But nah, you know, I think he was saying that's a wonderful thing because that tells me just how much she's listening, just how much she cares. It's when I lay it out for her, and then I see her actions without me having to force her or having to constantly remind her and all this shit, right? If we serious, we think about locking in. I'm same shit. Hey, you want me to motherfucking put all this pussy to the side and only deal with yours? Listen, I got some motherfucking requirements. So it's this, and this. And the more you lock in and you do it without me having to remind you or whatever, and I see you being with the program, okay, got you. The more I'm serious I am, but trust me, believe, every time it's something that's not, I'm gonna check that motherfucker off. And then if I just, hey, baby, sorry, man, you know, look, we tried, it didn't work, and appreciate you for your time, and you know, nothing lasts forever.
Damn. So let's be honest, though. Not to say I'm not being honest. Sorry, Mr. Williams. You want to get in before I?
Yeah, I mean, they pretty much hit it. It's pretty much you just setting a standard, and you following your standard.
But okay, but we know niggas standards be bullshit.
Yeah, I know. I'm talking about when you really wanting it to where she's not gonna be disrespectful.
When you really want her, the standards are even less.
Yeah, but
niggas make adjustments. Niggas will turn a red flag into a yellow flag.
Yeah, and they goofy. Get rid of them. Don't take less. Don't never allow.
But what I'm saying, no, I hear you, right? I heard all of y'all, right? Shad said it, Fantastic said it, you saying it, you doubling down. But what happens when you get punched in your shit? What happened when the bullets start flying? They said in World War I and II, only 20% of niggas even shot their guns. So I get it, right? But she started to grow on you. Her breath don't stink. She pretty. It smell like water. All these things. Now you negotiating with yourself.
I done been there, done that.
No, but I'm just saying. No. Sorry, Ms. Wynn. I forgot we was on YouTube. Everybody else in the world who don't got their drawers on the outside of their pants. YouTube, you know, we got
talking
it right.
about in general. You talking about
in general. Not you. Yeah, I get it, man. They call you Super Williams. You know what I'm saying? I get that part.
Hell no.
Right. But you know, because we don't, you know, but what really happens, like what level of respect is okay? So you got 100% respect. If she's respectful, and shout out to the court because we was talking about this. If she's respectful 60% of the time, is that acceptable?
No.
You got life happening. She got her 28-day cycle. She got all these things. If you get 60% respect from that woman, is that okay? Because we already saying respect is negotiable, and then we willing to negotiate it ourselves just to get some cheeks. So we already lowering the expectation of respect intrinsically. That's too low, Shad?
I think the question is, what is the 40% of disrespect? Because
Anything you don't like, let's do this. We know what disrespect is, but people have different tolerance, right? So that 40% is all the shit that you think is disrespectful, Robo. That way we don't got to say, well, that's not bad. That whatever you think is in that 40%. You heard?
That's too
Too low.
That's too low. That's almost half. That's almost a half of the time you being disrespectful. No.
That's 10% away from half. Goddamn it, to be exact. That's the point cost.
I'm just saying, fellas, like you got all this shit happening. You got life. She got a cycle. You annoying. You getting fatter because you happy. All types of shit is happening, feel me? Like, what's the number?
I would say, okay, if we look at it, because if I know I'll be getting on tangents, so y'all forgive me. I don't be trying to do that shit. I just be trying to get my point in my mind.
It was your first time up. Is it your first time? Yeah, right? Up here, right? I think. Yeah,
definitely. I was gonna say that I think like as far as the respect, the sick, it depends what, because I still believe that a lot of men, even though they say they not, they is looking for love. That's why when they cheat on a girl, you know what I'm saying? Usually, let's look at the reasons why a lot of dudes cheat. Like a lot of dudes, they get with a girl that they really decided they was gonna be with for the rest of their life, and then over the time, it's like, she's not who I thought she was. And then you start stepping out with a woman that may be this stripper or some girl at work that she's probably giving you this kind of respect that your wife's not giving you, type shit. And this will cause, you know what I'm saying? And I think women, and I'm gonna just move on from that point as far as, and I'll cap that on men looking for love. And as for women, I would say they get in a relationship and they do have the ideal sometimes that, and this is a small minority of women that they are looking for. Now, I say a lot of women, the first man they choose, they want that man to be everything, but that man is just not everything. And then they be unwilling to let that man like go through his process. So as a result of them not wanting to wait, they start to hinder it. So then they step out and they fuck with a dude that got more money.
Okay.
And that's their love.
All right,
so it's
Robo. So directly with the question, what percentage of disrespect you willing to tolerate?
Thank you. So I say all that to say that when usually people, when they step out, they give their best self. So they be faithful, they be respectful, they, you know what I'm saying, they do whatever they partner asks them to, they get nasty. This is for the women. For the man, they buy whatever the woman wants. So I think that, you know, there is no really percentage, because if she fuck with you, if she like you, then she should just be respectful. Like she should want to be respectful to you because she really love you. She care about what you're doing for her. She know that you'll protect her. So it shouldn't be a percentage per se. Now we make mistakes, but if I was to put it on a percentage, maybe 80-20. And I don't think that would be too much, because it's like, why are we giving her so much room near, you know, we said 60% to be disrespectful, because that also come with consequences. That's what it only takes one interaction to lose your life. So in that 40%, we saying you could tolerate it, but you don't know if those interactions in that 40% could lead to the end of your life. So it's like, you see where I'm coming from with the 60-40?
Yeah, shit could get real quick, right? The more you're disrespectful in the earth, the more likely you'll be put in a bad situation. So yeah, I 100% understand that. All right, Robo, hold that thought. Shad, what you think? Huh?
So is there a difference between disrespect and what I don't like? Because I heard you say that. I just want to make sure for the sake of conversation.
Yeah, so don't like. What is a don't? So I don't like this, right? But see, my father was in the Marines, right? So he was a stickler on shit. So we go to the restaurant and the white people be like blowing their nose at the table. You ever seen them do that shit? They are wild, son. Y'all ever experienced that before? Like they be at their own table, feel me? But they blowing they know. My father get up, yo, he be so mad. This big ass nigga, I'm like, man, I'm you know what I'm saying? But see, that might be an objective disrespect, but they just do, you know, and they got their handkerchief and whatever the case is. That let's say we categorize that as something that I don't like. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
But disrespect is just like some shit you just know. So let's say I don't like and disrespect are different.
Okay.
Bitch ass nigga, disrespect no matter what nigga you talking to. Right? If a woman call you a bitch ass nigga, that's disrespectful. Ain't nobody negotiating that. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
So I don't like and disrespect. I think we are different.
Man, I'm gonna be honest with you. I need 100% because I think when you think about kind of like the ecosystem of a relationship, and I think somebody said this in the chat, like disrespect, that's like a death by 1,000 cuts. So if I'm still supposed to run downstairs when it get hot, I'm still supposed to, even when it get hard for me as a man, have this desire to not only take care of myself and be on my purpose, but take care of you and everybody else. I can't give you leeway to be disrespectful, and I can't, because for me, something like communication, like my mom never yelled at me. So a woman screaming at me, I don't care for what reason. I don't care if it's that cycle going on. It does something to me inside where it's like I give you that look like, hey, this don't make sense. And after so many times, I'm not gonna keep saying it. So I don't think there's ever a time where I'll say, okay, well, you only do it 20% of the time, so I'm cool with that. I need 100% of the time you to communicate to me in a way that makes sense because one, I'm observing that you do it everywhere else. So while when it comes to me, you can't figure it out, but when you go to work or any other space, you figure it out every time. So what is it about this situation with me where you can't figure it out? So I want 100% now. Have I always had 100% of the time? No, because like Mr. Fantastic said, it's been a journey for me to kind of understand these things. Unfortunately, I didn't have the example in the household giving me the foundation, giving me the game. So I had to learn in a while. And I grew up in an environment where, girls were kind of rough. So for a long period of time in my life, I got used to girls kind of talking crazy because all my girlfriends when I was 15, 16, that's how they talk. You know what I mean? But then I got to a point, I'm like, okay, I'm cool. That was a chapter in my life that I'm no longer engaging in. So now it's like, if I can communicate to you when I'm angry, when I'm frustrated, I kind of require the same thing from my partner.
No, I get it. Do you think, I guess what the reason why I'm leaving room is because I know I can get disrespectful.
Okay.
I know that we all have that in us, right?
True.
When you get fed up with shit, enough is enough, right? You may say a thing, have a reaction to something that would be deemed disrespectful. Right. So I guess just in the reality of life, right?
I get you.
You come home from getting your ass kicked out there or whatever, that you in traffic for an hour. You just, you know what I'm saying? Like there's so many things that can happen during the course of a day where you disrespect people you don't mean to, right?
For sure.
You know, so I just wonder.
20% help. 20%.
20%?
20% because she human, like you said. Sometimes things happen because you're right. It's been a time I'm driving and there's somebody in front of me driving slow as hell. I'm like, man, get your. And then there's somebody grandma, and I'm like, man, that's horrible. So no, you're right because you're right. 20%.
I'm cussing grandma is diabolical.
Like, come on, man. That's why she's driving slow. She been on Earth 90 years. She deserved it. So 20%.
I see that.
I've done it and felt bad. I'm talking about cursing them out, and I drive up as the latest on the wheel. Like come on, bro.
Shad, Mr. Fantastic, damn near cussed me out for walking two old ladies to their car.
Fantastic rough. He reminded me a lot of my homeboys back home. He rough on the chick, man. He ain't going.
Where you from, Shad?
I'm from Mississippi.
Golly, how you did that? Like, you good?
I'm real good. Good.
You still there?
Nah, I'm in Atlanta now.
See, I knew.
But that's still home forever, though. I ain't gonna never do that.
Oh, Mississippi got a gang? What gang is that?
Nah, that's the M, man. That's the M.
That shit complicated. I got one of my mans. He from Mississippi. He works sun up to sundown. I said, you know that sound like
everybody think we still driving tractors and It's a new day. It's a new day.
Yeah, man. They said they sent him out to work with a bag, and it better be full by the time he come back inside. But I don't.
Y'all be doing the city so bad. The state so bad. I do it so
Nah, this city's all Jackson. It's some nice places out.
I'm from Jackson. I'm from Jackson.
No question. Yeah, it's big. It's got some shit
Robert,
out
where
there.
you from?
I'm from. Well, I live in VA, but my mom is from Mississippi, and my dad is from Connecticut. So I've been in both.
All black people from Mississippi, man. We migrated to Cali.
That was up.
Yeah, a lot of
all us from
moved
Mississippi.
everywhere.
Right, what you in Northern Virginia or like Newport?
757.
Huh?
757.
Oh yeah.
Oh well, you probably don't know. You heard, I don't know if you heard that.
Yeah, I used to live in DC. I went to Elizabeth City, so I know Newport.
Oh, no question.
Newport News, Virginia Beach, all that good shit.
Yeah, I know that stuff pretty good.
Yeah, no question.
Aaron, pardon me, y'all. What percentage of disrespect is realistic?
10%, at max 10% of the time, and that comes with the caveat that whenever a disrespectful moment has been encountered, it will be addressed immediately and rectified and never be repeated again. 10% is under the understanding that no one's perfect and everyone's allowed to have their day.
What about when y'all get in that argument, she walk out the room with a fuck out of here and close the door? You gonna chase her down?
No.
So how you gonna address it in a moment?
Whatever the disrespect is, I didn't say in the moment. I said it has to be addressed, never to happen again.
Although you said immediately.
Yeah, I mean, like, right, that can't happen again. When I say immediately, I mean you can't. That's not gonna happen next year.
I would say, just to comment on that, I would say I think a lot of dudes, like, they real hard on men when it comes to disrespect, to a point that sometimes it can get a little hypocritical, because let's be honest, as men, we always tolerating disrespect. You know what I'm saying? So every man is walking around with their little bottle of rage. So it's like, but that rage also comes from allowing women to disrespect men, because there's a lot of dudes that, they won't. A woman can call them a bitch ass nigga. A woman can slam the door and walk out there. A woman can, talk trash about their mama. Some dudes got women out here, they talking trash about their mom. They still with them. So it's like,
see, there's two different kinds of respect though that I think we're missing. We're trying to apply both kinds to both people. One kind is simply consideration, right? Consideration meaning exactly that, just careful thought when you encounter me. The other one is high regard or esteem, right? To hold someone in a special regard. That's what I expect from the women that I've committed myself to, is that see, men in the street that I encounter, they don't owe me any high regard or special regard or anything. I haven't done anything to earn it. But from my woman, that kind of is the respect that I expect. But just the consideration, general consideration for all human beings, is another kind of respect. And that's what I expect from men and women alike in the street. So to answer these questions, or to answer, they're different. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I only say that to say that, a lot of people, when it comes to the topic of disrespect, especially between man and man, we know a lot of those interactions can turn deadly. But it's like there's loose, kind of rhetoric on what disrespect is. Disrespect could be somebody stepping on your shoe. What if it's by accident? Will you get that chance to explain that it was by accident? You see what I'm saying? So it's like, when it comes to disrespect, I think we should kind of narrow what is disrespect from man to man. Like, we should really outline what is disrespect, because if you don't, then people.
That's gonna be hard to do, and you just alluded to it with the stepping on someone's shoe reference. You had to, include that if it wasn't an accident, right? Stepping on someone's shoe is not disrespectful. Intention determines what is disrespectful. Someone steps on your shoe and it is obvious that they've acknowledged that they stepped on your shoe and they apologize for it, because then it was an accident. If they've acknowledged that they did it and they don't apologize for it, and that only can leave you to believe that it was intentional. If they don't apologize and they don't acknowledge that it happened, they may not even be aware. Right?
That's
Sometimes
true.
we do things and we're not even aware that it happened. So those things can't. So to define respect, you would have to first define intention and establish that.
And I would agree with you there, but I would also say, in reference to the shoe thing, is like, what if you're dealing with a person that doesn't reason like you? What if you're dealing with a person that doesn't think like you? So the minute that, you may sit here and try to figure out, well, was this intentional? But that other person might not go that far. That he might just you doing that is warrants a response. And I say that to say that can be with any type of disrespect. Like some dudes take, if you walk up on their girl while you're with them and you speak to them, that's disrespect. Some dudes don't. You see what I'm saying? And then it's like all of these small situations can also lead to deadly situations. So it's like,
the respectful thing is this: if I know a woman, right, and you can obviously she's with a man, if I'm gonna say hi to her, I'm gonna speak to him first, regardless if I know him or not.
right, I agree with you, but do most men do that?
If Chad with a girl though, Robo, and I don't know him, I'm gonna say what's up to him first. That's how I like to operate. That's respect. See, that's the thing. We know what the respectful thing to do is. So then we try to, not saying you specifically, but we try to act obtuse when we say, well, come on, beloved. You know what you're doing.
No, I agree with you.
You know what perception is. Know what I'm saying?
I agree with you.
Because I know a nigga would do you dirty for his chick, like regardless if we like it or not. Like regardless we call him a crash out. The point is niggas will crash out, right?
They will.
And you're gonna call him a crash out after he done some crash out shit. To Robo point.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, it's like, okay, so what do you say about the guys out that it's his girl and he's the one that his girl being approached on? Now, is it warrant a crash because other dudes crashed in that situation? You see what I'm saying? When it goes to the spectrum.
Say it over one more time. Sorry, I missed the initial part of the hypothetical. Say it again.
So, like, the situation I stated earlier is, the guy tries to talk to the girl and his man is right there, or her man is right there, and is that seen as disrespect? And then I flipped it to, now what if you're the guy that's with the girl and then she entertains it? Now if the guy was willing to disrespect you knowingly know that she's right, does that warrant you to crash out now because you perceive that disrespect, that he did that on purpose? You see what I'm saying? It gets sticky, because I would feel like in that situation, that's why I said disrespect deserves different responses.
Yeah, okay.
You see what I'm saying?
I understand what you breaking down. I think I could answer the hypothetical, but Shad, you was trying to say something?
Well, I'm just hearing y'all talk. I'm just thinking about again our relationship with respect, and how I still think, particularly because we're talking about like black people, that I feel like, I don't know, it's like when we think about respect, it's always about things like, how you deal with a man when he, disrespecting your girl, if he treats you like I was playing basketball at LA Fitness like 2 months ago, and I keep laughing when I think about the dude was like 5'7", man, like a little, at 5'7", like 120, a little dude. And he got upset with me because I didn't agree with his foul call. And dude straight up told me I'd die for my respect. And I was thinking, like, how dumb you got to be. We in LA Fitness, neither one of us going to the league that day. That time is over for both of us. and you willing to die. I just like that level of for a lack of a better word, like stupidity. I just don't understand, like, how do we get here as human beings where, like, bro was really ready to crash out with me, and I got it. I feel like in a way he felt like I was trying to, I mean, I'm not the biggest dude. I'm 6 foot, like 215. And I feel like maybe he thought I was trying to press up on him by, like, not discussing the foul call with him. That ain't even my personality, but the fact that he was willing to die about it, I'm kind of like, man, it's like it don't make sense a lot of times. The discussions we have, like, stepping on dudes, and you know what I mean? Like, just what about the man? What about the old head that go around checking on everybody, making sure the neighborhood good? Like, that should be the most respected guy. You know what I mean? Just
right. So I want to respond to. Let me just read these real quick. So Solomon tells Aaron was right. Ellipsis. You saying we nurturing? I'm saying we protective, and that is a natural instinct, just like nurture is for women. So Solid with the $5 says women hyper focus on attraction, men hyper focus on respect / bravado. We should hyper focus on intelligence, in my opinion. Matt P with the $5 says my wife told me I'm disrespectful last week, but I think it secretly turns her on. Married niggas winning. She's trying to get another kid out of me. Hemp, don't do it, beloved. Do not do it. Trevor Trev with the $5 says it depends, quote unquote, and you never know, quote unquote, has become the new quote unquote sum. I'm on to you niggas. Stop trying to live in the gray area. Pick a side and defend it. Thank you, Trev. As Abe with the $5 says, don't black men know women are emotional? Women yelling is not disrespectful. Wow, OTC 100% real talk about what men realistically can take. Yelling is disrespectful, bro. I mean, it just is, right? So this what I'm trying to understand, right, Shad? Because of our relationship with respect, right? Disrespect, lack thereof, and etc. Right? But in the real world, we willing to take a level of respect. We disrespect, we understand that shit happens quite often, right? People operate in the earth, people have bad days, you know. But then we put the big hand on the chicks, right? About respect, and then we'll say, I need pussy, so disrespect may happen. That's fucking crazy to me.
Right.
I just want us to be realistic. You see what I'm saying? Like, if she does yell, right? Motherfuckers talking about they walking out the house. No, you're not. You're not leaving, nigga. Like, come on, you know? But you have to, what you said, Shad, was probably the most profound thing thus far in terms of laying it out, making agreement, having understanding, right? You understand that people need adjustments and then readjustments, right? Everybody needs reinforcement. Hopefully it's positive. It won't always be, right? So when people make a mistake or go out, I don't want to call it a mistake, but go outside the guidelines, because you set the expectation for both you and her, you can correct and people can get back into those guidelines. Right? Because people gonna jump out the window at times.
Right.
You know? But I'm just, when we keep saying, oh, I'm leaving. Come on, my nigga. We only got 8 bodies. Where you going? You know, like, I just want us to, you know, just bring it like where it make the most sense, you know? Right. Like Mr. Fantastic gonna tell us he ain't arguing. He just boxed 2 people. He definitely arguing. You know what I'm saying? Like, it don't even like, yo, come on. So I don't know, man.
I know we still talking about the fellas right now. I don't know if the conversation is going to transition into, you know what I mean? But I know like a lot of these conversations are to hopefully give like the younger kids, the younger fellas, like some games so they can move maybe a little bit differently than we do. But I feel like, particularly when it comes to women, like I feel like they take the worst parts of us. You know what I mean? Especially about the disrespect thing. Like you said, anytime I see a girl like raising up at a guy, I'm confused. Like, what do you think in that situation, if all bets are off and the laws weren't the laws, like, where's the logic in you like raising up on a man? Like, where's the logic in that? It doesn't make any sense. Like, I've been like, I'm from Jackson, Mississippi. I've seen girls like, bitch ass nigga. I just be thinking, like, what does she think gonna happen if all of us, the guys that were raised right, quote unquote, because you know we gonna come and stop you. We're not gonna let them stump you out. But just what if we was in a wild, wild west again? Like, why logically, you know what I mean? Why does that? Again, I'm just trying to understand the psychology of humans. How do we get to this point where everybody just disrespect is just so like it's just a thing to do? I don't know. I don't know if it was.
there is none for real. It's more. It's like you coming from Mississippi too. Respect to you because it's like that's where in VA too, but it's everywhere. You know, out in the ghetto or the hood, there's some females that know how to fight, and these females, you know, they can't beat every nigga, but they could probably beat the average dude that ain't been through no fights.
Nah,
And
bro.
what really happens, bro?
Come on, Robo. Come on.
Come on, but look, I know I'm the type of dude that I feel like women can't beat up men, but I've watched dudes get beat up, and it's not because they can't beat the female up. It's because they let the female beat them up, and this is what's happening. This is what dudes not understand. They letting the females do it.
Hold your horses. Now I've seen when niggas be getting beat up, like scratched up and shit. But you talking about beat up? That's not what's happening. Because at any point they can respond with something and put her in the bathroom. But what it is, they let her do all that shit, and they say, "All right, you better." But if they was fighting back, it wouldn't be a beat up situation. You see what I'm saying? They're not fighting back.
But I had a situation where I was, and I know I'm not like the one standard rules all, but it just shows me the frequency of it. Like if I tell you this situation where one of my homeboys, we went out with some girls and stuff. You know what I'm saying? And my homeboy particularly, he a crash out for real, for real. I'm more of the chill guy. You know what I'm saying? I'll crash out, but I'm more of the chill guy. That's my role. And it's like when we first started linking with these females, they bad, but he fighting back with them. He play fighting with them, right? To say all of that, she end up they get in an argument while we driving the car. She punched him in the face. She punched my homeboy in the face. She punched me in the face. Now I ain't gonna discuss too much about it. And then it's like, but after that, it went over, right? Because we still was with him. Then, goddamn it, they end up fucking them. You know what I'm saying? Like, they end up fucking after they was play fighting and doing all that shit. I'm sitting here they got mad at each other, but they end up fucking each other at the end of the night. You see what I'm saying? So it's like, even though I try to stop my nigga from play fighting with her and the women, she was getting all mad and combative, he was allowing her to do it. And then not only that, fighting back with her. So it's like, how are we going to control this? You can't control those type of situations where niggas is allowing the females to actually fight them. You know what I'm saying? Knowing they could beat them up, or knowing like, and then it's like, she gets the confidence to walk in the world and call somebody a bitch. You wondering where the confidence come from? These women have the confidence because they really bitching niggas out here. They're really doing something that gives them the confidence to feel like men ain't shit. They had a man eat their ass. Like, like, bro, it's like, bro, it's obvious to me. I don't see why people don't see it, bro.
Chill.
Keep going.
Robo say but Shad, essentially it just goes back to kind of what Mr. Fantastic was saying, but the truth is you got men that are willing to step in, and then you had the police that step in, right? And so the ways of the world simply don't exist. I could argue the majority of men wouldn't be safe if we regressed.
That's kind of
you know. People take liberties, like dude in the middle of Planet Fitness, right? Just the size advantage. There's a reason why they have weight classes for fighters.
For sure.
No, but the big dudes don't be protecting nobody. It's really be the niggas that.
Hold on, Robo. Let me finish this statement, good brother. So this part, right? You saw it when Canelo went up. I don't know if y'all watch boxing at all, but Canelo went up to fight Bivol, and Bivol was a hell of a fighter. And he could not deal with that shit.
Mosquito bites to a rhinoceros.
Yeah, and he was getting, Canelo could box, but Bivol he just too big for him. Pause.
Exactly.
He couldn't hurt him. He couldn't push him back. He couldn't make him go backward. And Canelo does this thing, right, where he punches like in the arms and shit too, right, to get it to drop. But that man got 10 pounds more muscle mass. You know what I'm saying? So that shit not working the same, because your hands be here. They keep punching your bicep. You start to drop it, right? Just because it's tired. But that shit wasn't working, So
but
that dude in that Planet Fitness, you're not going to do him dirty in there. And he know Jake is outside. He know you know what I mean? So people take those liberties,
For sure.
So
what do you think we get our like ideas? Because like I said, I didn't have a dad to give me that game. So what do you think as a society we get our ideas of respect? Where does it come from? I don't think I have a good answer for that. Like, where do we get? Like I said, these conversations usually revolve around like, you know, a guy and a girl type situation. But where do we kind of craft our ideas of what's respect and what's disrespect? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Movies, Hollywood, religion.
I don't know.
Do y'all disagree? Because I mean, Beyonce, Nicki Minaj, Megan Thee Stallion. I mean, these are some of the women that, you know, they have a big
You're saying for
women.
men, Robo. You're saying for men.
Yeah, for men. Like, how do we create our ideas? Because I feel like as we get older, it changed. I'm sure now him like at 18, a dude talk too crazy. Just 1-2 is real quick. You know what I mean? But like I feel like now you got more to lose. Things that you would have not let go 15 years ago, you can kind of be like, because I'm at the point now, like, where as long as you don't touch me physically, you can say what you want to say to me. But 20 years ago,
I still can't. I can't take nigger word. I'm still not there. But
I would say threats to you,
hey,
your
Robo.
person.
Hey, Robo. I'm gonna finish the sentence. God damn it.
Oh, my fault, family. My fault. Go ahead.
Finish one. That's what you and Mr. Williams. I'm gonna finish one.
I'm not professional.
Damn, now I forgot what the hell I was gonna say. So I think I still my perception, I think it's still disrespect. My tolerance is higher though, Shad. You see, I can identify disrespect. It's just that the tolerance level is different.
Yeah,
you know. But where does it come from? It's like, yeah, that's. I think Robo made some good points, right? We understand. My bad. Go ahead.
No, I'm sorry. I cut you off. My bad.
No, I was just saying. I think Robo made some good points, right? In terms of biblically speaking, you know, what do you do or not do to your neighbors, your brothers, and etc. Right? So, you know, what the penalty is for messing with your neighbor's wife, your brother's. I mean, those penalties are death.
There you go. That's where respect comes from.
Yeah.
It is the societal component that matches the biological component called fear. Remember how I said that there's the biological imperative to procreate, but then there's a principle based allegiance that holds you to the procreation process. They look different. Same thing with fear and respect. Respect is simply the fear of a potential consequence.
Yep.
But in nature, it's much more simple because you can look at the bigger gorilla and decide and fear him on the account that you get your ass kicked. In society, the bigger gorilla has been equalized by the dollar bill, the computer chip, the rifle. It's no longer about the law around these things, because it's not even the guy holding the gun is the guy you fear, because there's laws that says what he can do with the gun. He has to fear his use of the gun because that's going to come with consequences. And he's the guy with the gun. So it's all about respect is based on our perception of what to fear. Yeah. And as a sophisticated being, we have a society set up that kind of muddies the water of fear and creates all these walls and compartments. And that's why we have to now call it respect, because it's the presumption of something that we can't necessarily readily identify like you can with nature and fear.
Respectfully, I wanted to add on to that. I would say that, you know, a lot of the biggest dudes, you know what I'm saying, like, they don't really protect nobody. And then usually those kind of guys are for themselves. Like, and it's just speaking for, like, and then if you look back in history, like Napoleon was a short dude, but he conquered a large amount of land, a lot of people. He made a lot of countries subservient to his throne. And he was like 5'something, 5 foot, 5'3". So what defines a man isn't his size, but his heart, in the sense that what you stand up for and what you believe. And really it's not even about how big or how tall or how strong you are. It's about when things are outnumbering you and things are not going your way, how do you act? Do you fold? Do you start doing things that you wouldn't normally do to try to adjust, or do you be yourself until you get back out of it? And I think that's really defines a man, really, per se. Not so.
It's not his prowess nor his heart. It's his influence. Because that little Napoleon could have ran his ass at me with all his heart. You know what he would have happened? He'd have met his demise. It's his influence, his ability to influence a lot of other cats like me to come overrun me. So it's not heart. I mean, heart can you can use heart to influence others, right? And that's an example you set, but you're still leveraging their heart to do your bidding. It's not you're not benefiting from your heart alone, just like you're not benefiting from your muscle alone. In Napoleon's case, it's absolutely influence.
Yeah, the underdog thing and the Little Fella Federation mantra sounds real good, and there ain't no shot. But
you get your ass
kicked. But listen, I don't give you. You find me the meanest fucking chihuahua in the world, and he not beat no motherfucking go Argentino. I promise you.
But the little dogs are the meanest, though. You ever notice that? They don't want to get beat up at the dog park. The big dogs be chilling.
Yeah, he can be
because they don't fear nothing.
Yeah, it ain't a whole bunch of big strong niggas in jail. A lot of them short.
Well, no, I understand that. And jail is another like dynamic as to where that's not just hand-to-hand combat. That's motherfuckers, using illegal shivs. But all in all, of course, your courage and those things are important, but it only takes you so far. All right, you can be as brave as you want to be, and you can be like Hemp. Aaron to tell you this, even in Western, you can be as brave and have all the motherfucking heart in the world, still get your ass whooped. That's one of the main things you alert. Hey, he's a hell of a fighter. He's a tough opponent, but this nigga motherfucking got more losses than he got wins. He tough as shit. He tough as nail. He can take a punch. He can take an ass whipping, but he ain't gonna lay down. He not gonna quit. But he's still not. He still doesn't have the skill. And I think that part of manhood is what we've improved upon. It's like picking your battles, right? You know what I'm saying? That shit to where hey, a coward dies 1,000 deaths, but a soldier or whatever only dies once. Well, no, motherfucker, no. That was good for back in the time when you had swords and shields and shit and so forth, and you were expected to lie down, but at the same time too, you know what I mean? If I don't have to fight that battle right now, and it's funny, well, not funny, it's great you brought up Napoleon. Napoleon was a master strategist. Napoleon's one of the best military minds ever to ever live, right? And people got hung up on his, you know what I'm saying, his size. But if you look at his tactics that have been, still using some to this day, you know what I mean? It just shows where, like, even though he was a small man, he made up for it with his tactical prowess and understanding how war works.
Yeah. You know what? What's up, y'all? Let me say this too.
What up, Mike?
These two conversations just kind of sync together because I think one thing that's missing is character. Like Aaron was cooking. He said, I've always said the thinnest line that exists between anything is the line between fear and respect. But then character has a role to play in it too, because Napoleon, like the myth is that he was small. But if you look at it, like even the way I think Shad was talking about the women, when did women get this disrespect to be raising up on dudes? It's because they have an advantage and they exploit it, which speaks to their character. If somebody gives you an advantage, like, I got plenty of advantages. But it's like, I'm not going to do that to those people. I'm going to leave them alone. They got kids to raise, so on and so forth. So it speaks to somebody's character if they get an advantage to do the wrong thing and then they take advantage of it. So that's probably, if Napoleon was short, it's probably why he just went ahead and tore a whole new asshole in the world, because he was a person of bad character. Yes, he was a great strategist. Yes, he was a great military mind. But to do willing damage on people that's not doing damage to you for the simple fact of conquering them speaks a lot to a person's character as well. So a lot of people, when we see them doing this stuff in society, raising up on men and all that type of it's because they got bad character. You know what I mean? And they won't choose restraint. So I think Shad was saying, where do we learn this stuff? We learn it as we mature to choose restraint. I mean, I'm probably the calmest dude anywhere I go. I hear it all the time. I was shopping for furniture this weekend. Dude was like, "You really calm, man," and I get it. But technically speaking, I'm always the most dangerous dude everywhere I go. You see what I'm saying? Everywhere I go, I could snipe everybody, leave everybody laying on the ground. But I'm calm for a reason. I don't want to do that to anyone. You see what I'm saying? So it's a choice, and it speaks to your character that the person that can inflict the most damage chooses not to. Right? So also
Can you fight, Mike?
I can. You know, I used to box, but I kickbox. So y'all always talking about
Never
traditional
mind.
boxing.
Never mind, Mike. Never mind. Yeah, you went to a kickboxing class, nigga. That's
No, I
different.
did it all middle school and high school.
Mike, stop.
I want
and he's inherently good with a spear. I heard. So I mean,
Oh, you know what? You know why I gave up boxing? Because I realized I didn't want to let you get that close. That's why I became a sniper in real life.
Yo, Mike, inherently is fucking diabolical.
It's in his blood, man. It's in his blood.
I wanted to add on to what bro said earlier. He was talking about the character. Yes, you can. I want to speak to that because that's a great point of society. Like, because things are such turned upside down, where men is even out here feeling like woman is God. A man should do anything to make his woman happy. Happy wife, happy life, as the saying goes. I think character speaks to putting the power back in a lot of the little boys, the young boys' hands, because they're growing up and they're believing this bullshit that woman is God and they should do anything to make them happy. And then they get cheated on, and now you done just created the next villain. You don't know what this little boy is thinking about. And this is the stuff that's not being talked about, these dynamics that's dripping down from adults figuring out what's going on. I'm 30 years old.
Robo, that happens before he gets cheated on, right? Because what Shad was alluding to makes more sense to me, right? If he didn't have those proper influences to help him identify, right? And if he's willing to lower his standards for access to that woman, because of his natural proclivities, he does it to himself. Right?
Yeah, I understand that. But I understand you respectfully, but it's like also like I gotta give some pass and a little bit of leeway to these younger generations, because you gotta understand, when I was going in school and I was getting in high school, the girls that was my age wanted to fuck with niggas that was way older than me. So when they turn out to be these females that's unsuitable now, because they was dealing with older dudes that didn't really want to make them their wife. They just wanted to have a good time with them and spending money on them. And then now they feel like, oh, men ain't shit. So they deal with men that's their age, and they're like, oh, you don't have as much money as this nigga that's 10 years older than you. See, now then you get to the point where a lot of dudes that's younger and younger coming up, they forced into the position, either I do or act like how this woman want me to act, or I'm not going to get no pussy. And we know that a lot of dudes just don't have that strength. It takes strength, and like he said earlier, character, to be able to, you just sat here and disrespected me, so I don't care if I get some pussy, I'm gonna go ahead and head out. That takes character in itself, because most niggas gonna be like, I peep what she just did, I know she just texted a nigga, I know she was just on oh, that's my best friend, oh, this is that, blah 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 blah. You let it go on, and then you keep fucking with her until you find her cheating. So it's like,
what you are highlighting is we dealt with the same thing. So I'm 39, and it was always older dudes coming to the school, right? Messing with the chicks, whatever the case. We saw that, but I elected to mess with the chicks that wasn't doing that, right? And so that's the thing. We talk about this thing, but see that's the problem. She was messing with the older chicks the older guys that got money. That she messing with the drug dealers and all that, right? The hustlers. And then she come back to the school. You try to kick it to her, and now she got an expectation set by niggas that got money, and you don't. That's dumb, right? Don't try to talk to her. That don't make sense, right? If you don't got no bread and you know what she accustomed to,
right? And you 100%, but the problem is we're a minority. Whereas, like you said, you wouldn't try to holler and take those girls serious. I was the same way. Like, I might try to fuck, but I would never try to actually make her relationship material. Whereas a dude would make that relationship material, and it'd be like, oh, you out here a bum trying to fuck on her. If she fuck on me and she's cheating on you, my nigga, you can't sit here and try to call me a bum. She's with you, so she knows what she's with. She knows that you got more money. And this is my thing, bringing the attention more to the females that niggas choose, because like we discussed earlier, a lot of niggas do anything for pussy. They'll lie, they'll cheat, they'll steal, they'll kill. So it's like, unfortunately, if you may be a stand-up dude, I may be a stand-up dude, everybody on this panel may be a stand-up dude, but the majority of dudes will do whatever. So
But
how are
that's
we gonna
right.
correct that when she gonna have a
But
dude
that's the
that's
thing,
gonna
right? This is so. I play football, right? So there's access points that I had. Maybe I didn't even look to that, but like it didn't affect me none, you know. So maybe that's why I was how I was, right? I don't know if it made me more stand up than them. I think men try to access the women they like. You know what I'm saying? But I'm just it's more so about discernment. But we talking about respect today. Go ahead, Aaron.
No, I was gonna say your point destroys itself when you say most men are out here willing to just do whatever. Most men, they don't have the time to continue to sit there and chase that one individual woman anyway. They're gonna move on and use the shotgun effect anyway. Not saying that they're gonna shut her out, right? They're definitely gonna put a tracker on her or keep a feeler, keep her on the radar. But once he sees that the opportunity to get there is dwindling, his efforts he's not gonna waste his efforts. He's gonna start putting his efforts in other places. You know what I mean? He's not gonna be in the chase long enough for that one chase. That's a stark minority of people to be in the chase long enough to have the effect you're talking about.
Respectfully, I disagree. I think most men chase to the point of no return. Hence why a lot of dudes is dying.
Yeah, but no, you're right, but that doesn't mean that the chase is singular. The chase can be, they can chase multiples at one time. Like I said, I'm not saying he's cutting her loose. I'm saying he's going to diversify his efforts.
Yeah, I'm saying from like the majority, most not chasing multiple because they don't have that ability. Even being able to talk to multiple women at a time is that's something reserved for like a man that gets women. Most regular dudes don't even know how to talk to women, so you got to factor in all of these dudes that don't even they didn't even have a crush in high school. They didn't even have a girlfriend in high school. You have to factor them in because they're dealing with the same obstacles that we're dealing with, and they're not equipped to figure out which women is faithful or not, or if she does this, then he should react like this because they haven't even had enough women. So I'm trying to have a little bit of leeway, like patience, like for the guys that don't understand women. The dudes that do had a lot of women got to speak on the nature of women. We can't tell them, oh, you're supposed to be this good, upstanding, no matter what woman you run into. Being a man is paying this. We can't do that. We gotta be honest. That's how we fix the men that the women is getting. That's the opposite side that's doing anything for the pussy, because the majority is dudes that's doing anything.
I'm not addressing all that. I'm just saying you just said that most men are willing to do whatever.
Yeah, that's what I just ended with too.
Right.
Most men are willing to do.
Right, and whatever would include diversifying one's efforts. Not saying that he's going to even talk to multiple women at one time. I'm just saying there comes a point in time where a man will realize that he's getting some, diminishing returns here. And while I'm saying he's not going to cut her loose completely, he'll cease efforts at pursuing her exclusively and put efforts into someone else and just keep her on the radar. If she says something to him, it'll get addressed. He's going to be like, fuck you, bitch. You know what I mean? Like, that's not what he's going to do. But he's not going to go seek her the next day and say, he'll seek something else, because he's already understood that the chances of me being successful here have diminished to a point where, hey, baby, where my efforts are no longer have any chance of being brought into fruition. I think that's most men pretty much doing whatever it. Men aren't. We move, man. Most men. Next.
Respectfully, I disagree. I don't think that's most men. That's all I gotta say about.
Okay.
I think Mr. Fantastic, right? I think most men lead themselves are being led by our penises. We say it's biological. We say seemingly it's uncontrollable, right? But my premise that I don't think has been shooken yet is I take exception with that if we're saying we're willing to sacrifice respect for that exactly, and then tout how important respect is to us. That means that we lack the discipline to even ask for 100% respect. Because all she got to do is throw some vagina at you, and then you start accepting a whole bunch of shit.
I guess for me, I'm still trying to understand. Are you talking about in a relationship? Are you talking about just like I'm in the streets, I'm seeing, I'm trying to hit something, so I'm willing to, you know, I mean, I guess I'm trying to understand like the different scenarios.
Shad, nah, beloved, I think you trying to mind it out as okay, so I could take a little here, but from here, hell nah. That's the point, right? Like we try to negotiate our respect. And then, because I think you were right, so I didn't want to render it moot. But when you said, well, what if I don't like it? Does that always disrespect?
Right.
Right. So we got to leave room for that. But it's just like, God damn. You know what I'm saying?
What I'm pushing back on is the idea that they're doing it for sex. I think, again, we were discussing that in relationships, everyone's not going to be their best self every day. So some things that you're going to have to put up with just putting up with a human. But I don't know. I guess I push back on the idea that most men are allowing themselves to be disrespected for some vagina. I've never really seen that I don't think that's what's going on. Like disrespected how? Like what's happening to, like, what are they allowing?
Bro, listen. Go ahead, Aaron.
Can we agree that cheating is disrespect? From a woman on a woman's side, is that
we already know that's disrespect.
Yeah, but
hold on, go ahead. Let Aaron finish. Go ahead, Aaron.
So I think pitting the simplicity of biological imperative against the complexity of societal constructs will only expose flaws in the societal constructs, because that's the one that's very nuanced and complex. The biological imperative is extremely simple and doesn't have to be very wavering at all.
Mm-mm.
You're pitting two things up against each other where one is gonna, you know what I mean, one follows the other. These are, like we said about respect and fear. Respect is a societal construct that replaces the biological need.
Listen, Aaron, listen. Okay. You could create all the grace and the cop out you want, but respect may not be biological to the point you're trying to make, but it's imperative. That's where the rubber meets the road, right? Because of what we say every day. To what end? Shad just went to play ball 2 weeks ago, and the nigga said he'll die for it.
Die for it.
So you have to reconcile how much we put respect on a pedestal, and then reconcile how we willing to sacrifice it for sex.
You're
reconciling. And if you say it's just biology, when the majority of men don't even have access to women, remember, you got to remember that talking point too. That's important. And the majority of men don't procreate throughout time immemorial. We have to reconcile that with why are we willing to sacrifice so much disrespect if sex niggas ain't even getting it.
What you just said, what a man said at the basketball court, right? That he's willing to die for it, is not him dying for it. You're pitting what's said against what actually happens. What I'm saying, in the biological world, that is simple. That deals with what happens. Once you introduce what people say, there's too much ability to influence that's wonky land. It's too complex, too nuanced. That's where the flaws are going to be. Animals don't deal with this whole I'm willing to die for respect. Fear keeps them from dying, and if they don't, they die. That's it. Simple. And the guy that got no fear.
Whoa. See, now you tripping. Do rams die for respect? Do lions die for respect?
Yes, but it's action. They don't speak. They don't say, I'm willing to die for it. They get in, they lock horns. They get into action.
I'm just saying, long as you shift it to make it make sense, I understand.
What I'm saying is, in the biological world, we are not muddying the waters with words. and what's being said.
The biological
We're-
imperative. Okay, let me ask you a
we're
question. Biological
confirming-
imperative is to have sex or to have kids.
Both.
procreate.
See, now that throws it off, right?
No, the words is what throws it off.
So the
what's the purpose
biological.
of sex?
Go ahead.
What's the
even-
biological purpose of sex?
Yeah, to procreate. Exactly. That's what I told him. Yeah.
So they're one and the same.
And then when the baby comes out, you don't have no care for it if it wasn't for society.
There's no there's very little.
No,
there's
humans
very
are
little in you biologically, relative.
Humans
to
are insects.
society. Listen,
no.
there's very little in you biologically to keep you attached to the child when compared to society.
See, this is what's breaking down your premise. You understand that? Because now
shit, I gotta get going. I'll be
you only tie biology to just the act. Damn near.
That's all biology. That's all biology has.
Well, no. I'll Aaron, you got to go. So I'll take it over. So
Yeah.
humans
I know that's your man, don't you?
humans are sociable, right? So humans aren't like this thing as to where you just like you compared insects and so on and so forth, right? A lot of mammals are. That's why you have most apes are groups, right? So
wolves too.
Yeah. So it's the same thing. So what happens? That's why you in infanticide happens with the lion when the lion takes over the pride, because what that lion knows that bloodline is his. As long as he knows the bloodline is his, he will protect those cubs that are his. Like so, humans operate the same thing. Humans operate with the same mindset. You know what I mean? Fathers do take care of their kids and acknowledge their kids and their kids are theirs. That's a big part of it. So no, it's not you just, you know what I'm saying, drop some dick off, get somebody pregnant and then going about your way and never look back. No, humans don't work like that. Humans take care of their adult human males take care of their children just like and have responsibility to them too. The part though, the part of the biological imperative to where sex and like you said, even in the case in the animal kingdom, bro, every time they have sex, they don't get somebody pregnant, even when she's in heat, quote unquote, or she's ovulating or whatever, right? She doesn't get
only
pregnant.
time they have sex though.
Huh?
They don't have
That's not
recreational sex.
It's not true. It's not true.
Which ones have recreational sex?
There's a lot. I'll bring you the study up, but there's a lot more. There's a lot of more.
Right? But see, I don't want y'all to go away from the lions, right? Because we always use lions. Let's keep using lions.
Lions have sex outside of just heat, bro.
Nah.
Yeah.
How many times you watch Nat Geographic when we was growing up?
That's what I'm trying to tell you. Lions, like most mammals, bro, have sex outside of
Did you watch National Geographic or not?
Yeah, of course. I told you. That's how I know African women got the best titties, natural titties in the world. What you talking about? Of course.
Why do you?
What?
Yo, that's the only time you can see breasts back
I'm
then.
gonna watch fucking lions. You don't think I'm gonna watch real titties, niggas? What's wrong with you? Like
That shit was that shit was so interesting to me, bro. That they would let the breast be out on the thing.
I didn't complain.
Nah. And then you almost didn't get yelled at. Like my brother'd be like, "Close your eyes." I'd be like,
it's science, man. National Geographic is science. I'm learning.
Damn. So, but this is the thing. Here's what I'm trying to understand thoroughly. There's such an emphasis on respect, right? But we're willing to relinquish it for so many things that seemingly are less valuable.
No, it's like I said, that's why I say we were saying earlier it's gender specific, and I think Shad brought another aspect to it too. What are we doing? I'm not going to accept repeated respect or level of disrespect from a woman that I want a serious relationship out of. A bitch that's acting up, like you said, I'm just trying to hit it and quit it. I'm just trying to get it, if only for one night, like motherfucker Luther Vandross with a bad bitch. Yeah, she can talk that shit. She can do whatever. La. At the end of the day, if pussy is a goal, now I'm winning. I'm acting like I'm putting up with the bullshit. It's on the sofa. It's really not affecting me none. And then, you know what I'm saying? I'm, and out the way, bitch, hey, now it's on you. I got what I want. I don't got to deal with you ever again in life. So if I'm willing, and like I said, now let's shift that over to other things in life, huh? How much motherfuckers sacrifice for a job? 40 hours a week, minimum. 40 hours a week out your day. You got to go and work this motherfucking job you don't like the people, you don't like the environment, you don't like what you're doing, and you do it, right? For very, very little fucking gratification, right? You get the paycheck, but the paycheck is not enough to, make you extremely happy. Now, paycheck that's, what I'm saying, let's say, right at median income or less, or pussy, what makes niggas more happy?
The pussy.
All right.
Love and true honor and love.
Very simple math, brother.
I know,
Very
but
simple
look,
math.
look at the nigga.
I promise you, I promise you, a nigga's not putting up 40 hours worth of pain for a little piece of pussy. I will tell you that.
Niggas do it.
Nah, nigga, not no 40 hours.
Not everything, but even them plumbers, even the electricians, they go to the club, and I work at the club. Niggas, it be a whole bunch of niggas just throwing money, like, and we gotta keep it a being, like, that's money that bitches is just shaking their ass for, while niggas is not even getting that, working at McDonald's and Wendy's.
But here's the premise, right? The respect, though, right? See, we keep on justifying the fact that we'll take disrespect. I understand that when you're working for someone, you won't always be approached correctly, right? Things won't always go your way. You have to work additional hours and things of that nature, right? But we put such an emphasis on it, right? And then we leverage how quote unquote disrespectful women are, right? But then because we need sex so bad, we'll allow it. If that be the case, the complaints about how disrespectful they are, stop fucking saying it. Especially if niggas don't even want love, don't want a relationship, right? Like you said earlier, if niggas just want to fuck, then we don't even need to be talking about that shit no more, about their conduct.
Well, I think what happens, and this is what happens now, once you transition over to being serious, right? You're still having the problem.
Because you did what though? You couldn't control your biological imperative. You gave her everything, you allowed it, and now you expect to make a difference, right? But if you had a standard of respect from the jump, she wouldn't even have.
Well, no, so I agree with that point, but what I'm saying is, even still, right? So upon meeting to where you're even able to make differentiation whether you need to deal with this woman or not, or cut her off, I think men are running into women that are highly disrespectful. So I think that if you don't care and you're just trying to, hit it, quit it, get up out of there, cool, fine, it's whatever. I can just deal with it for the time. But that's when you're in the mode of, hey, pussy hunting. But now I'm shifting over to I want something serious. And then you sit down, you had a conversation, and this, that, the other, and you realize, hold on, shawty, what? You really think that this is the fucking situation?
But Ms. Fantastic, you know too much to say this, right? The reason why I'm saying this is because they don't differentiate between sex and actual value. No matter how many times we say, just because he have sex with you don't mean he like you or value you. They don't believe it, because at the end of the road, when they finish having sex with niggas who they want to have sex with, then they get married with 30 bodies, and we say we don't like it, but we'll accept it, right? So the behaviors won't ever change because we don't have enough respect for ourselves, and we willing to lessen respect for pussy. You see how it all come, and you can't. We perpetuating shit that we complaining about. Because it comes full circle.
But the problem with you 100% right, Hemp. But the problem is that for men like me, you and the rest of the panel, and a lot of the dudes probably in the chat, it's like, nigga is not willing to put up with that. Nigga is not willing to catch a woman cheating and look over it.
That one I understand. But you'll let her talk to you crazy, Robo. You specifically.
No, not me. Not
yes,
me.
You will.
Oh,
right? You know who else will? You know who else will? Me. You know who else will? Shad. You know who else will? Mr. Williams.
But what's letting you talk?
Mr. Fantastic.
What's letting you talk to you crazy, Him? Is that you not saying nothing?
Nope, and that's the thing. Because here's the thing: you got to reconcile it. when people say once they get disrespected, what do they tell us to do, Shad? What you supposed to do once she disrespect you?
Leave her.
But what niggas do?
They stay.
They stay, and she throw that pussy on them, or however Mr. Fantastic say it. And now she get another chance and another chance. Then you start to turn red flags into yellow flags because you like her because she's not always disrespectful, right? She disrespectful in a portion where you like, okay, that wasn't too, or you turn it into something you don't like and not disrespect to make it make sense. This is what I'm talking about.
But I'll say this, Ham. But my line, I agree with you, bro. But my line, just to speak on what you're saying, is that like my disrespect limit is cheating. You know what I'm saying? Like talking to me crazy. You know what I'm saying? Like I really don't like. But you right in the sense that yeah, I'll still fuck with her, but I won't try to make her my girlfriend. I won't even tell her that. I won't even try. But to your point, a lot of dudes do that. They do still. Oh, you still my girl. I still love you. We still gonna get through this. To me, I don't do that. If a girl does that, I'll be like, all right, we still trying to figure shit out. And this is where I can play and it's not even about playing a middle line. It's about really assessing a female. Like if she starts doing that, that don't mean you let her go altogether. Because I do have that in where a woman will disrespect me, but it's like, does she correct it? You're not gonna know unless you stick around to see if she corrected. If she doesn't correct it, you're supposed to leave. But you're not gonna. And then you gotta figure the niggas that don't get pussy.
What I'm saying though, that's why I'm saying, yo, what's realistic, right?
Right.
Which
You're
Dad
right.
said was the shit that need to happen, right? But we know what's happening.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right.
And I'm not saying Mr. Fantastic is wrong in what he's saying. I'm saying when you try to reconcile it all, the math don't add up. And we shooting ourselves in the foot.
I think you probably said this before, Help. I feel like some of it is like the talking point thing because I'm still thinking like, how high is respect on the list of men? Like even the video you showed, I'm like, I don't know, dude. That sounded a little hyperbolic. Like I did at sex. I mean, respect over sex. But I also don't know if I agree that like the majority of women are just disrespectful. I just can't imagine.
Oh, I don't think so. But we had shows about that too, where
I don't think there's no way like men are going home to women every night, committed to these women, and they're just like disrespect is like just a part of their relationship. I just can't in the you know what I mean? Like even like you said us, like maybe your wife might raise her voice every once in a while. I'm sure you give her a look like, hey, and she'd be like, my bad, but she ain't in the house talking about bitch ass. She not doing that because that's disrespect. No. You know what I mean? Like so I think most guys aren't dealing with that, but I'm questioning how high respect, particularly from I guess we're talking about women, is on our list for real. Because I can see how we can try to I don't know.
No, I agree with you, and I think where the bridge and the gap is the lies. Mm-hmm. Most dudes not tolerating being called a bitch ass niggas every day. The problem is women is doing it when they not around they niggas. So you're not catching it, but you still feel the impact because people around you or whatever she's doing, if she's cheating on you, that's what's going to lead you to figure out that she's cheating. If she's hiding it, most women ain't going to come out and call you a bitch ass nigga. Most women going to take it to the grave.
That's it.
So you're going to have to find it in the first place.
But this is the thing, right? Go ahead, Shad.
Just one thing. I do remember an old Kevin Samuels video. Not the, I know you don't like throwing names out, but I remember him talking about us being too familiar in a way where, with some of my friends that are women, I've had to be like, hey, like you talking to me like, you know what I mean? Like there's not this like level of decorum that we have with each other as men and women. And even as men, sometimes it's like we treat everybody like they are home, but we grew up with, and there's just not this standard of like respect and decorum in which you're supposed to treat everybody with that you don't have this intimate relationship with. So I do see that in society where we do talk to people and you have to kind of look like, because I've had friends like, man, I'm not your dude. Why are you talking to me like that? Like, and they'll be like, you know what? Somebody just told me before that the way I talk sometimes is a little rough. I'm like, you need to fix that because there's just a problem that you just so readily just speak to people in that way. I do see that issue.
Okay. Yeah. And that's the thing, right? The proper discernment in what's disrespectful, right, needs to be had, right? We don't have to create room for things that are disrespectful. We don't have to make them not disrespectful, right? If things are offensive, we can acknowledge that they're offensive. Now, a thing could be offensive and be correct. You know what I'm saying? So like what the hell is that? Like somebody say, yo, Ham, you better get your fat ass in the gym. That's offensive, but they right. You know what I'm saying? Like it just is, you know. So, but I just was thinking about this a lot, Shad, on the weekend, you know, because it just there's no way we're gonna get a solution or a level of correction while justifying our own actions, right? While making excuses for the things that we're willing to accept or negotiating things that shouldn't be negotiated.
If the goal is like if and I think Mr. Fantastic said this a few times, if the goal is like as men we lower our standard of operation for vagina, then yeah, we do got to figure out, because I think sometimes now I can't speak for, you know, I'm 38, and so you know, I feel like with our generation, like this whole sexual liberation thing, I think like a lot of the old ideals that we've had when we kind of look at women as these people who don't want sex just as much as we do, so we got to find all these ways to finesse, and well, I got to deal with things because she don't really want it for real, so let me be nicer than I normally would, because if I don't, I won't get it. I think we got to like look at what's going on, and like maybe the old way of doing that, we don't got to be like that. They want it just as much as we do, so we can keep our standard, because they want to give it to us, they gonna give it to you anyway. You don't got to do all this finesse and playing around and pretending, because they gonna give it to you.
I hate that with a passion. When they told me, yo, it looked like you in control, but you really just the Uber driver, nigga. She determined. I'm like, huh? I hate that shit though. I ain't gonna hold. I hate that shit with a passion. Like we just a doofy ass caveman. Oh, I hope I don't fuck this up. That shit sounds crazy to me,
they
bro.
wanted to. They wanted just as much as we do. So all this finesse we doing and allowing ourselves to be treated a certain way just to hopefully get some box, and then to keep it real, sometimes the box ain't even. You'd be like, damn, I did all this Cinderella ass shit for no reason. Like it was it was a waste of effort.
Yeah.
So
there was one thing, because we think about this, right? The conduct. But then we go back, you know how you said back in the day they wouldn't do X? The women, like they wouldn't act in a way without the security. But we have security, right? But I understand you talking about ideology. But think about it. Women have been able to do what men either help them with or allow them to do. Right? So every time we have a complaint, it's because a set of men either allowed it or enabled it.
For sure.
Feminism don't happen without men.
For sure.
Right? My daughters are going to have expectation of men, hopefully, because of what I show them and teach them. So if it take him an hour to change a tire, he gonna get judged for it, right? Just because they're not gonna be accustomed to that, you know. Right. So that's what I think about. So if we're looking at how the women are conducting themselves, but we've helped them get here or hurt them by getting them here, right? What do we have to do differently if indeed their cadence is based on what men are willing or willing not to do?
So that's interesting you said that, because I wanted to bring this up early when y'all were talking about, I think there's been conversations about where can women and men be friends, right? And I think a lot of guys don't think they can be. I'm kind of on the other side of that. I do think it's necessary, actually, particularly we're talking about the family not being as tight as it once was. If that's the truth, if that's the reality we're living in, then who are going to be the shepherd for all these women without dads to get them that game? Because I tell a lot of my friends all the time, like, you know, if you don't have no male friends, when you want to get game, you got to give something to get it. But with a friend, you don't necessarily have to go through that to get the information to understand. So for instance, like your daughters, they're going to have an advantage over a lot of young girls who don't have a dad already giving them that foundation to understand how to operate. They don't have to get some little dude in their ear who's doing whatever to get it, because you already laying the ground rules down for them. So in a way, we kind of need each other to kind of give that game they don't get naturally.
Yeah, no, I think you're right.
I got homegirls my age still a little green. I just be like, you ain't know that. They'll call me like, you know, we talking about just interaction with guys. I'll be like, man, you don't at this age, you still don't get that. Like that sucks. Nobody ever told you that. That's something.
They do it on purpose. They don't tell the women what they're doing wrong. That's what a lot of men do. When they do shit wrong, they stay quiet. That's why they don't know what they doing wrong. If you know women, you'll know. But for dudes that don't, they just look at beauty, and now you fuck just off that. Cause she cute don't mean she won't fuck you over. Just cause she acting innocent don't mean she won't fuck you over. You need to know her. You need to know how she's acting around you. You need to know if she cares about you. You're gonna tell. A woman is an emotional creature. She's gonna do things. If she doesn't want to cook and clean for you, she don't like you. Cause that's some shit a female will do because she care about you. Especially if you fucked her good. She might fuck around and be like, I'm about to cook something. Like, niggas just gotta understand female nature. If you ain't fucked a lot of females, you wouldn't even understand that. You would think, oh, I'm trying to force her to cook. It's a lot of females out here, after you fuck them good, they go cook something. So that's not even a money factor. But if you get the money first and you don't see that side, you're not gonna understand if she really like you or not. That's all I'm saying.
Oh man, it's interesting, man. It's interesting. My battery died. Oh, hold on. Let me see. Matt P with the $2 says, giving the smoking robo nigga 2 minutes. We don't even have no bounties on. Matt P with the $2 says, give Mike 2 minutes, please, was useful. I don't know where he got the link from. I ain't dropping for him though. James, appreciate you for the 10 towards the extension. We almost made it, but we extended the show for another 30 minutes or so, which was dope regardless, man. Hold on, let me switch this battery out real quick. I appreciate y'all insights, man. I think y'all did a good job, Shad and Robo, for y'all first time up here for sure. And I think this was a conversation that had to be slowed down a little bit because initially the reaction is to be like, what? Hell no, I don't take disrespect. You know, I don't do this, I don't do that, you know. But when we assess what the results are, you know, and we start being honest, it's like, damn, how important is respect? Because like Mr. Fantastic said, you take disrespect at work, you take disrespect, you know, at home. I mean, it's just like, you know, and we call it tolerance, right? Shad, you get more tolerance, but disrespect nonetheless comes across your table. And so if people are living life and going through shit, when we not disqualifying them for being disrespectful, we just need to be honest in terms of what level or what percentage of disrespect is palatable enough for you to tolerate. Because that's really what it's about. And hopefully you can correct it as you go. Right? But she ain't gonna have all green flags.
Right.
You know? So that's all I was trying to process, man. What you think, Mr. Fantastic? That makes sense?
Yeah, man. Hey, you know, you go take some L's in life, man, and I guess, like, you know what I mean, just try to minimize them. You know what I mean? Like, again,
yeah.
The hunt for fucking pussy never ends, bro. Even for married niggas.
Damn, man. Jesus Christ, man. You know, because it's just hard, man. And when we started out, you know, talking about the loyalty amongst men or lack thereof, right? And that competition level breeds contempt, and a whole nine. Just a whole bunch of different things are happening. You know, where do we fall? You know, what are our green or yellow flags? I would argue that a red flag for us is the fact that we're willing to accept disrespect, but we understand that that's life too. You got to earn your way out of being disrespected in all facets. You know, so we just got to keep building. I just want us to build the right way so we can get to an answer that makes more sense than just niggas I'm walking out and leaving. Come on, my nigga. You know what I'm saying?
If I can just add one thing, at the end of the day, I do believe, like, you know, in a way, men were designed to lead, and I think at the end of the day, we are the example. And so I think if we operate in a certain way that's not honorable, if we don't respect each other, that's naturally just as a way of being, I think then it's hard for us to expect anybody else to do it either. So I mean, that's something that we got to consider. Again, as we're talking about black men in general, just making it the standard of how we operate. You know what I mean? I see one king to another king. I don't have to know you or be where you from to just have a certain level of respect for you, because I know your journey and your struggle are automatic. No matter what you do, no matter where you from, just because you're a black man in America, and it's not to, some sad story, but at the same time, I understand you with your journey. Even if you are successful, I know what it took to get there. So like, it's just a certain level of respect that I should have for you. And if we show that, then I imagine everyone else in the community will only follow it. And if they don't follow it, they'll feel like an outsider because they see, oh, this is how everybody operating. I'm choosing a different way, but I don't think we're there yet. So it's kind of chaotic at the moment.
That's actually interesting. And Caesar's Palace just, man, I think it's interesting. How far are we from that, though? How far are we away from being able to take back a level of control? And Mr. Fantastic and Aaron, if y'all gotta bounce in and out, pause. That's good. That's cool. If you gotta roll. Caesar Palace just extended us.
Yeah, I'm here now.
So
yeah, I got my son got a game later on today. So it was good hollering at y'all boys, man. Shout out to Shad, Mr. Williams as always, man. Appreciate y'all. Great combo.
No doubt. Be safe. Tell them we said good luck.
All right, for sure.
How far are we from being able to get back a level of control, right? If we are indeed doing better, right? If we less jailed, from what they said, black men are making some money now. How far are we away from taking back the control or leading our community?
I think we're far because I think our priorities have changed. I mean, I think capitalism is doing exactly what it's supposed to do. Everyone, like y'all were talking about earlier, where we measure everybody about how much success they've accumulated, and that success is usually tied to money. Because it's not about how many other people, that you've brought along. So, if you're successful and you helped your mom start a business, you helped your cousin start a business. Not saying that's what you have to do, but just the way we measure success is usually on an individual level. You know what I mean? So character and everything else has kind of taken a back seat to success. And that success is usually tied to something that in regards to finances, because we all under the same system trying to make it. It's definitely a conundrum. It's something that it makes sense that so many people are in this struggle where we're trying, their daily struggles between making it and your soul, basically. You know what I mean? How much can your soul stay intact to, to chase the American dream, quote unquote.
Damn.
But we don't actually control the system, though. So you know what I mean? So if I make $1 million, I mean, that's a small piece in comparison to what's out there.
Yeah.
Elon got what, 350 billion? Come on, man. And I'm not a pocket watcher. Get your bread, sir, but damn.
Yeah.
Damn, like 350 bill. I don't think people understand how much money that is. What can you do? What can you do with that much money?
You buy Twitter, right? So what? But is it unfair to think that there's going to be a different measuring rod, than money? Like, what if you had to measure a man in terms of his value? What are those things? Because think about it. We talking about how disrespectful they are. They go to school, but their degrees don't mean shit, and etc. Right? But when you look at our negative stats, what do those stats speak to? Do they speak to a lack of morals and principles? The ones that we overrepresent in, like crime, an example. Does that speak to a lack of principles? And if so, does that speak to our potential conduct in relationships?
I'm trying to think of the question again. Can you repeat the question?
Yeah, well, I'm just thinking, right? So let's say we start to break down statistics, right? So 62% of kids born out of wedlock, right? Or 70% or something like that. And then 60% of the women have kids, right? Between a certain age. Once you get to 40, things start to even out a little bit, right? We understand that. But the overwhelming majority of black women date black men, right?
Mhm.
And so obviously they have to have kids with somebody. And we all know that the kids being born to single parents don't have the greatest of outcomes, right? They have a little bit lesser of an opportunity, but we participate. When I broke down the stats with Medium Man, right? He said gay black men, black women, and then black men lead in STDs, right? And so I asked him, I says, wait, if you add the gay black men to the straight black men, do black men lead? You see, right? Because they still men. And then the number, the one thing Mr. Fantastic told me is like, but the women will sleep with the men who are homosexual. So now it's literally the same pot. But it was men who had the larger number just based on volume. Right. And this was 6 months ago. So maybe your numbers could have changed. Right. We understand that it's a low number of us that are in jail. Right. But when you look at it, the jail population, us being 14% of the population, but 31% of the jail population, that's a severe overrepresentation. You know?
Mm-hmm.
I think this is and I'm just laying this out, and then I'm gonna re-ask the question. When we look at men who don't have access to women, even the brothers of the manosphere agree. Black men are the least likely to have no access, though. We get more cheeks than white men who don't have access. Right? It could be because our women are more sexual, but also could be because we generally probably just, I don't know, maybe it's our physical makeup. So if you align bad behavior with how successful somebody's going to be in a relationship, do the negative statistics speak to anything regarding that? You ever had this phone call, Shad? Your man call you, say, yo, I got Letitia pregnant. Letitia who? You know Letitia from around the way. Letitia, my nigga. You still hitting that and you got her pregnant?
Right.
What you gonna do? That's the next question.
Right.
Nigga say, I don't know, bro. I offered her $300. I try to play it cool, make sure Cause niggas be complicit in those abortion stats.
100%.
My man, Fuego Boss told me he was pro-life until his ugly chick got pregnant. So it just like, how does this measure up now when we start talking about relationships for real? You see what I'm saying?
For sure. I guess, and I've heard Mr. Fantastic, use those stats and talk about in my mind, despite what the stats are, I still think it's a us problem. It's still a us thing. So I think, and again, I in my own life, I noticed there's a difference between how these conversations go online and panels versus how they go when you talk to your, women in your environment, your circle of influence, whatever it is. So I think it just comes down to, do we look at this as a us problem? Or is it a us versus them problem? Us being black men, them being black women, and all of us are kind of in this same pot trying to navigate what has currently happened in the current status of the black community, whatever that means to us as individuals.
Do you think the Vinci was popping? Do you think?
What's up, brother?
How you?
I'm good, man. Just tapping in with you.
Indeed. Do you think that the fact that it's not a collective thought is hurtful to the conversation?
For sure.
Of progress?
For sure. I think the way we've kind of made it this thing where it's us versus them. I probably understand it. I grew up in the 80s. I remember the movies. I remember the niggas ain't shit conversation. I remember all that. I've personally had, I would consider myself, I've had very good relationships with women. So I don't have just an issue, but I do understand why the conversations are being had. I don't think I always like the way it's had, because I don't necessarily think it's always productive.
Mm-hmm.
But I do kind of understand.
Mm-hmm.
And I wish we could deal with whatever those issues are and then come to the table together and be like, here's what's going on. We don't have family structure. So no one's teaching the kids. You know what I mean? They're out here raising themselves the way a lot of us had to. And we go with the producers, as you just said, what the stats say about that. So that's a us problem because we're the new adults. You know what I mean? So we can turn our attention towards what women are doing and what they should be doing better. But like while we doing that, the kids are still raising themselves. So it's not like they looking at us and saying, "Oh, I want to be like them." They just listen to our conversation, picking it up, making it a part of their lexicon. So when they get our age, they'll be having the same conversation.
Yeah,
and we still looking 400 years of being in America, we still kind of having the same conversation about why we can't get to wherever we think we should be.
Yeah, 100%. When I did the Gen Z panel, everybody was like 25 and under or so, and it literally sounded the same. The same. They were saying the same shit. You know, it's just that the women was like, the man I'm with need to make $365,000, right? Now she was happening to be dating a dude who played in the NFL, right? So her delusion was tied to an actual thing, though, because the guy she was with was dating, whatever, was in the NFL. She thinks that's a realistic number. You see what I'm saying? So she was delusional, but then she also was able to obtain it. So it wasn't just rooted in arbitrary information. You know what I'm saying? So, but
I think for me, I struggle with like when I hear guys talk, I'm like, are y'all? You know, I believe in the content creation space. I understand what it is. A lot of people are eating off of it. But when I hear people have these conversations, I'm always wondering, like, bro, like, is your focus when it comes to your own personal journey to find a relationship? Are you concerned about the masses? Or are you looking for your one? Because even in my own life, I've had a girl who was a really good woman, but at that time, my priority first was what she looked like. And because she didn't meet that mark, I was willing to pass her by, even though I could see. I didn't have a thorough investigation, but on face value, wifey. This is the type of woman that everybody on the panel is talking about. But because their ass wasn't poking out enough for me, and it wasn't looking the way it looked, I was willing to pass her by. And so I have to atone for that because I went back in the jungle still looking, and I haven't found what I look, but I passed it by. So I'm like, are these guys like just not finding one that could make sense, or do they see themselves as saviors of men, and their focus is there versus that one or two chicks in their environment that could meet the standard that they have? I don't know if I have an answer for that.
Where is she at?
Oh man, she gone. I don't know what she doing.
But she married and all that.
Like when you reject them, they don't like that. Girls don't like being rejected, so you can't spin the block when they kind of let you know, hey, I want you, and you kind of like, no, I'm cool on you. Yeah, they'll make it rough for you trying to spin the block. Like, no, because I actually got like an ex, like super girl. I was younger, didn't do what I was supposed to do. End up getting engaged. I ended the engagement, and I did kind of try to spin the block a little bit. She was kind of willing to kind of go there with me, but I could tell she always had this thing like, nah, bro, you chose somebody else. I'm cool. So I had to let it go.
No, real shit though. Niggas be passing up on a rack of joints because they be feeling her, but they know either somebody gonna clown them,
right?
Somebody gonna say, oh, she don't got the aesthetic, or she got a little weight on her. That's and niggas ain't really taking up personal, even though they want to.
That's a fact. That's a fact. It is a lot of delusion on both sides, I think, but I do think sometimes not even just the men, on the women too. The women, I think we all kind of like, it is rough, and I think finding your person, finding like your one was never an easy task. I think sometimes we even over romanticize like the old days. It's just like they ain't have issues, man. Please, I'm from the South. Come on, man. Like I've seen some things in my grandparents. I'm like, man, I never want to go through this. So this idea that it was so easy for them. And it's just this new complex. Like my dad told me, it's nothing new under the sun. We went through the same stuff y'all going through. We just didn't have social media to talk about it.
Yeah. No, 100%. That and then therefore it was just within your little proximity in which you would get the noise. Now the noise come from any and everywhere.
Any and everywhere. I'm just like, man, the problem though, I mean, you go outside, it's a lot of single people. So it just, it depends on what you're willing to work with, what you're willing to put up with. So I guess until you can figure that out, it does make it hard to kind of navigate.
Yeah. Damn, man.
I don't know.
It's hard, B. Benji, what you got for us, man? What's going on?
I'll just really be learning, man. I'll be tapping in with you. It'd be different. You put like different thoughts. Be switching my thought process up when I be listening to your show, bro.
Yeah.
So I'm just listening to y'all. You know what I mean? Chop it up. But I
Yeah.
did want to ask, as far as mentorship on certain topics, do you offer that and for pay?
Yeah, so I actually have build sessions via Calendly. So I could drop the link in the thing, and then it's on my Instagram as well. Just because time is of the essence. So oftentimes, and it's not expensive, but when people invest, it's easier to invest that time, you know. And so I call it a build session is because everybody's learning in the process, right? So if you ask me something about specifically that I've done or I've learned about or studied, then I think at that point I would be the person that take the reins of doing the most of the teaching. But if we get on the call and we start talking and I have some inquiries of you damn right I'm gonna ask and then I'm gonna listen. You know what I'm saying? So it's a session that go both ways, you know.
Okay, because I got like some personal things going on in my life, but I be seeking business advice from certain people, and from what I can see, you've been successful, man. I was tapping in your chat when you was like 5K followers. Now I'm seeing you way up. So I respect that, bro.
No, I appreciate that. I'll send you the link. I'll put it in the chat real quick, and then I'll also send you the link to this entrepreneurship live stream I did too. So I just went through like the beginner stages of it based on what I've known and experienced. But it was for like stage 1 info just to kind of get people started in different terminology that could be helpful, you know. So I'll send that to you as well.
Okay, I may send you a message through the Instagram because
that's easier.
Don't really. I'm still learning. I barely be on this shit. So as far as like what you mean, like links and bios, and I'm still kind of learning this shit myself, bro.
If
you
send me that link, if you see it, shoot me a message on Instagram, and I'll just send you all the stuff.
Okay, bet.
That's
man.
easiest. Then you could just click it. You don't gotta search for it and all that.
You right in Houston, right?
Yeah.
Okay, bet.
Yeah, man. But yeah, this is interesting because what's Sherelle, do you want to add something to what we've been talking about? Yeah, man, this is interesting because this respect thing to me, it umbrellas out. It touches more than what we try to give it credit for. And then when we reprimand the women, it's majority about their conduct, right? Which we deem either unbecoming or disrespectful. And you could say those two things are kind of semantics, you know. But then I'm just looking at what we're willing to wager respect on, right?
Y'all mentioned it earlier. Help if you listen to some of the things they say they got it from us. Like you said, I was in high school. We was calling each other broke when we wouldn't even you know that was the first broke ass nigga. That was the first thing you could say. If your shoes ain't clean or whatever. So they've been hearing us talk this way for 20 years now. So that's why when they want to diss a man, the first thing you can say is he broke. Not about him being honorable. You know what I mean? Not about him being an upstanding citizen. The first thing you're gonna get on him about is how much money he has. And I do think they got that from us.
Yeah, no, that's what I was. Sherelle and I talked about it one show. It was essentially hypergamy, monogamy, either created or both boosted by men.
Yeah.
Right. The majority of men don't have access, so it makes sense for men who don't have access to push monogamy. That way, women think, okay, let me get one woman to one man.
I ain't even thought about that. That's crazy. That makes so much sense. That's crazy because the king was getting all of it. So
you see, Solomon was wilding, right?
So much sense. Oh,
so now, boom, that benefits just average men, right?
Yep.
And then hypergamy for the nigga who ain't big, strong, and fast, but I got money though, right? So now I can measure up to the men who, you know what I'm saying, like Goliath and shit, because my money is the trump card. And then we fast forward, and now we complaining that she want the nigga with the most money. You know what I'm saying? Or she don't want me to sleep with other women. But if she was, or you know, because of monogamy. But God forbid if women was polygynous, how many men would be left dick in hand?
Right. And we might be headed towards that. I don't know.
Well, biblically speaking, it's just somewhere in there. But man, oh man, it's just
that's real. That's real, man.
It's a lot, bro. It's a lot, and it's a lot. You know.
I think it's me. Sometimes we don't consider how much they listen to us and like really like take on our personality in ways. Like I said earlier, I feel like sometimes I've had this conversation with my friends. I feel like they took the worst parts of us and added that to their repertoire. You know what I mean? So like the whole thing about chasing money, which is cool, but not about, you know what I'm saying? They not lining up in droves to be the person to protect the crib. When it comes to stuff like that, you know, they understand their position. But like I make money now, so therefore if you don't make as much as I make, then you don't qualify. And I'll be honest, I might get killed by some of the dudes in the chat. I never understood this idea how money don't matter to me. Man, please. You crazy. How money don't matter, man. Even if I got it all, I mean, bro, stuff happens. You know what I mean? I got people personally in my life who was up and had a freak accident, and now they need family to take care of them. You know what I mean? So this idea that like her money don't matter, it sounds good to stay on a panel, but bro, what's the median income for us? Like 50, 45, somewhere like that?
Like 49, I think.
So how does her money not matter when most of us only got like 50,000? That makes no sense. When you talk about generational wealth, how many people are gonna start from very like humble beginnings and become a millionaire? What's the percentage of people that got their story in America? And we can talk about all people, because I know the number's small for Black, but all people. So most people are gonna get wealth from having family. So I'm not saying that your girl should be required to go bust her ass. I believe in having a plan for both of y'all, where at some point, you know, you can take the load off, but it needs to be something y'all can work on together. It shouldn't be the ticket to entry, where if you can't take care of everything, then you shouldn't have a relationship. That makes no sense for the reality. In the Lulu YouTube land, that sounds perfect, but in the real world, the idea that her money don't matter, okay, cool, bro. It sounds good. I hope nothing ever happens to you. I hope you got all your ducks in a row. Because if not, if you're gonna be in trouble because her money don't matter. So you know what I mean? So I don't know.
Yeah, no, I was saying the other day, well, a couple months ago, maybe getting her out of McDonald's, and I understand it was hyperbole in the statement where if she pretty enough, I'll get her out of McDonald's, right? I'm like, that's some of the dumbest shit I ever heard. I understand it's hyperbole, right? But the more potential someone has to do anything that's beneficial would have to be valued, right? So if I need to potentially do something and people are around me that have the ability, right? Those are the people that I want to absorb.
Right.
You know, even if I don't need the skill, in the instance in which I need it, that person has it. Now we benefit.
And I honestly never heard that till I started listening to internet conversations. I never heard the men growing up say, yeah, her money don't matter. I just never heard that. So when I was like, okay, all the rich people and all the like emotionally intelligent, well thought, well-versed people come to the internet too. So I would think this would be the perfect place for everybody to find their person, because on the internet, everybody got the paper, everybody rich, everyone's done the work, everyone's, you know what I mean, intellectual. Would you say all the dudes got 8 bodies and all the women are like, you know, where they need to be? So I'm like, we should have to go on the internet and find our people. This could be the community that could save the Black community, I guess. On the internet. That's what the way
I got a question, man. So is leading a good and a bad thing?
Yeah.
Because I hear men basically they comment on women who basically see success as, you know, as what they pursuing in life. They want success. They want a man who's successful and all that. So my thing is, from my experiences, women I've been with, I've showed them a lot. I showed them how to save money, just different things where they was able to. After me, they didn't have to require men, because I knew if we didn't work out, I just don't like the fact that women got to rely on men, you know, when they got kids and shit. So therefore, but once I showed them everything and then they got on and they money up, they didn't need me no more. So does that mean like my purpose is served?
You were dating them?
Yeah. Just different chicks. I got a long history, bro, in the street. So we basically have to make shit happen right where we at. So if say 10 years ago, a lot of women I got out of prison in 2010. So, and I was in there for 5 years. And when I got out, the streets was like full of women. It was full of females. They was, you know, a lot of them was single mothers and shit, but a lot of them was out hustling and they was doing, you know, stripping and doing all kind of shit. So I kind of got involved in that type of shit. And then I'm out here, I learned how to make money with the strippers and the D girls and all that shit. So, but I'm also showing them how to you know, live on their own and do different shit where they didn't really know, because they, you know, a lot of women, they had shit with their baby daddies or whatever, and they can go as far as he go. You know what I mean? So once they reach a certain level, now they out doing their shit. So I'm just saying, if they run into one of these guys who complain and they got their bags up, I'm trying to see, like, would that be a bad thing that she already got her shit up and she know what she want out of life? And, you know, because she probably don't need a man for financial security. So what else would a man be able to provide?
So that's the crux of the conversation. I'm glad you introduced it, right? Because the complaint essentially is that this is the stereotype that the women who get their money up and start to get their education and they can do for themselves, their conduct seems to drop, right? So the more they have, they seem the sentiment is that their attitudes are worse, right? Because then the thing that makes the men valuable are less valuable.
But just think, if you got hit on by 20, 30 different women who you really wasn't interested in all day, you eventually be frustrated. You know, you kind of maneuvering. So I kind of see, I was raised by women, and, you know, I know a lot of women. So it's like, I kind of see how shit be from their perspective too, because it's like they just be looking good sometimes for themselves, and everywhere they go, at work, everywhere they at, is dudes breathing. I know Sherelle know how that life is. She's very attractive. So it's like, it will be frustrating, you know, if it's a lot of men who not even capable of even maintaining her lifestyle, but they the first to holler. You know what I mean? Because I got guys who got chicks and shit, but when we go out, they hollering at females first and shit. And I be like, nigga, I'm the nigga who's single, you know, and I know what to do with her. Some of them, they don't know what to do with her. So it's like they just want sex and shit. I can understand the frustration. But also, when women meet they match, I don't care what they talking. It's like, men got this shit up too. Now what? So it's like, that doesn't matter no more. So now it's basically about this man can really dominate this woman, dominate her mentality. You know what I mean? Not dominate her physically, but if he can overpower her, then she gonna respect and she'll go back into her feminine phase.
So,
I don't think. Go ahead.
So you think that is the truth? Then you think that
That's
women,
definitely the truth where I come from, because females hard and they got guns and they got shit. They you know, they been with. I ain't gonna even, a lot of dudes who say females, they be with their exes and say this man was about something, they gonna inherit his characteristics as well. So, and no, I know females who had dudes, but they may got killed or something. So they leave their woman out here, and she been out here. She been through some shit. So can't no average dude just gonna handle. You can't handle a lot of women that I know. These dudes can't handle them. I'm telling you, bro. They off the chain.
So Vinci,
I ain't saying they disrespectful. They work, they do all that shit. And I ain't never had no problem with nobody submit. Now being disrespected was some other shit that I had to learn coming out of prison. Because you know, females call niggas bitches, and I ain't ever been called nigga a bitch in my life. You know, just I didn't have squabble hella niggas, and it ain't even had nothing to do with nigga calling me out my name. You know, so that was kind of shit getting adjusted to. But then I had understood going through situations how fragile women really is. So it's like, now I just kind of stay away from people who disrespect men like that, or because I just don't want to be in that position. But I can understand that if they said, it doesn't really it doesn't make me feel no better to kind of react and like want to get on one with her and shit and try to you know, it's just prove it doesn't make no sense to me, bro. But I have been through them situations for sure. So I understand what you're saying, the disrespect, definitely. But I had other ways of handling that in the streets as well. I don't want to go into that, but because some people may sound wrong, but that's how shit was moving out here. So therefore, if say if I got little homegirls and they out here with the shit, and I'm running with chicks and they feel as though they disrespect me, then they'll step in. You know, that's how I was going back then. You know, but So it's like some people like that action. Other than that, I'll remove myself from the situation.
So do you think that it is true that women submit to the men that they deem worthy of submission?
Yeah, I believe that, because even like say if the Michael B. Jordan guy, if he's a nerd or whatever, but they'll see that movie, he in there working out, he in there mashing, and that'll drive them crazy. You know what I mean? So I would basically think that that version of him would be the version that they will want for themselves. It may be the nerdy guy too, because that's the financial security guy. You know, the guys who with the good job. So therefore, that's the good guys, and they'll come, you know, in the club and flirt with the bad guys and shit. It always been like that, from my understanding. You know what I mean? So I'm not counting them out as well, but I'm just saying the guys that they will actually desire. Shit, some of them want the opposite of them. So if they feminine, they want as masculine as they can get. Opposites attract.
So what do you say? What is your advice for the average guy, which is the
Oh no,
majority?
he can do his thing. He gotta get in where he fit in, but it's just I would think he would just choose and select. Cause like say when I go like strippers, I know like they with the average guys who got their money up, but they run circles around them. So they tell them niggas what to do. You was just saying like where they the Uber drivers and shit. Like nigga, they gonna do that's what it is. So therefore, if they want to live that life, cool. But I would just say certain women ain't that aggressive, and they may be on their level. I would think that people just kind of got to find someone on their level.
So
That's what I'm trying
Vinci,
to do.
I low key want to speak to that. Can I speak to that real fast?
No, hold on a second. So Vinci, do you think that the majority of men got to deal with disrespect from the woman they're gonna be with? You think that's just gonna be a part of their life?
No, I don't. I wouldn't recommend it, and I don't really respect the disrespect because it's like backed up by other shit. Like people would say something, and I'd be like, "What army you got behind you?" Oh, you got Popo. Because if somebody do something to you, then your uncles and brothers will show up. Then it's a big shootout. Then it's just a whole mess. So it's like, on what grounds is people, being disrespectful on, basically. So if all you got is 911 and you calling niggas out their name and shit, I just be like, okay, because. That's what the police did. Gang tags used to do that. They'll come, nigga. They used to, as we was young, they'll come jam us up and diss our hoods and all kind of shit. They banging on us, and they county jail officers, they gonna bang on you, call you all out your name. So okay, cool. You kind of know if you whoop him, it's gonna be 20 of them gonna come in. They gonna kick your teeth out and all kind of shit. So you kind of gonna understand if you smart, like, man, whatever, man, because you ain't finna say that, if you in my area. So I look at the some of these females the same way. But then I see some of them and they going in on bitch ass niggas, and I'll be looking like, well, he kind of move, he kind of may be a bitch ass nigga, so I can't knock it. You know what I mean? Some of these niggas is. We all know that, and some of these niggas women don't respect.
You think the majority or minority of niggas is bitch ass niggas?
I ain't gonna say majority because I ain't gonna even call them. I'm just saying that if they doing like shit that women do, females pick up on that quick. I just see Sherelle spaz on a few niggas, you know what I mean, in my time, because she'll just see certain characteristics, and if they see a weakness.
So you think women are identifying niggas that they could play with?
They sharp. Women is sharp, bro, and they on top of that shit. Women done saved my life and got me through some shit, for real. And they sharp, as far as my experience with women is sharper than what people would think, because a lot of men would count out what they got to say. But if you kind of listen, they be right a lot of times, because in the background, if they paying attention to your partners and shit, and like, and then they'll give you their understanding on that shit been right most of the time. You know what I mean? So, and just different other shit too that I could count on women that even my homeboys, them niggas, they won't even pull up, but females will. So they are proving themselves to be more honorable in my life. That's why I don't really sit on black women once I become to understand them. They in the same field as we shit.
So you think women are more loyal than men?
Now, just the men they respect, if they really and if you show them something in life, then they'll be honorable for you. Because even people I done cussed out, they'll still pull up if I call them. Just different. They gonna fuck with me for life. And it's been about since I've been out. The same females, they still fuck with me. I don't need them for shit, but it's like they know where to pull up when they want to get some advice.
But do you think that women are more honorable than men?
Huh?
You think women are more honorable than men?
Nah, I don't think so. Just in my experience, yeah, I would say so. Hell yeah, because the whole competitive shit, it basically leaves me basically looking at most male individuals like they fucking crazy, because it seems like it's always something. Just even on these YouTube shit, it's like I don't see how men can be honorable if they competing with you. So say like niggas is hustling together out here. One nigga get knocked, the other nigga, he basically gonna pick up where he left off, but he ain't finna contribute to him not. He glad he gone. I see a lot of that shit like as of right now. So it's like even I can just got stories, bro, to kind of prove that. Say my homeboy, he go out to hang with my other partners and he gets shot at the club thing around here. He gets shot in front of everybody. The niggas who he pulled up with left him, and this is his day one niggas. They the ones he pulled up. So
Day one,
from my
that's what.
understanding, I don't. Hell no. No. Fuck no. Now, if we had to basically get out in the field and all get it together as black men, without where people didn't have to really pick and choose their career fields and all that shit. So basically, what kind of divides us and how these people use that as pedestals above other black men and shit, whatever the fuck. I would think we will all have a common ground, and that would give us something to protect one another on. But as far as that, hell no. You know what I mean? I even seen YouTubers on here that you said, you fuck with from day one. When they come on here, I've seen them get on here with just weirdo shit. I just know hater shit, bro. And and I just be like, damn, I thought they was fucking around. You know what I mean? So it's like, I don't think so. What do you think? You think men are more honorable than women?
No, I've seen. I think there's a few people that I actually, like, what I'm saying, fall into just for sake of for lack of a better term.
Right.
But I think I can see a lot, right? And so I've seen it. And anytime I've been down or in a crux, when I've been down, I've been arrested by myself, right? And I was the only one doing. Like, I'm talking about just a regular fight at the club. Right. My man started fighting, so we start fighting. So I get kicked out, and then they get kicked out, and so we continue fighting, and then I get arrested. But nobody bailed me out though.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying? They know they saw them niggas get kicked out behind me, and they know I'm not fast, so I gotta fight, and so. I was pretty much getting beat up, I would say. But then the cop tased me because I was on top of one dude, pause. But I'm like, well, that's what you do. You try to get one and then then you get stomped out, right? So I'm expecting, and then and then there wasn't a lot of people there for me, in that time, right?
Right.
So I've seen it happen a lot of times where a nigga will go out with a bunch of people and die by himself.
Yeah. So say that all the things, the love that you extend to people, do you receive? Do you think they'll show that same love back, like your guys on every level? Because I know it don't exist. I basically done did a lot of shit for dudes, and I ain't expect it back, but it still hurts sometimes. Like, damn, bro, you pick me up if I'm down, nigga, and I did all that for you. But I don't know how it is from your
over it when you should have expected it.
Can I hop in real quick, help?
Yeah, go ahead.
I feel like to answer your question, what I've seen is just like, it seems like based on like this spectrum of where you are you surviving or thriving? Because I think when you ask the question, are men or women more loyal? I don't think it's like an inherent thing. I think like I've seen, once you leave your parents' house and you're kind of forced to do life on your own, what I've noticed is people are as honorable based on the spectrum they're on of surviving or thriving. So when you're a person that's just surviving, trying to make it, if you have good character, you know what I mean? And that's determined by a few different things. But when you survive, and you will kind of finesse and maneuver your way to make sure you can get whatever you're trying to get at the end of the day. And I also think like when it comes to, I feel like men, we have our relationships, but I'm sure you've seen, especially being in a fraternity, like your guys are your guys. Y'all might have this mission set up. But if Shorty call and especially if she talking right, the mission is already planned out. The sketches are made, but a dude will miss out on that mission because Shorty like, hey, come, I got it ready for you. Pull up on him. He gonna miss it. And I think the same thing goes for women, right? Like I hear women joke a lot about like, a girl stopped being cool with her homegirl because she wore the same dress at the birthday party. But a dude can cheat on us 5 times and she'll give him another chance. But like if a homegirl betray her one time, it's over with. So I don't know what that's about too, where like we have more grace for the opposite sex than we have for each other. I feel like I see that a lot from men and women. Women do the same thing.
That's a good perspective, bro. Cause niggas definitely went on dummy missions for cheeks.
But quick.
We supposed to be going out and all that, right? And then you can't even get in touch with dude. You can't even get in touch with son. Yo, where you was at? I thought you was Oh, you know how
it feels like such a legitimate excuse to step out on your boys for cheeks. Like as men, we almost accept that. I don't know about even as men, we accept that. Like if a girl's involved, man, I understand. Maybe that goes back to what Mr. Fantastic was talking about, the biological imperative. But I think women do the same thing with men too. They'll have a mission with their homegirls, and depending on what the situation is, they might cancel on the mission too. So I don't know. I don't know who more honorable. I don't know. Human beings are complex, man. I don't know who's more honorable.
I think women is, bro, because it's like look at the women who still go see their sons in prison who done told on everybody. Look at the the ones they still love their kids even though they may be gay or however they may turn out. They still gonna rock with them. You know why, man? Come on, man, they finna be. You know what I mean? We can just determine how that's gonna go. I just think women are honorable in certain ways, but then that can be a double-edged sword too. You know what I mean? Because if you trust the wrong woman, shit, she gonna fuck you over. So it's your job.
Hey, bro, can I speak real fast? I don't know if niggas gonna relate, but here's how I feel, bro. Like if we look at the Bible, bro, because that was when we went into slavery, the Bible was our God, right? So Adam and Eve in the Bible, right? Adam sat there and listened to Eve when she listened to the snake, gave her the fruit, right? Then they got cast out the garden. When I look at shit to present day, I view it as niggas still trying to defend Eve. Like you suffering, you paying consequences, but you think that's what being a man is. So what my movement is, you don't gotta outright beat females. You don't gotta put your hands on them, but you need to be you, and you need to cut bitches off, and you need to respect yourself. You feel me? Because it's like a lot of niggas tolerate shit that they don't need to tolerate and think that's being a man. If you providing, if you taking care of a female, why is it okay for her to cheat on you or disrespect you or gossip on you if you went through the fire that you went through to be able to take care of her? And a lot of women is taking advantage of the fact that a lot of these women had that man. So the problem is niggas acting like women not doing nothing wrong when they had the dude that could have took care of them for the rest of their life. And now you making excuses for her. But she had that man. And a lot of niggas, you go through that fire, then and a lot of niggas, that's just life. That's the happy wife, happy life shit. You go through that fire, then you accept a woman that because you didn't look for it. Because you think being a man is providing and not saying nothing. You don't if you go by the script.
No, he's too invested in one woman, first of all. So therefore, if niggas really playing the game, they're gonna have women who probably equivalent to each other. So therefore, a woman gonna already know if she do step out, okay, what the fuck do that mean? It's like nigga got women who on her level or above. And most women who know if a man got options, they gonna do what he say. That's what I do know. So even I done heard Sherelle say that. She say if niggas already know that they ain't impressed, if women already know that men ain't impressed by women and they done have their way with women, they not sitting here complaining about none of that shit. And all the little furniture and shit that I may leave at her house, you can have that shit. Ain't no going no tit for tat. That's like I don't know how niggas do it though. It's like even if say the man who does do his job right and he fucking gets his money and retires and dies, it still goes to his wife and family. So she's still gonna get the money. The woman gonna benefit regardless. They get child support. It's set up that way. Why cry about it? It's no, they gonna benefit. They gonna get their bag, even if they just go strip on the weekends without you knowing. They still gonna get the bag. So it's like I don't know why men go tit for tat with the shit when it's already set up for them to win. You let them get their issue and you go scrape your shit up. Bottom line, and it's more women willing to contribute to a man who really on top of his shit anywhere you go, anywhere I go, anywhere around this motherfucker, from the dispensaries to the daycare women. To the women who own her salons, and they all out here everywhere. I think at the after hours the other night, nigga, they got fur coats bad. Nigga, I'm talking about all baddies. 4 in the morning.
Talking about.
They out there with fur coats, nigga.
I think where niggas need to draw the line is Krishan Rock. I don't know if y'all I don't keep up with the celebrities for real. But sometimes, you know what I'm saying, I be on the internet and you find some shit. And the shit with Krishan Rock, she got a nigga that goddamn the nigga before Blueface was a nigga in the streets, and he made it out, and he was doing well for himself, and he think that Krishan baby is really his baby.
What are y'all talking about right now? What are you talking about?
My bad, Hemp. I got
lost.
What
are you talking about that for?
Because all I'm saying is this. Like, what niggas don't understand is this. It's a lot of niggas finding out that the baby that they're raising is not even theirs.
But what does that have to do with respect, though?
But because a lot of men, this is what it has to do with respect. A lot of those same men will sit there and say that, don't talk about my wife. Like, a lot of men will sit there because they don't know. Like, a lot of men will sit there and defend that woman. Like, oh, that's my baby. That's my, this, she's, you better not say nothing about her. I'll kill you. You better not, all of this shit. And the whole time, you don't find out till 20 years in your marriage that you're not even raising your own kids, but you're not looking back. You're not looking back at what you did when you was with her.
So
what you was caused to do.
He enable her. Yeah.
No, he did. Yeah. Not only did he enable her, but he in that process, you hurting innocent niggas. Because this is my thing. I'm the type of nigga, like I told y'all earlier. Like, I fucked a lot of bitches, but I ain't been in a lot of relationships. A nigga can get mad at me, be like, oh, well, you was fucking with one of my bitches. But if she didn't tell me that she had a relationship, how do you have any right to be mad at me? If you pull up and I'm fucking on her, and she didn't even tell me that she had a nigga, and you thinking you not even trying to talk, what am I left to do? Reason with you? You don't want to reason.
Yeah.
But you don't know that she been lying.
The truth is, with the women, man, this is Sparta.
This is what I'm trying to get niggas to understand. Like, niggas just gotta, if you in my house when I come home, right? You better be prepared to die. If she said it was her house, then what you
don't get to control none of that. That's what I'm saying. Niggas better be responsible. You don't control. You only control your actions. You don't control your repercussions.
But you're only in control of your perception. If she sit here and if she tell you that, if she tell you,
it's a problem, Robo, right? If you dealing with a chick who got a nigga, you know the times where she can't pick up the phone, the time where she got to jump off the phone.
Right.
When you go to her house, what's the setup? Are you even allowed at her house? What time can you call when she don't pick up? Niggas know the vibes if you really had that much access.
Right, but that's why I'm still alive though.
Roll the dice. Just roll the dice.
But look, listen, that's why I'm still alive though. It's niggas it's many other niggas that's dead because they didn't know. And I hate to say it because it's a lot of niggas that, like, I don't even want, but I gotta say it. It's like there's a lot of niggas that don't understand women nature. And what I was gonna say earlier is, like, women is tempted with the Eve story. Like, women is tempted to go with the bad guy. All right, so it's like the biggest bad guy is the white man. And what niggas don't understand is that niggas do all this shit. You end up going to jail, and then it's like a lot of these females be cheating. Like, and it's like motherfuckers want to play nice and come back home from jail because it's like they ain't had pussy in 10 years. But these be some of the same niggas that will kill you if you mess with a girl. And then niggas just think that that's the wave. And niggas ain't been through nothing, don't understand why they acting like that. Will be like, oh, it's right to kill somebody over some pussy.
What makes it his girl though? If she already made her mind up that she doing her own thing, like
that's the point. That's the point. She's taking advantage of that because she know he's a crash out.
Nah,
she knows that. No, that's the point. That's the same way that
bite that bullet, bro. You gotta bite that bullet first of all, because
the same way that she knows that nigga's a crash out is the same way that she knows a nigga gonna pay her bills.
Nah, you gotta.
The same way that she knows that a nigga gonna fuck her right, even though he don't got that money. See, and niggas just be allowing themselves to be played.
I'm talking about if it's a man that's letting a woman like take advantage and he don't notice that shit, he may need to get work, brother. For sure, because it's like, come on, man, fuck out of here. That shit is common sense, bro. So it's like, some of these guys
Big Me just came
cheated on before. Nigga, I cheated on women. You know what I mean? It's like that shit. After it's done, nigga, it's done.
No disrespect. I don't mean no disrespect. I'm just speaking. Big Me just came home from jail. He got a situation with Tammy Collins. You talking about how niggas is supposed to respect it if it ain't nothing. That bitch, because of her, his whole credit, his whole credibility, his whole credibility is at stake.
We can't make no progress. We can't make no progress right now.
No, but you don't see the ties. But see, because niggas will try to idolize niggas.
Slow down. We can't make no progress with you yelling in the microphone, right? The premise of the conversation, it's okay. The premise of the conversation is about respect. Now, I think what you speak.
But that's the point.
Hold on. But your points, you have to condense your points, right? Because you're saying a lot of stuff that seems like it's going into different topics, like tangents, right? So now the key is, I think what you're articulating, it's either disrespect to the men that they're with or the lack of self-respect from the man that they're with. So where does it lie, right? And if women are going to do what we allow them to do, then what respect is more likely to be corrective and helpful? Self-respect from men to not deal with certain things, or trying to correct disrespect from women that only do what you allow them to do?
I think both. I think you can't do one or the other.
But if you had to choose one, which one do you think is more expeditious? Self-respect or correcting the disrespect from someone else?
I would say self-respect, but because of the majority, because it's like this. It's like this. And I'm going to just put it from my perspective. I'm not rich. But see, if I start dealing with a female and she interested in me and she like how I'm fucking on her, another nigga could come by with more money than me and take her from me. And she might not like that nigga as much as she like me. She may come fuck me again. But because that nigga got more money, he can take her. So this is my whole point. It's like with these relationships and shit and the respect, it's like niggas are allowed to disrespect because she's able to fuck on a nigga like me that don't got no money, but also get money, fuck on a nigga that got a lot of money, and then compare the two. See, and this is my thing. My thing to women. This is my thing to women. If you're gonna be with a nigga, then you're gonna have to really make that commitment. Like you're gonna have to choose him, even if he's bad, even if whatever the fuck the case is. If that's your baby daddy, I fuck with plenty bitches, and I told him, hey, you could go back to your baby daddy. I do shit that niggas don't do because I'm not fiending for pussy. But if she wants to fuck with me, I will fuck with her, especially if her baby daddy's a piece of shit breaking in her fucking crib, trying to beat her up because she don't want to give him sex. Like, and this is the shit that niggas don't talk about. Women do need to be defended, but then you encourage these women by paying them to get away with the shit that they doing. So why would they listen if they can always find a nigga that's gonna pay them? The nigga that's respectable is trying to get their way.
So what is your message, Robo? Because you're going on and on now. So what is your message, right? It sounds like you're saying the self-respect needs to get corrected, right? Because you're saying
my message
what they're willing to do because they have access to so many different men, right? But if the men would have had more self-respect and stopped just accepting anything, what would happen, right? A positive result would come from that, right? That's the key, right? But in your messaging, you pinpointing the woman's conduct, but it's really men allowing it, right? Because you just said that you didn't get subject to that, right? You never got manipulated in that way, but other men have. So if you
But that
say
don't mean I didn't take L's.
yeah,
I'm not
100%
gonna
was going
say
off of what you said. So now you took L's, I guess is how you learned.
it's basically like I said earlier, it's like the bad bitch that niggas pay.
Robo, are you saying that that's how you learn? You saying you took L's and that's how you learned, or did somebody tell you what to look out for?
Yeah, that's how I learned. I took my own L's personally.
Okay, and then after you took those L's, did you raise your level of self-respect?
I did, and then I shifted because I raised my level and it was mentioned earlier. I raised my level of respect to a point where a lot of females just don't operate like I can't tell her don't dress some type of way because she likes to dress like that, and then it's like niggas just gotta understand if she care about you, she's gonna do certain shit. Like you don't gotta force her. I'm not gonna tell her not to dress some type of way.
Thing, right? Y'all gotta hyper focus on the women, right? And it's a facet, but it's not the entire thing when it's talking about respect, right? Because we already said a million times we would sacrifice respect when it comes to women, which is an issue. But respect starts way before that, though. No, everybody up here is a superhero. We ain't talking about us. We talking about the regular niggas, right? I jumped to and from the gas station. It's 3 miles away. I ain't talking about me. I'm talking about regular niggas, right? We willing to sacrifice respect for the access to women. Niggas is really grinding to get money so that women can see them. When women should be a residual effect of doing great, not the goal. So where's that man's self-respect? Sherelle, you wanted to say something?
Okay.
Yeah. I think it's a case by case scenario. I know they're talking about like men and women in the beginning. Like if you come to every man and you ask them what position they want to be on the chessboard, every man's gonna say a king. Most women are gonna say the queen. That's just what it is. So far as one of these people come into your life and their highest position that they acquired, that they desire to be, is next to you. The other person's highest desire is to be you. So you can have a homeboy, but at the end of the day, your homeboy, he a man, he don't want to submit to you. So you can give a person everything you can give them what you give them. You can give them a lot, but they want all that you have. So I think there's a lot of times y'all run into situations like that. A woman is always going to hold her man down, her king down, because that's just what a queen's position is. A man isn't going to give him that same type of loyalty because he's a man within himself. A king ain't a king. Another king on the same chessboard is your opposition, not your best friend. And nobody's choosing to be a pawn or a bishop or a knight on your chessboard. If they had the choice, it'd be about them. But even like when we look into our communities, when people are homeless, when people don't have nowhere to stay, if they need somebody to watch their kids, it's always an auntie, a grandma, a sister, a mama. When you go to the jails, it's an auntie, a grandma, a sister, a mama, a girlfriend. When these people need places to stay, they need money to borrow. Who's really taking people into their homes? So when we think about this loyalty thing or who has it, it's women hands down. I think we can look at a minority of women who just wild out, but even those girls show some type of loyalty to the women that they're dealing with or the dudes that they're dealing with. These the same girls that go to jail for the men that they're with. I know little girls all the time. They going to jail for drug charges and everything. They get pulled over by the cops. The man passed all the stuff to them and they feel like they record clean, so they going to go. Whoa. They turn 21, they going to get guns. But you know why? Because when you're 21, you can go get a handgun because your name clean, you got no felons, you got nothing. They take them guns, report them guns stolen, give it to their boyfriends. I think when we think about women doing messed up things, you're talking about scorn women. You're talking about women that's been crossed. You're talking about women that's been betrayed. So they don't feel like their loyalty needs to even be there anymore because somebody went against their loyalty. So now you're an op. Nobody owes loyalty to an op. But just in general, if a woman is not scorned, she's way more loyal, way more down, way more committed to a man, to women, to the community, to all of that. She ain't getting up and leaving. Mama gonna stay and handle her business.
So can I just ask a question to Sheree Hump? So are you saying that men are inherently conniving and because we are competitive, we just are naturally willing to do people wrong, and women are kind of
No, I don't think it's not about doing the next person wrong. It's just that men more aligned on their own purpose and what they got to do for themselves. They're not going to be focused on that. Shad is not going to give up his purpose to support him. Hamp's wife will. She'll give up her purpose to support him. Women will give up their own purpose to support a man's purpose. It's been happening since the beginning of time, right? Now we can always talk about the allies, the people that go against, but women have always smothered themselves to put themselves in the back burner for their children and their men. And the fact that we have an increase in women who are more focused on themselves and not the men and the children in their lives is why it's such an outrage, because that's not normal. It has never been normal. So we're trying to correct that problem before it gets out of hand. But that is women. That's always been women since the beginning of the time. They will smother themselves, kill themselves to make sure that they can be supportive of somebody else. Before she builds the sandcastle, she'll come over there and build your sandcastle and just live in it with you. But you don't want to live in a sandcastle with no other man. You're going to focus on your sandcastle and that's it. You know, if you have a wife and kids, you're not letting your homeboys come stay in there with your wife and kids. That nigga got to go. No. But a girl, she going to let him in there.
One more question. I appreciate the back and forth. So now that I agree with you, at one point in time, we did see kind of this like collective loyalty to like the family. But as soon as women got the opportunity, I don't have the answer. I'm asking y'all, the two on the panel. As soon as women got the opportunity, that changed. So is it something that was inherent, or were they blocked by the force of men? And once that force was taken away, see that everyone kind of operates in the same manner, because women still have the option to do the same things that they did in the past, but now it seems like they're choosing other options because they have the option, rightfully so. But if it's something that's inherent, why, when faced with the opportunity to do things more like men would do, why are you saying women are taking an opportunity, like their hand is being forced? Why aren't they doing what they inherently do with those opportunities?
I think the majority of women are still holding down men. I do believe that women took a lot more than they had to when they didn't have opportunities to stand alone. I think that when they stood alone, they do get a lot of confidence and ego that comes with that shit, that, you know, man shit that they're not used to dealing with, so they navigating through it. Right now, they just see a bunch of trees and they're not realizing they're in the forest because they got this newfound freedom and this newfound, you know, opportunities to do things. So they just working through it, whereas men never had to navigate that. You've always been men. You've always had this freedom. You've always had this. So, you know, this is just the way you are. I feel like it's that, but I also feel like women are still holding down men no matter what they have. These women can have a whole lot. They can have, and they still being dumb for some men. We see it all over the internet. We see it in our everyday lives. Even within, when they say, oh, they put the black man out for welfare, they was hiding them men's shoes because they still had niggas in there. You telling me they wasn't messing with men, but they kept having kids every year? How you stay pregnant, but you don't mess with men? They was living. They had those men living in those houses with them. They went to the court. And
But Cheryl, I just got a question for you. Are you saying that is your argument that men don't protect and provide anymore? Is that what you're saying? And like women have stepped up?
No, she's saying that women be locked in.
All right.
Regardless, they have money. If it's hard, they lock in with the man, and the reason why the woman is more likely to be loyal to that man is because you can't have two kings in one castle. So at a point, that competition or jealousy gonna rear its head.
So are the women, because I feel like that last point kind of goes against what you said, him, because when you're saying we basically allow ourselves to be disrespected for women. So are the women hold the title for loyalty and men hold the title for being the most respectful of the two?
No, I think essentially what she's laying out is it makes sense that men who have good experience, I guess, with women would say that women are loyal, or when they was down, women are more loyal because she willing to be the queen and he be the king, because the two roles are parallel but different. If a man disappear on you or it doesn't appear as loyal, is because to have two kings on the same page when they should have their own castles doesn't even make inherent sense. Right. So it's not even the fact that he's less loyal, it's the fact that he got to get his own shit too. Right. Everybody want to be the man just cause. Right. So I think that's the overarching point that I seemingly accept. Now, even though she want to be a queen, that don't mean that she can be a disrespectful queen, you know. And that's the point where a nigga be like, well, will I accept this or not? We don't even have queens where we from. I'll teach y'all about that another day. But yeah, man,
I think men are more respectful because
Juggernaut, what's going on?
They understand.
Hey,
like,
how's it going? Good afternoon, everybody.
Good afternoon. So once Sherelle get finished, Juggernaut, we can hear you good. So once Sherelle get finished, Juggernaut, you could jump in. All right.
Yeah, I was just saying, I think men are more respectful because they understand that it can be an immediate threat. Like a woman could disrespect a man, but if he a man, he have a good emotional intelligence and control, he gonna be like, bitch, and just walk off. You know what I'm saying? But if you disrespect a man in a certain way, he look at you and you another man, he gonna hit you. Yeah. It'll get violent so fast when it's another man and he's not gonna hold back.
Really, you're right. But here's one thing, and it's probably a different conversation. Most niggas ain't gonna bust no fucking grapes, bro.
But they'll be more willing to hit a man than they'll be able to hit a woman.
Touche. That's the point. My bad. That's the point.
Man
right?
Fight a woman. I've seen that same man discipline a child, and I've seen that same man fight another man. The way he knocked out that man, you wouldn't know he had that strength because the woman seemed like she was getting the best of him. But it's really because he like, I'm not about to go full strength. And when he disciplined his child, I'm not about to go full strength. Like y'all already have that established. Like I'm not gonna hit this man with my child with the same velocity I hit. Women, I see women, they'll break toys and bats. They beat their kids.
That's not. Yo,
I disagree. Some of the most violent niggas is the ones that put their hands on people.
Hold on a second. You just finished that whole bottle of Hennessy too, Playboy. That boy done smoked 4 blunts, 1 bottle of Hennessy, and he had a beer earlier. This nigga Robo is a legend, man. Go to work. But real quick, Robo, you could jump in. I just want to make sure Juggernaut get in. But Sherelle, that's a great fucking point. And you know what? Women be oblivious to that strength too, right? Because she'll get in his face and whatever the case, and maybe even touch him, and he just like, yo, get out of here. Right. And then when he spanked the kid don't go flying across the room. Right. So the level of strength isn't even understood. And then he get in a fight with a man, and it's like, holy shit.
Because it's like I've seen him struggle with 165-pound woman jumping on his back, beating on him.
Yeah.
And he just knocked out a 280-pound man with like slept him. I'm like, oh wait, he could have slept her.
People be holding back. Yo, Sherelle, last point, Juggernaut. My bad. I just keep thinking when her little cross-eyed ass keep talking. You know what I'm saying? Like, yo, Sherelle at the gym, right? People come in there, right? And we box together every day. So, you know, there's love, there's respect there. So even when we going hard, it's not as hard. Pause. You know what I'm saying? Just because we box every day. But you get a new person in it that be doing too much. I'm like, coach, let me go first. Please. And then the power that come out is a totally different level than my man who I box with every day. You know what I'm saying? To your point. So Juggernaut, what's popping?
Perfect. Hey, I was here earlier when Fantastic, what was it, Fantastic was here.
Yeah.
And I don't know where you guys are at with the whole respect stuff. So I'm just gonna give my ideology as far as that's concerned. Like I feel like respect should be a baseline. It shouldn't really be like malleable, because it's like respect should be like everything that you encompass, like morally. So like if you have like your morals and anything that you stand for, respect should be able to hold that, right? And so if you're disrespected, that means somebody's crossing the line with you. That means that something that you hold dear is being disrespected. So to me, respect is kind of like a baseline. It's I hold these truths, and if you violate them in any kind of way, then I'm gonna have a problem with you. Now, it doesn't always have to resort to like a violent situation or anger to the point where people can't apologize or be forgiven or anything like that. But I think that for at least the way I was taught, respect is like everything you hold dear, and then from there you expound with the people that are around you. So like if I have a bunch of people who are always disrespecting me and the things that I believe in, then maybe I don't want to be around them and stuff like that. And so I kind of hold that kind of level with my relationships.
Yeah. So you're saying when you receive disrespect, not to say you have to wild out about it, but you at least make a mental note, check it, or adjust for it. Right? Like it has to be some type of response. It can't just be a rolling off of the back. It has to be something if it's a real baseline, right?
Right, because of course, not everybody's gonna know your boundaries. People need to, get involved and stuff like that. Eventually, you figure people out. But the thing is that sometimes some people are not conscious of those boundaries, or not. There's another word for it. Basically, they don't care about your boundaries, so they'll cross yours, and that's when things I think get sketchy and stuff like that, because people are habitual like that. They don't. Some people just don't care. They don't care about anything but themselves. And I think a lot of things that have to do with respect have to do with consideration, the consideration that you have for yourself and the consideration you have for others. So if you use, that's my thought about it. I think that respect is just a baseline, and you could hold a lot of things very, very close to you and say, "Oh, you disrespect me." But I think, especially when people get into realms of animosity, they kind of just throw that around, like, "Oh, you disrespected me" and stuff like that. But I mean, how many times is it really like the person that's yelling, saying, "No, you disrespected me," really the one that got disrespected?
Okay. So do you think that what's your sentiment? Well, one, let me ask you, you think the majority or minority of people are inconsiderate of people's boundaries?
That's a tough one. I could easily say, like 80%, but then other times I feel like it could be less. I mean, I live in Los Angeles, so I could tell you some days it feels like it's 80%, some days it feels like it's 20%, To be fair, I'll be honestly like fair, most of the time I believe it's like 60-40.
60% of people are inconsiderate?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, I remember in the chat you said that somebody had risked getting a juggernaut punch. So even to you, 60% of people are inconsiderate?
Well, that situation had to do with all the relationship talk that everybody was talking about. I work in a municipal like janitorial services where I go around parks and I clean and stuff like that. So sometimes I meet some of the more people who are not in great situations, and they're believe it or not, some of those people still hold things like relationships and stuff like that, even though they're not doing great. They still have partnerships with other people. And so this one young lady who I've done very fond of, not in a like a romantic way, just I think she's smart. I like talking to her and stuff. We have like a lot of talks, like, because she'll be sitting on a bench, I'll go and I'll talk to her after like a break or whatever. And I guess what he thought was her boyfriend, I guess he announces it to everybody, tells everybody that's he's her boyfriend, right? And she denies him all day. Decided to come and try to like ruin our day. But we, of course, I'm a very like passive kind of person. I really don't like getting into stuff with people. So I usually don't feed into any of the stuff that he's doing. But that day he decided to what do you call it? He tried to hit me when I wasn't looking. What do they call that?
Sneak you.
Like a sneak attack, but not a sneak attack.
Sucker punch.
I'll remember right
Sucker
now.
punch.
But basically he hit me when I wasn't looking.
Okay.
And it upset me. And I wrestled him to the ground. I've learned not to like fisticuff with everybody, because I've heard you say in other videos that people aren't really good at fighting like that. So I've learned to just kind of wrestle people to the ground because I'm a big guy. I'm 6'3". Most of the people that are around my where I live are not as big as me because I live in a Hispanic area.
Mm-hmm.
I'm Mexican, by the way. So like I'm a little bigger than the normal Mexican. So like like when I fight people, they kind of get like ooh, So I usually just tackle people to the ground. I tackled him to the ground, and he was all upset about it and everything. And I thought it was hilarious that you guys were talking about that stuff about the relationship stuff. This guy was basically going all out for one, somebody that he wasn't with at all.
Mm-hmm.
Two, she vehemently denied him while we were fighting, and then three, he swears that we're beefing now. Like he's like he announced it to the world that we were beefing, and I told him no, we're not, because I think you're a joke, and I would never want to beef with somebody that I get no pleasure in beating up.
Yeah.
So I just I left it at that. But it's just silly to me. It was just silly to me, and then I just thought it was funny that you guys were talking about how some men act. You got the example of Drake, which I honestly I've never in all the years that I've heard of Drake, I've never liked the way he moved. I've never liked the way he moved. And I know a lot of people that move like that, especially out here in LA. You got the whole my image is everything, and I just don't. I'm not with that kind of stuff. Like I'm not with your image. So usually when people put superficial things in front and they hold those values to be something, I feel like those are the people that don't have substance. And I just Drake to me has no substance. I mean,
hey, yo, is that my phone tripping?
Nah, you good.
Okay, all right. Not to cut you off, bro. I was trying to make sure my phone wasn't tripping.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, he was making sure his stuff wasn't messing up. Jug, I appreciate you hitting the link. Yeah, I think I like what you said in terms of the baseline specifically regarding respect, and I think that you hit something on the head. Pause when the fact that people don't know your boundaries. I think the issue largely becomes when people do know your boundaries and then try them anyway, right? I think that's the crux of the issues when we start talking about relationships and respect. And if men are willing to lower those boundaries because people refuse to respect them, then where's his self-respect? Right. And then what's the true issue in these relationships?
Well, I've had a good example with a long-term relationship with my grandpa and my grandma, who basically worked together their whole lives. And my grandpa always just told me, if your partner, if you don't have you feel like there's some disrespect happening, and he's at the 0% disrespect. You cannot, cross, you guys got to be on the same page, basically. Now, that doesn't mean that you don't make concessions, right? Because when you're the way they would tell me is that when you guys are individual singles, you're like two different people, right? But when you're deciding to come together, it's like you're creating a different union. So that union has its own set of morals and respect or whatever, And so that's kind of how they explain it to me when they're like, when you find the person that you're going to be in love with and that you're going to, have a union with, you guys are no longer the same people you were as, separates.
Hey, can I ask you a question, dude? Hey, so you had a fight with you had a fight with a dude because you was
Hey, Aaron, I'll be right back.
Girl? I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
You had a fight with a dude because you was friends with his girl at work? Did I hear you right?
Something like that, yeah. They don't work with me. Like I work at the park. They just hang out there. And
okay.
Yeah,
you were talking to his girl.
According to him, but she denies him. Like she doesn't say that they're together.
Okay, I'll just ask that. So Hemp, I also want to comment on the honor part. So is it honorable if dudes is hitting on other dudes women? Is that honor? Is that part of the honor that you're talking about?
Honestly,
I'm talking to him. I'm talking to him. That was
Hemp left for a minute.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, okay.
He'll be back shortly.
Yeah, I was wondering, was that a part of the honor system that he was talking about?
Well, how do you define honor?
I'm still trying to learn, brother. Honestly, honor is sticking to the code really and respecting other men and their possessions. That's what I consider. But shit, I'm still learning, bro. Because things that I thought was once honorable, different people who I thought was honorable, they let me down. So I'm trying to learn what it really means myself. That's why Hemp opened up different thoughts for me. It's like his brain. I like how he think because it allows me to view shit from different perspectives. Aaron, you too though, because it's like you got a unique personality, but it just seems brilliant. So I can draw conclusions from people who really know what they're talking about, if that makes sense.
Right. Yeah, no, I appreciate it. Appreciate it. Terrence, what's up, man? I see you down there in the corner. You muted. You muted still. Mute. You have to. Yeah, there you go.
Good afternoon. Appreciate it. How y'all feeling?
Doing well. What you got on the topic, man?
I'm just listening right now.
Okay. All right. So, well, take it from where they left off.
As far as the respect thing, I think a lot of the times we don't express our specific boundaries. You know what I mean? So it could be easily stepping on somebody's shoes without even realizing it. Right. And that's why I think it's when incorporating into a different culture, it's important to go into that culture with somebody who can kind of guide you through the weeds, right? So then we don't got to worry about being dishonorable. So we don't got to worry about disrespecting somebody, even though we might have the best intentions in mind. It's like going to another country and not learning their culture, right? We can operate as an American, be like, yo, I'm being as respectful as I possibly can, right? But lo and behold, it's a different story from the eyes that be.
So I want to kind of get an idea. Oh, what's up, Jalen? You have anything on this? You muted.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I agree with Terrence. We can't really establish what's disrespectful because people don't state their boundaries. So how can a person know what's disrespectful to you when you didn't tell them what your boundary was?
All right. So what are your two thoughts on once boundaries been established and we know what is disrespectful? What do we think about people, compromising their respect for other, to get other things?
It's on the person who established those boundaries to hold the line and keep them established. If you choose to let that person disrespect you, then at that point, it's on you. It's not on them. You're allowing it to happen. Their disposition has always been the same.
Terrence?
Yeah, I think I try to steer away from any physical violence as much as possible, right? Where we can articulate our words and really get a point across without having to put hands and feet to somebody. Or if it needs to come to that level, get in the boxing ring. But I don't think anybody's life is worth, I'm taking it hyperbolic, right? I'm going to an extreme right now. Anybody's life is worth it. It's not necessary to start a war, right? Over shoes getting scuffed and things like that. I just see life is more valuable than, something else.
So having said that, who do y'all think is more likely to be respectful, men or women?
I think it depends on the situation, right?
Overall, just overall.
Men.
I say 50-50.
50-50.
I think we kind of established that. I think
You got to come down one side or another.
I think.
Well, we haven't
Sherelle-
gotten his opinion.
Oh, I'm sorry. My bad.
You got to come down on one side or another.
No, I'm staying 50-50 with it. Again, it's It really boils down to that individual. My anecdotal experience can speak to 50-50, right? I've seen guys and girls do shiesty shit, right? So it's not one more than the other. But I've also seen loyalty, you know, where you're, yeah, it's 50-50 for me.
Loyalty and respect aren't the same thing. Jalen, what do you think?
Can I use my anecdotal experience since you're saying overall? Ooh, that.
Yeah, I mean, that's
Hold
kind
on.
of sort of.
If you're not talking right now, just mute yourself, please, because we have feedback and we aren't able to.
Yeah, get out of here too. Check.
Huh?
I said, "Not go ahead. I gotta run real
Okay.
quick." But you good?
I would say men are more respectful. Women are more loyal. What? You're muted.
No, I said okay.
Yeah.
Men are more respectful. Women are more loyal.
Yeah.
Oh, because a dude will smash another man's like wife quicker. You think?
Even outside of that, like anecdotal experience, by the way. So take that how you want to. Most of the men in my life, they called a woman first when they got into a shitty situation. Like we could use jail, for example. My brother got into a situation when he was younger. He went to jail. He had a girlfriend at the time. He called my mom first because he knew his dad wasn't gonna bail him out. He already knew off rip because he was in the wrong. That's why he got arrested. But my mom, being more forgiving and loving, she did it, even though she knew he was in the wrong.
You
So
think
I know, like women, like even mothers.
You think that makes your mom more loyal, more gullible?
Loyal.
Than
She
your,
knew
but his
he was
father.
wrong.
But think about it. His father wouldn't have bailed him out. That automatically make his father less loyal,
I would say,
or makes
in
him hold him
his
more
mind-
accountable. You see what I'm saying?
in his mind, less dependable.
Well, yeah, I agree. I would think I would agree with the word in his mind, but I guess if somebody should be subject to a punishment, if I bail him or if I don't, does that determine my loyalty? You know, I'm just asking because it's interesting.
Objectively, yes, but we know most people don't think objectively. So when we think about loyalty, most of the time we think about dependability, not, oh, this person is doing the right thing in
That's
the
true.
best interest of me growing.
I agree.
So
I agree.
that's why I put dependability on it.
I agree. Yeah. No, I agree. That's okay. I agree.
If I can add to that, can I add to that just 1 second? What
Yeah,
she
go ahead.
was saying?
I got like 10 more minutes. Yeah,
real
go ahead.
fast. I like what she was saying with loyalty, but I think that comes down to like real friendships, because I think real friendships aren't all like just give, and let me be only a yes man to you. You know what I mean? Real friends kind of like help you out in the sense that sometimes they'll correct you. Sometimes they'll tell you when you're out of control or when you need to like focus or whatever. So, you know, like loyalty can also be someone who kind of centers you when things are, things are getting crazy or whatever.
Yeah, that's what her example. That's what I was kind of alluding to, right? There's a verse that says, "Open rebuke is better than secret love." You know, so correction is love. Correction is loyalty for sure. If you have a habit and I enable that habit, knowing that I know that habit is not one that you want to keep, I would be disloyal for sure, right? Because I need to be loyal to the cause, right? That'll help you in the end, you know. Did Terrence go?
Yes.
Okay. No, it's just interesting, man. Conceptually, you know. I think what Sherelle said, honestly, kind of, and Shad, you've been here the whole time, so you might be able to agree, right? It'll appear as though men are less loyal to one another, right, as they grow, but it's just that it's hard to have two kings in any one place, right? So when I showed Nikki Barnes and Fred Lucas and Alpo, right? They came to a crux of it where, okay, who gonna be the man? Everybody can't be the man. Everybody want to be the man just cause, you know? And then they went to extreme measures, whether telling, snitching, shooting, right, to achieve that goal. That seems to resonate with me, you know. Certainly. And I haven't been done wrong by like a whole bunch of women.
All right.
So I don't see them as like just the neck, like they gonna do me dirty, you know. Whenever I had to call on a woman, generally speaking, I've had a pretty good experience, you know. So but my mans in them, like, they help me, you know. But I also got in trouble fucking with them too. So it's always like, it just, you know, it's just something. But I think the key to this whole conversation was self-respect. Right? Self-respect and our tolerance levels. What's okay, what isn't, what baseline do we set? Like what Juggernaut was saying. And then what happens when it's crossed. And like Shad was saying, we got to be honest. Just because I don't like it, does it qualify as disrespect? Maybe not, right? But the truth is, what's my tolerance? Because people are gonna do things that we deem disrespectful, you know. And when we say we just gonna leave, that's not a reality for most people. But you can't tolerate too much, because how you do anything is how you do everything. So it's a hard thing to thoroughly understand, right? To get right 100% of the time is highly improbable. Well, let's just make sure we look intrinsically and then we look outwardly. You know, I think I can improve myself faster than I can improve someone else. You know, that's kind of how I like to do it. Not saying I won't hold them accountable, but first, what can I change? If I can't change anything, now it's all on you. But if I can, then I fix that. Then we have the conversation, you know?
Can I take it back off you a little bit?
Yeah, go ahead. You know what? Let's Trigger. I know you just got here. Terrence, my brother, I know I didn't get to hear what you said. I had to walk off. I apologize, but I gotta run a UPS real quick. Go ahead, Shad. You got final thoughts for us? Yeah, go ahead.
First of all, man, thank you for allowing me to join. I've been a fan for a while, and I'm definitely planning on coming out to the Atlanta event.
Yeah, come on.
Yeah. Hope y'all hooping. What we doing? Is it y'all? Because that's what I do.
Yeah, this one I'm tired of y'all basketball. Juggernaut, what you made that face? You hoop too?
One time I was cool. I got hit. I admit it. I played wide
I'm
receiver.
Sorry. Did you say that if I hoop?
Yeah. Do you play basketball? The one that you don't kick?
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah,
right.
I play basketball.
Nah, because all my Mexican brothers, they kick every ball I give them. I'm like, bro, this is not.
I'll probably give you a header before I kick it, but yeah.
You know? But Shad, yeah, man, to be honest, man, I'm tired of y'all basketball niggas, bro.
I can take you out to a soccer field, man, if you want. Anytime.
No. You and Trigger Mike, leave that soccer shit alone. So
I don't even play soccer, bro.
My bad, Mike. You know, it's the stereotypes. I apologize. Hey, Juggernaut, your first time up here, you got your own drop too. You might know. You from LA. Y'all know if you know. But go ahead, Shad. My fault. But yeah, I think we're gonna play. I gotta bust some basketball niggas' asses. Pause.
Yeah, do that. Set that up, man, for sure. But no, again, thank you for allowing me to come. I'll be back for sure. I'm usually in the chat talking noise, but it was dope to be able to come on.
Yeah. Shoot me an email when you get a chance. This might be risky at Gmail, just so we got the connection.
I will do. I'm a filmmaker as well, bro, so that we might can find some ways to work.
Yeah.
Yep.
100%.
But just in regards to the conversation, I just want to leave with in as what you said. It all starts with self. So self-respect first. I think even for myself, I had to navigate that space and understand what my boundaries were, what my non-negotiables were, and I had to be confident in delivering that message. So it all started with me first, and then secondly, somebody said in the chat, they might have been funny, but they said you need to have a relationship orientation, and I agree with that. Lay down the law, man. Lay down with how y'all operate and what's the playbook, and see if that person actually agrees. Then observe the action. And then once you observe repeated successes, then you can maybe do a commitment. I think a lot of folks jump into the commitment before they because you can't eliminate all the risk that comes with a relationship, but you can mitigate it. So I think that's at the end of the day, that's where it lies. There's always possible mistakes and risks. So, you know, if you stand on that and then you get disrespected after laying down the law, then when you leave, if you do decide to leave, it makes sense. It's not this, you know, it ain't just a talking point we use to lie to little boys about what we do in relations when we get hurt. So again, I appreciate y'all, man. I'll be back.
No doubt. Yeah, you did good job, bro. Real shit.
Yep.
Damn. Rel, you got any final thoughts? Easy.
No, love y'all.
Love you, man. They say it's your eyelashes, not that you cross-eyed. I got to take a closer look. I thought you was cross-eyed. It appears your eyelash one is heavier than the other per the chat. So,
you want me to cross my eyes and show you what cross-eyed look like?
Nah, you good. You done enough. Trigger.
Yo.
What you got before we get up out of here? Cause
I'm always coming at the end. Pause.
That's what she said.
Yeah. I mean, no. I like what Shad said, man. It does start with self-respect, bro, but it's also sacrifice. I think that's one part that I didn't hear while people were talking. I think nobody wants to lose anything. That's why they accept disrespect. So it's like, I'm a loser if I don't let her play me like that. Nah, fuck that. The only men that don't get played are the men that don't let women play with them. The only women that don't get played are the ones that don't let men play with them. So don't let people play with you. You're going to have to sacrifice something. You might lose her, but you're not going to lose your self-respect. That's all I got.
What just happened?
Oh, Ham just bounced. But
Mr.
he can
Williams.
go around.
What's up, Beans? What's going on, man? Beans. Can you hear? Is my mic working?
Yeah, I think he was just. Well, actually, I
Beans.
don't know.
Can you hear me, Beans? Okay, Playboy, you got any final thoughts?
Yeah, this was a great show. Good job, panel chat. Just make sure that you be transparent with your relationships. Make sure that you don't take any shit and don't be a piece of shit. But make sure that you have the conversation. That's how you start your foundation. That's how you live. I also want to let people know, if you do not have life insurance, get you some. Pass the word on to your family. Get you some life insurance, some medical insurance. It's a real thing when somebody else has to be burdened with burying your ass. So be mindful. Pass that knowledge on to everybody. And great show. Proud of everybody today.
No doubt. Who didn't go?
I ain't say nothing yet.
Go ahead, Robo. You got any final thoughts?
Yeah, I know I'm probably the most hated because I said some controversial shit, probably. But I will say this. I think a lot of men should come from the perspective of, you know, just trying to get to know a woman, and you know, you just gotta monitor her. If she starts doing things that show that, you know, you may not be the one that she really wants, then just let her go. You know, there's no animosity, there's no hatred. You know what I'm saying? Because you're gonna find the one that really wanna fuck with you.
Yeah.
And that's what I would say to the kids. You don't gotta. There's a prize in being you, to the extent that you don't gotta be something else to attract the girl that you want. Because you don't want to attract a girl that's attracted to a version of you that's not you. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So, but that's all my thoughts.
Word. Juggernaut went. Juggernaut, any final thoughts?
Just, you know, if you start every day understanding that, you know, it's a gift to be alive, and that your life is precious every day, you know, everything else I think comes easy. Live by the golden rule, you know, treat people like you want to be treated, and I think everything else just falls into place.
Word. T, you in already?
Nah, not yet.
Go ahead, brother.
Yeah, I think it's important to respect self first, above all, because if you don't, right, then leading into a relationship with a lack of confidence of some sort, you're likely to just chase validation. And time again, you know what I'm saying, self will slowly slip away. And I think that's a scary thing, right? Just be completely 100 with yourself. Yeah, that's it.
Word. Good enough. Beans, you got any final thoughts on this?
Yes, Titus 2:3-5 says, likewise, teach the older women to be reverent in the way they live, not to be slanderous or addicted to too much wine, but to teach what is good. Then they can urge the younger women to love their husbands and children, to be self-controlled and pure, to be busy at home, to be kind, and to be subject to their husbands, so that no one will malign the word of God.
It's a fact.
Jersey.
Jalen, you said something already?
No.
What you got?
Great show. Good show. That's it.
That's it. Aaron, any final thoughts?
Yeah, honor has to be proven. Loyalty and respect have to be earned. No one owes it to you. But we should all give it up front as much as we can. With that said, when you say respect is to be earned, that tells me it's some kind of a currency, which means it comes in denominations. There's levels to it. Certain things are more impactful than others. And what you're willing to do to get your respect that you think you deserve is up to you. You determine the value that you place on your respect. And that's based on how you respect yourself. But that means there's two different kinds of respect. Just general regard for your fellow human being, or holding oneself in high esteem. I think if you do the second for yourself, everything else will fall into place. Sometimes being disrespected is just a small price to pay to solve a bigger problem. I'm disrespected all the time on panels when I'm interrupted. I hate it. It goes against a very, very firm principle to me. But you know what? To keep the peace on the panel and understanding that I'm not the only one up here, sometimes you just got to get cut off. What I'm going to do? Kick his ass anyway? No. Sometimes you just got to deal with it.
Word. Yeah, I think human decency is a common baseline that people say they follow, right? So let's hope they do. The one thing that I urge and behoove the brothers is listen close to everything that it is we say and then make it reconcile. When it can't, we got to question it and mind through it, right? If we're literally saying that the more beautiful she is, the more disrespect we're willing to take. If we're literally saying we're willing to take disrespect to access the vagina, let's think through that, right? Because then we're demonizing a thing that we also willing to take, right? If it doesn't make sense, then we got to reassess what the fuck we saying. How you do anything is how you do everything. Be careful acquiescing, because that's going to be your modus operandi forever. And it starts with self-respect. Easier said than done. Everybody on the internet got all the answers, right? It's easier for me to say because I already had access to a bunch of women. So why would I then ask you guys to be disciplined with your penises, right? Sounds hypocritical. I'm just telling you what I know. I'm just telling you for the benefits and lack thereof. You know? But Scarface said he had his word in his balls. I wonder what we have. I don't know. It's interesting, man. Let me read these last couple super chats and we get out of here. Caesar Pal said, hold on. I just got back. Let's keep going. Make sure I get in the Discord. Caesar been there bothering people and cooking, depending on who you are, based on how you see it. Juggernaut, you in the Discord? Get in the Discord, brother. AL with the $5 said the option to leave is a powerful tool. Ellipsis. Also, most men aren't willing to even have the conversation to set boundaries, let alone addressing disrespect. Aaron L with the $5 says we always talk about the negative stats. What are the positives? Let's focus on and bolster our positive outcomes. Control the controllables. I agree. I think the context of the conversation is let's weigh negative stats and statistics, and then how do those stats and statistics come to fruition or rear their heads in relationships, right? Because quite often we assess stats versus one side and not often the other side in terms of the negative, you know. But we also highlighted the positives as well. But that's a good point. AL with the $2 continue with disrespect is from lack of self-respect. Ed with the $2, y'all love jail shit. Ellipsis. What about us lames? Aaron with the $2. Sherelle ain't cross-eyed. One eyelash is heavier. Granville with the $2. Change his name to Pun now. I like the juggernaut. Granny with the $2. Yo, we in the Discord after. Born against the grain. I like it. Thank you. Hey man, great show, man. I think that we really got a chance to have the conversation without a bunch of hyperbole and interruption. Terrence, when I saw you in the chat, I was hoping you could join earlier, but I was assuming you probably at work or something. You know what I mean? But we'll get to it though for sure. I think this was a good one. So let's keep on minding it out, man. Me and Relly will be on tomorrow, getting it popping, and we got the week POV tomorrow evening. I love y'all. I appreciate y'all. Get in the Discord, get your tickets to Atlanta. Be safe and do the right thing, man. Like, share, subscribe. Tell a friend to tell a friend. And we out.